Chapter 20 of Memories and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by afinevoice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 20. My Political Adventures. Central Edinburgh. A knockout. The border boroughs. Tariff reform. Heckling. Interpellations. Defeat. Reflections. I have twice stood for Parliament, though if anyone were to ask me my real reasons for doing so, I should find it difficult to give them an intelligible answer. It certainly was from no burning desire to join that august assembly, for in each case I deliberately contested seats, which every expert considered to be impossible. And though on one occasion I very nearly proved the experts to be wrong, my action is nonetheless a sign that I had no great wish to be at the head of the poll, for other and easier seats had been offered me. In the case of Central Edinburgh, for which I stood in the 1900 election, there may have been some sentimental call, for it was the section of the city where I was educated, and where much of my boyhood was spent. It was said to be the premier radical stronghold of Scotland, and to carry it would be a fine exploit. For though I was a good deal of a radical myself in many ways, I knew that it would be a national disgrace and possibly an imperial disaster if we did not carry the Boer War to complete success. And that was the real issue before the electors. I believe that Providence, one way or another, gets a man's full powers out of him, but that it is essential that the man himself should cooperate to the extent of putting himself in the way of achievement. Give yourself the chance always. If it is so fated, you will win through. If your path lies elsewhere, then you have got your sign through your failure. But do not put yourself in the position later in life of looking back and saying, "Perhaps I might have had a career there had I tried." Deep in my bones I felt that I was on earth for some big purpose, and it was only by trying that I could tell that the purpose was not political, though I could never imagine myself as fettered to a party, or as thinking that all virtues lay with one set of men. My political work was not wasted. I stood in the two most heckling constituencies in Scotland, and through that odious and much abused custom I gained a coolness on the platform, and a disregard for interruption and clamour, which have stood me in good stead since. Indeed, I hold that it was to fashion me more perfectly for my ultimate work that I was twice passed through this furnace. I remember that once at Hawick my soldier brother came to see how I was getting on, and was struck by the effect which I had upon my audience. "It would be strange, Arthur," said he, "if your real career should prove to be political, and not literary." "It will be neither. It will be religious," said I. Then we looked at each other in surprise, and both burst out laughing. The answer seemed quite absurd and pointless, for no remote possibility of such a thing suggested itself. It was a curious example of that unconscious power of prophecy which is latent within us. I had hardly landed from South Africa when I flung myself into the Edinburgh contest. Mr. Cranston, later Sir Robert Cranston, a well-known citizen, was my chairman. When I arrived, a small meeting was held, and I, a weary man, listened while it was gravely debated, with much weighing of pros and cons, what my view was to be on each of the vital questions. Finally it was all settled to their satisfaction and written down, preparatory to forming the election address. I had listened with some amusement, and when it was all over I said, "Gentlemen, may I ask who is going to honour these promises that you are making?" "Why, you, of course," said they. "Then I think it would be better if I made them," said I, and crumpling up their document, I picked up a pen and wrote out my own views and my own address. It was well received and would have won the election, against enormous odds, some thousands of votes at the last trial, were it not for a very unexpected intervention. Those who remember the election will bear me out that it was an exciting affair. My opponent was a Mr. Brown, a member of Nelson's publishing firm, which had large works in the constituency. I was fresh from the scene of war, and overflowing with zeal to help the army, so I spared myself in no way. I spoke from barrels in the street or any other pedestal I could find, holding many wayside meetings, besides my big meetings in the evening, which were always crowded and uproarious. There was nothing which I could have done and did not do. My opponent was not formidable, but I had against me an overwhelming party machine, with its registered lists and records of unbroken victory. It was no light matter to change the vote of a Scotsman, and many of them would as soon think of changing their religion. One serious mischance occurred. I was determined to do and say nothing, which I did not heartily mean, and this united Ireland, north and south, for the first time in history. The Irish vote was considerable, so that this was important. The South quarrelled with me because, though I favoured some devolution, I was not yet converted to Home Rule. The North was angry because I was in favour of a Catholic university for Dublin, so I had no votes from Ireland. When I went down to hold a meeting in a hall in the Cowgate, which is the Irish quarter, I was told that it had been arranged to break my platform up. This seems to have been true, but fortunately I got on good human terms with my audience, and indeed moved some of them to tears by telling them of the meeting between the two battalions of the Royal Dublin Fusiliers at Ladysmith. So it happened that when a sinister-looking figure, a local horse slaughterer, appeared on the edge of the stage, he was received in silence. He moved slowly across and said something about free speech. I felt that if I or my people were violent, there would be a riot. So I simply said, "Trot along, Sonny, trot along." He did trot along and disappeared on the other side of the stage. After the transit of this sinister star and my temporary eclipse, all went well to the end. As the day of the election approached, it became more and more evident that I was getting dangerous, but I was knocked out, fortunately for myself as I now discern, by a curious interference. There was an evangelical fanatic named Plymmer, living at Dunfermline, who thought it his special mission in life to keep Roman Catholic candidates out of Parliament. Therefore, at the 11th hour, the very night before the voting, the whole district was placarded with big sheets to say that I was a Roman Catholic, that I had been educated by Jesuits, and in fact that my whole candidature was an attack upon Kirk and Covenant and Lesser Catechism, and everything dear to the Scottish heart. It was very cleverly done, and of course this fanatic alone could not have paid the expenses, though I cannot believe that Mr. Brown knew anything of the matter. My unhappy supporters saw crowds of workmen reading these absurd placards and calling out, "I've done with him." As it was, I very narrowly missed the seat, being only beaten by a few hundred votes. The question of an appeal came along, but the thing was so clever that it really was difficult to handle, since it was true enough that I had been educated by Jesuits, and yet absurdly untrue that this education influenced my present frame of mind. Therefore we had to leave it alone. Looking back, I am inclined to look upon Mr. Plymmer as one of the great benefactors of my life. He altered the points at the last moment and prevented me from being shunted onto a sideline which would perhaps have taken me to a dead end. I could never have been a party man, and there seems no place under our system for anyone else. At the moment I was a little sore, and I wrote a letter to the Scotsman, which defined my religious position as it was then, and caused, I believe, no little comment. I had the following letter from Sir John Boriston, who was the party organiser. The first sentence refers to the possibility of lodging a legal protest. 6 Great George Street, Westminster, London, SW, October 18, 1900. Dr. Doyle, probably your Edinburgh advisers are right, but it is undoubtedly a misfortune that the perpetrators of attacks, such as that which was made upon you, should be allowed to go unpunished. Your fight was indeed a phenomenal one, and you have the consolation of knowing that if you did not actually win a seat for yourself, you did materially contribute to the Liberal Unionist victories in 2 other Edinburgh constituencies. This is generally admitted. I am sure you will feel that your first entry into active political life promises a full measure of success at no distant date, and I hope I may see you again before long to talk matters over. Yours very truly, signed John Boriston. I had no further urge to try political adventures, but when the tariff reform election of 1905 came round, I felt that I should make some sacrifice for the faith that was in me. Mr. Tommy Shaw, as he was called, now Lord Shaw, was one of the most energetic radicals in Scotland, and was reputed to be most firmly established in his seat, which was called the Border Boroughs, consisting of the small towns of Hawick, Galashiels and Selkirk, all of them engaged in the woollen trade, and all of them hard hit by German competition. It seemed to me that if there was a good field anywhere for Mr. Joseph Chamberlain's views on a protective tariff, it should be there, where an open market had caused such distress and loss. My reasoning was sound enough, but I had not reckoned upon the innate conservatism of the Scottish character, which cannot readjust its general principles to meet the particular case. A noble trait, but occasionally an unpractical one. Party politics are not a divine law, but simply a means to an end, which must adjust itself as the end varies. This time I really expended a good deal of work, as well as money, upon the attempt, for if you stand for others besides yourself, you have no choice but to work up to the last pound of steam. I might have added my neck to the other things which I risked, for in an endeavour to get into comradeship with the people I joined in what is known as the common riding at Hawick, where a general holiday is proclaimed while the bounds of the common are ridden over and defined. Part of the proceedings was that each mounted man had to gallop full split down the high road, over a measured course of half a mile or so, the burghers lining the way and helping one by waving sticks and umbrellas. I was mounted on a hunter which I had never seen before, and which was full of spirit. Fortunately, this monstrous road performance came off late in the afternoon, and I had taken some of the spirit out of him by our ride round the common. I do not profess to be a great horseman, and I certainly nearly made the acquaintance of the Hawick turnpike. Sooner or later someone will be killed at that game, and horses must be lamed every year. Afterwards an interminable ballad was recited, with a sort of jingling chorus, to which all who are near the reciter keep time with their feet. As it would seem unsympathetic not to join in, I also kept time with the rhythm, and was amused and amazed when I got back to London to see in the papers that I had danced a hornpipe in public before the electors. Altogether I had no desire to face another Hawick common riding. The trouble in dealing with a three-town constituency, each town very jealous of the others, is that whatever you do has to be done thrice, or you give offence. I was therefore heartily sick of the preparation, and only too pleased when the actual election came off. I thought then, and I think now, that a sliding tariff, if only as an instrument for bargaining, would be altogether to our interest in this country, and would possibly cause some of our rivals to cease closing their markets to us, while they freely use the open market which we present. I still think that Chamberlain's whole scheme was an admirable one, and that it was defeated by a campaign of misrepresentation and actual lying, in which Chinese labour and dear food played a chief part. I stood among the ruins of a dismantled factory in the Border Boroughs, and I showed how it had been destroyed by German competition, and how, while we let their goods in free, they were levying taxes on ours, and spending the money so gained upon warships, with which we might some day have to reckon. The answer to my arguments consisted largely of coloured cartoons of Chinamen working in chains in the mines of the Transvaal, and other nonsense of the sort. I worked very hard, so hard that on the last night of the election I addressed meetings in each of the three towns, which, as they are separated by many miles of hilly roads, is a feat never done, I understand, before or since. However, it was of no avail, and I was beaten, though I believe I am right in saying that the party showed a less decrease of votes than in any constituency in Scotland. The thing which annoyed me most about the election was that my opponent, Tommy Shaw, only appeared once, so far as I remember, in the constituency, and did everything by deputy, so that I found myself like a boxer who is punching his rival's second instead of himself all the time. I had the melancholy satisfaction of noting that the radical chairman, who was so engrossed in the wrongs of Chinamen in the Transvaal, went into liquidation within a few months, giving as his reason the pressure of foreign competition in the woolen trade. It is a vile business, this electioneering, though no doubt it is chastening in its effects. They say that mud baths are healthy and purifying, and I can compare it to nothing else. This applies particularly, I think, to Scotland, where the art of heckling has been carried to extremes. This asking of questions was an excellent thing, so long as it was honest in its desire to know the candidate's opinion upon a public measure. But the honest questions are the exception, and the unfortunate man is baited by all sorts of senseless trick questions from mischievous and irresponsible persons, which are designed to annoy him and make him seem foolish or ignorant. Some reform is badly needed in this matter. Often after a speech of an hour, I had an hour of questions, one more absurd than another. The press records will show, I hope, that I held my own, for I knew my subject well, and by this time I had had a good schooling on the platform. Sometimes I countered heavily. I remember one robust individual coming down with a carefully prepared question, which he shouted from the back of the hall. I had been speaking of retaliation in commercial tariffs, and his question was, "Mr. Candidate, how do you reconcile retaliation with the Sermon on the Mount?" I answered, "We cannot in life always reach the highest ideals. Have you sold all and given to the poor?" The man was locally famous as having done nothing of the sort, and there was a howl of delight at my answer, which fairly drove him out of the hall. There is a peculiar dry Scottish wit which is very effective when you get it on your side. I remember one solemn person who had a loaf on the end of a pole, which he protruded towards me, as if it were a death's head, from the side box of the theatre in which I spoke. The implication was, I suppose, that I would raise the price of bread. It was difficult to ignore the thing, and yet puzzling how to meet it. But one of my people in broad Doric cried, "Tak it hame and eat it," which quite spoiled the effect. Usually these interpellations are delivered in a dreamy, impersonal sort of voice. When in talking of the Transvaal War, I said with some passion, "Who is going to pay for this war?" A seedy-looking person standing against the side wall said, "I'm no caring," which made both me and the audience laugh. Again I remember my speech being quite interrupted by a joke which was lost upon me. I had spoken of the self-respect and decent attire of American factory hands. "Gang and look at Brown's," said the dreamy voice. I have never yet learned whether Brown's factory was famous for tidiness or the reverse, but the remark convulsed the audience. The radicals used to attend my meetings in great numbers, so that really I think there were often hostile audiences which I addressed. Since their own candidate held hardly any meetings, I was the only fun to be had. Before the meeting, the packed house would indulge in cries and counter-cries, with rival songs and slogans, so that as I approached the building, it sounded like feeding time at the zoo. My heart often sank within me as I listened to the uproar, and I would ask myself what on earth I meant by placing myself in such a position. Once on the platform, however, my fighting blood warmed up, and I did not quail before any clamour. It was all a great education for the future, though I did not realise it at the time, but followed blindly where some strange inward instinct led me on. What tired me most was the personal liberties taken by vulgar people, which is a very different thing from poor people, whom I usually find to be very delicate in their feelings. I take a liberty with no man, and there is something in me which rises up in anger if any man takes a liberty with me. A candidate cannot say all he thinks on this matter, or his party may suffer. I was always on my guard lest I should give offence in this way, and I well remember how on one occasion I stood during a 3 days' campaign a good many indignities with exemplary patience. I was on edge, however, and as luck would have it, at the very last moment, as I stood on the platform waiting for the London train, one of my own people, an exuberant young bounder, came up with a loud familiar greeting and squeezed my right hand until my signet ring nearly cut me. It opened the sluice and out came a torrent of whaler language, which I had hoped that I had long ago forgotten. The blast seemed to blow him bodily across the platform, and formed a strange farewell to my supporters. Thus ended my career in politics. I could say with my friend Kendrick Bangs, "The electors have returned me to the bosom of my family." A very pleasant constituency it is. I had now thoroughly explored that path and had assured myself that my life's journey did not lie along it. And yet I was deeply convinced that public service was waiting for me somewhere. One likes to feel that one has some small practical influence upon the affairs of one's time. But I encourage myself by the thought that though I have not been a public man, yet my utterances in several pamphlets and numerous letters in the press may have had more weight with the public, since I was disassociated from any political interest which could sway my judgment. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Memories and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by afinevoice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 21. The Years Between the Wars. History of the War. Sir Oliver Lodge. Military Arguments. Sir Nigel. The Adelgy Case. Crowborough. The Oscar Slater Case. When I returned from South Africa, I found that my wife had improved in health during her stay at Naples, and we were able to settle down once more at Hindhead, where what with work, cricket and hunting, I had some pleasant years. A few pressing tasks were awaiting me, however. Besides the barren contest at Edinburgh, I had done a history of the war, but the war still continued, and I had to modify it and keep it up to date in successive editions until in 1902 it took final shape. I called it the Great Boer War, not because I thought the war great in the scale of history, but to distinguish it from the smaller Boer War of 1881. It had the good fortune to please both friend and foe, for there was an article from one of the Boer leaders in Cornhill commending its impartial tone. It has been published now by Nelson in a cheap edition and shows every sign of being the permanent record of the campaign. No less than £27,000 was spent upon an official history, but I cannot find that there was anything in it which I had not already chronicled, save for those minute details of various forces which clog a narrative. I asked the chief official historian whether my book had been of use to him, and he very handsomely answered that it had been the spine round which he built. This history, which is a large-sized book, is not to be confused with the pamphlet, The Cause and Conduct of the War in South Africa, which was a small concise defence of the British position. The inception and result of this I have already described. I have no doubt that it was to the latter that my knighthood and my appointment as Deputy Lieutenant of Surrey, both of which occurred in 1902, were due. I remember that on going down to Buckingham Palace to receive the accolade, I found that all who were waiting for various honours were herded into funny little pens, according to their style and degree, there to await their turn. It chanced that Professor Oliver Lodge, who was knighted on the same morning, was penned with me, and we plunged at once into psychic talk, which made me forget where I was or what I was there for. Lodge was really more advanced and certain in his views than I was at that time, but I was quite sure about the truth of the phenomena, and only doubtful whether some alternative explanation might be found for a discarnate intelligence as the force at the back of them. This possibility I weighed for years before the evidence forced me to the spiritist conclusion. But when, among the cloud of lies with which we are constantly girt, I read that Lodge and I were converted to our present views by the death of our respective sons, my mind goes back very clearly to that exchange of thought in 1902. At that time we had both studied the subject for many years. Among the many congratulations which I had on my knighthood, there were few which I valued more highly than that of my old comrade, H.A. Gwynne, who knew so much about South African affairs. He was good enough to say, "I look upon your work during this terrible South African business as quite equal to that of a successful general." This may well be the exaggeration of friendship, but it is at least pleasing to know that those who were in a position to judge did not look upon me as a mere busybody who butts in without due cause. There is one incident at this period which comes back to my memory and seems very whimsical. I had taken a course of muscular development with Mr. Sandow, the strong man, and in that way had formed an acquaintance with him. In the winter of 1901, Mr. Sandow had a laudable desire to do something for the British wounded, and with that idea he announced a competition at the Albert Hall. He was himself to show feats of strength, and then there was to be a muster of strong men who should exhibit their proportions and receive prizes. There were to be 3 prizes: a golden statue about 2 feet high, a silver replica, and a bronze. Sandow asked Laws, the sculptor, and myself to be the 2 judges, he being referee. It proved to be a very big event. The Albert Hall was crowded. There were 80 competitors, each of whom had to stand on a pedestal, arrayed only in a leopard skin. Laws and I put them up 10 at a time, chose one here and one there, and so gradually reduced the number until we only had 6 left. Then it became excessively difficult, for they were all perfectly developed athletes. Finally the matter was simplified by 3 extra prizes, and then we got down to the 3 winners, but had still to name their order, which was all important since the value of the 3 prizes was so very different. The 3 men were all wonderful specimens, but one was a little clumsy and another a little short, so we gave the valuable gold statue to the middle one, whose name was Murray and who came from Lancashire. The vast audience was very patient during our long judgment, and showed that it was in general agreement. After the meeting, Sandow had invited the prize winners, the judges, and a chosen company to a late supper, which was very sumptuous, with champagne flowing freely. When we had finished, it was early in the morning. As I left the place of banquet, I saw in front of me the winning athlete going forth into the London night with the big golden statue under his arm. I had seen that he was a very simple countryman, unused to London ways, so I overtook him and asked him what his plans were. He confided to me that he had no money, but he had a return ticket to Bolton or Blackburn, and his idea was to walk the streets until a train started for the north. It seemed to me a monstrous thing to allow him to wander about with his treasure at the mercy of any murderous gang, so I suggested that he should come back with me to Morley's Hotel, where I was residing. We could not get a cab, and it seemed to me more grotesque than anything of Stephen's London imaginings that I should be wandering round at 3 in the morning in the company of a stranger who bore a great golden statue of a nude figure in his arms. When at last we reached the hotel, I told the night porter to get him a room, saying at the same time, "Mind you are civil to him, for he has just been declared to be the strongest man in England." This went round the hotel, and I found that in the morning he held quite a reception, all the maids and waiters paying homage, while he lay in bed with his statue beside him. He asked my advice as to selling it, for it was of considerable value, and seemed a white elephant to a poor man. I told him he should open a gymnasium in his native town, and have the statue exhibited as an advertisement. This he did, and I believe he has been very successful. A post-African task was the building up of rifle clubs, for I was enormously impressed by the power of the rifle, as shown in the recent war. A soldier was no longer a specialized creature, but every brave man who could hold a rifle barrel straight was a dangerous man. I founded the Undershore Club, which was the father of many others, and which was inspected by Lord Roberts, Mr. Seeley, and other great men. Within a year or 2 England was dotted with village clubs, though I fear that few of them still hold their own. I was so struck by the factors in modern warfare, and I had thought so much about them in Africa, that I wrote about them with some freedom, and possibly even with some bitterness, so that I speedily found myself involved in hot controversy with Colonel Lonsdale Hale, the Times expert, and also with Colonel Maud, a well-known military writer. Perhaps as a civilian I should have expressed my views in a more subdued way, but my feelings had been aroused by the conviction that the lives of our men, and even the honour of our country, had been jeopardised by the conservatism of the military, and that it would so happen again unless more modern views prevailed. I continued to advance my theories for the next 10 years, and I have no doubt when I judged them by the experience of the Great War that in the main I was right. The points which I made were roughly as follows: that the rifle, or machine gun, which is a modified rifle, is the supreme arbiter in war, and that therefore everything must be sacrificed to concentrate upon that. That the only place for swords, lances, and all the frippery of the past was a museum. Bayonets also are very questionable. That cavalry could not divide their allegiance between rifle and sword, since entirely different ground and tactics are needed for each, the swordsman looking for level sword, the rifleman looking for cover. Therefore all cavalry should at once become mounted rifles. That the very heaviest guns of our fortresses or battleships would be transported by road and used in the field in our next campaign. That field guns must take cover exactly as riflemen do. That the yeomanry, a very expensive force, should be turned into a cyclist organisation. In view of the fine work done by the yeomanry, especially in the eastern deserts, I should reconsider the last item, and the bayonet question is debatable, but all the rest will stand. I stressed the fact also that the period of military training is placed too high, and that an excellent army could be rapidly vamped up if you had the right men. This also was proved by the war. I remember a debate which I attended as to the proper arms and use of cavalry. The cavalry were there in force, all manner of gallant fellows, moustached and debonair, inclined to glare at those who would disarm them. Sir Torbman Goldie was in the chair. 3 of us, all civilians, upheld the unpopular view that they should lose all their glory and become sombre but deadly riflemen. It is curious now to record that the 3 men were Erskine Childers, Lionel Amery, and myself. Childers was shot at dawn as a traitor to Ireland, as well as to Britain. Amery became First Lord of the Admiralty, and I write this memoir. I remember Amery's amusing comparison when he twitted the cavalry with wishing to retain the arme blanche, simply because their continental antagonists would have it. If you fight a rhinoceros, he said, you don't want to tie a horn on your nose. It is an interesting commentary upon this discussion that on one morning during the war there were duels between 2 separate squadrons of British and German cavalry. The first 2 squadrons, who were lancers, rode through each other's ranks twice with loss on either side, and no conclusive result. In the second case, German lancers charged British hussars, who dismounted, used their carbines, and simply annihilated the small force which attacked them. When my immediate preoccupations after the war had been got rid of, I settled down to attempt some literary work upon a larger and more ambitious scale than the Sherlock Holmes or Brigadier Gerard stories which had occupied so much of my time. The result was Sir Nigel, in which I reverted to the spacious days of the White Company and used some of the same characters. Sir Nigel represents, in my opinion, my high water mark in literature, and though that mark may be on sand, still an author knows its comparative position to the others. It received no particular recognition from critics or public, which was, I admit, a disappointment to me. In England, versatility is looked upon with distrust. You may write ballad tunes, or you may write grand opera, but it cannot be admitted that the same man may be master of the whole musical range, and do either with equal success. In 1906, my wife passed away, after the long illness which she had borne with such exemplary patience. Her end was painless and serene. The long fight had ended at last in defeat, but at least we had held the vital fort for 13 years after every expert had said that it was untenable. For some time after these days of darkness, I was unable to settle to work, until the Adalgy case came suddenly to turn my energies into an entirely unexpected channel. It was in the year 1907 that this notorious case took up much of my time, but it was not wasted, as it ended, after much labour, in partially rectifying a very serious miscarriage of justice. The facts of the case were a little complex and became more so as the matter proceeded. George Adalgy was a young law student, son of the Reverend S. Adalgy, the Parsee vicar of the parish of Great Worley, who had married an English lady. How the vicar came to be a Parsee, or how a Parsee came to be the vicar, I have no idea. Perhaps some Catholic-minded patron wished to demonstrate the universality of the Anglican Church. The experiment will not, I hope, be repeated, for though the vicar was an amiable and devoted man, the appearance of a coloured clergyman with a half-caste son in a rude, unrefined parish was bound to cause some regrettable situation. But no one could have foreseen how serious that situation would become. The family became the butt of certain malicious wags in the neighbourhood, and were bombarded with anonymous letters, some of them of the most monstrous description. There was worse, however, to come. A horrible epidemic of horse maiming had broken out, proceeding evidently from some bloodlusting lunatic of sadic propensities. These outrages continued for a long time, and the local police were naturally much criticised for doing nothing. It would have been as well had they continued to do nothing, for they ended by arresting George Adalgy for the crime, the main evidence being that there were signs that the writer of the anonymous letters knew something about the crimes, and that it was thought that young Adalgy had written the anonymous letters which had plagued his family so long. The evidence was incredibly weak, and yet the police, all pulling together and twisting all things to their end, managed to get a conviction at the Stafford Quarter Sessions in 1903. The prisoner was sentenced to 7 years' penal servitude. There were some murmurs among discerning people at the time, and Mr. Vooles of Truth has an honourable record for having kept some sort of agitation going, but nothing practical was done until the unhappy youth had already served 3 years of his sentence. It was late in 1906 that I chanced to pick up an obscure paper called The Umpire, and my eye caught an article which was a statement of his case, made by himself. As I read, the unmistakable accent of truth forced itself upon my attention, and I realised that I was in the presence of an appalling tragedy, and that I was called upon to do what I could to set it right. I got other papers on the case, studied the original trial, went up to Staffordshire and saw the family, went over the scene of the crimes, and finally wrote a series of articles on the case, which began in the Daily Telegraph of January the 12th, 1907. As I bargained that they should be non-copyright, they were largely transferred to other papers, sold for a penny at street curbs, and generally had a very wide circulation, so that England soon rang with the wrongs of George Adalgy. These wrongs would have been almost comic had they not had so tragic an upshot. If the whole land had been raked, I do not think that it would have been possible to find a man who was so unlikely and indeed so incapable of committing such actions. He was of irreproachable character. Nothing in his life had ever been urged against him. His old schoolmaster with years of experience testified to his mild and tractable disposition. He had served his time with a Birmingham solicitor, who gave him the highest references. He had never shown traits of cruelty. He was so devoted to his work that he had won the highest honours in the legal classes, and he had already at the age of 27 written a book upon railway law. Finally, he was a total abstainer, and so blind that he was unable to recognise anyone at the distance of 6 yards. It was clear that the inherent improbability of such a man committing a long succession of bloody and brutal crimes was so great that it could only be met by the suggestion of insanity. There had never, however, been any indication even of eccentricity in George Adalgy. On the contrary, his statements of defence were measured and rational, and he had come through a series of experiences which might well have unhinged a weaker intellect. The original theory at the trial had been that Adalgy had committed the particular mutilations with which he was charged sometime in the evening. this line of attack broke down completely, and he was able to advance a certain alibi. In the middle of the case, therefore, the police prosecution shifted its ground and advanced the new theory that it was done in the early hours of the morning. George Adalgy, as it happened, slept in the same room as his father, the parish vicar. The latter is a light sleeper and is accustomed, as many people are, to assure privacy by turning the key of his room. He swore that George never left the room during the night. This may not constitute an absolute alibi in the eye of the law, but it is difficult to imagine anything nearer to one unless a sentinel had been placed outside the door all night. It is so near an alibi that nothing but the most cogent considerations could shake it. But far from there being any such considerations, the case was such a thing of threads and patches that one cannot imagine how any sane jury could have accepted it, even though the defence was weakly conducted. So bad was this defence that in the whole trial no mention, so far as I could ascertain, was ever made of the fact that the man was practically blind, save in good light, while between his house and the place where the mutilation was committed lay the full breadth of the London and North Western Railway, an expanse of rails, wires, and other obstacles, with hedges to be forced on either side, so that I, a strong and active man, in broad daylight, found it a hard matter to pass. What aroused my indignation and gave me the driving force to carry the thing through was the utter helplessness of this forlorn little group of people, the coloured clergyman in his strange position, the brave blue-eyed grey-haired wife, the young daughter baited by brutal boors, and having the police, who should have been their natural protectors, adopting from the beginning a harsh tone towards them and accusing them, beyond all sense and reason, of being the cause of their own troubles and of persecuting and maligning themselves. Such an exhibition, sustained, I am sorry to say, by Lord Gladstone and all the forces of the Home Office, would have been incredible had I not actually examined the facts. The articles caused a storm of indignation through the country. Truth, Sir George Lewis and other forces joined in the good work. A committee was formed by the government to examine and report. It consisted of Sir Arthur Wilson, the Honourable John Lloyd Wharton, and Sir Albert de Rutzen. Their finding, which came to hand in June, was a compromise document. For though they were severe upon the condemnation of Adalgy and saw no evidence which associated him with the crime, they still clung to the theory that he had written the anonymous letters, that he had therefore been himself contributory to the miscarriage of justice, and that for this reason all compensation for his long period of suffering should be denied him. It was a wretched decision, and the Law Society, at the prompting of Sir George Lewis, showed what they thought of it by at once readmitting Adalgy to the roll of solicitors with leave to practice, which they would never have done had they thought him capable of dishonourable conduct. But the result stands. To this day, this unfortunate man, whose humble family has paid many hundreds of pounds in expenses, has never been able to get 1 shilling of compensation for the wrong done. It is a blot upon the record of English justice, and even now it should be wiped out. It is to be remembered that the man was never tried for writing the letters, a charge which could not have been sustained, so that as the matter stands he has got no redress for 3 years of admitted false imprisonment, on the score that he did something else for which he has never been tried. What a travesty of justice! The Daily Telegraph got up a subscription for him, which ran to some £300. The first use that he made of the money was to repay an old aunt who had advanced the funds for his defence. He came to my wedding reception, and there was no guest whom I was prouder to see. So far my work had been satisfactory. Where I caused myself great trouble was that in my local exploration at Worley I had come across what seemed to me a very direct clue as to both the writer, or rather writers, of the letters, and also of the identity of the mutilator, though the latter word may also have been in the plural. I became interested, the more so as the facts were very complex, and I had to do with people who were insane as well as criminal. I have several letters threatening my life in the same writing as those which assailed the Adalgis, a fact which did not appear to shake in the least the Home Office conviction that George Adalgy had written them all. Mentally, I began to class the Home Office officials as insane also. The sad fact is that officialdom in England stands solid together, and that when you are forced to attack it, you need not expect justice, but rather that you are up against an unavowed trade union, the members of which are not going to act the blackleg to each other, and which subordinates the public interest to a false idea of loyalty. What confronts you is a determination to admit nothing which inculpates another official, and as to the idea of punishing another official for offences which have caused misery to helpless victims, it never comes within their horizon. Even now, after the lapse of so many years, I can hardly think with patience of the handling of this case. The mistake that I made, so far as my own interests were concerned, was that having got on the track of the miscreant, I let the police and the Home Office know my results before they were absolutely completed. There was a strong prima facie case, but it needed the goodwill and cooperation of the authorities to ram it home. That cooperation was wanting, which was intelligible in the case of the local police, since it traversed their previous convictions and conclusions, but was inexcusable in the Home Office. The law officers of the Crown upheld their view that there was not a prima facie case, but I fear that consciously or unconsciously the same trade union principle was at work. Let me briefly state the case that the public may judge. I will call the suspect X. I was able to show 1. That X had shown a peculiar knife or horse lancet to someone, and had stated that this knife did the crimes. I had this knife in my possession. 2. That this knife or a similar knife must have been used in some of the crimes, as shown by the shallow incision. 3. That X had been trained in the slaughter yard and the cattle ship, and was accustomed to brutal treatment of animals. 4. That he had a clear record both of anonymous letters and of destructive propensities. 5. That his writing and that of his brother exactly fitted into the two writings of the anonymous letters. In this I had strong independent evidence. 6. That he had shown signs of periodical insanity, and that his household and bedroom was such that he could leave unseen at any hour of the night. There were very many corroborative evidences, but those were the main ones, coupled with the fact that when X was away for some years, the letters and outrages stopped, but began again when he returned. On the other hand, when Adalgy was put in prison, the outrages went on, the same as before. It will hardly be believed that after I had laid these facts before the Home Office, they managed to present the House of Commons with the official legal opinion that there was not a prima facie case, while a high official of the government said to me, "I see no more evidence against these two brothers than against myself and my brother." The points I mention are taken from the paper I laid before the law officers of the Crown, which lies before me as I write, so the facts are exactly as stated. I had one letter in sorrow and also in anger from the Staffordshire police, complaining that I should be libelling this poor young man whose identity could easily be established. I do not know what has become of X, or how often he has been convicted since, but on the last occasion on which I have notes, the magistrate said in condemning him to 6 months' imprisonment with hard labour, his character was extremely bad, he having been convicted of arson, of stealing on 3 occasions, and of damage. On his own confession he had committed a deliberate and cruel theft from his aged mother, and it was impossible to overlook the seriousness of the case. So much for the inoffensive youth whom I had libelled. But what about Adalgy's 3 years of jail? On September the 18th, 1907, I married Miss Jean Leckie, the younger daughter of a Blackheath family whom I had known for years, and who was a dear friend of my mother and sister. There are some things which one feels too intimately to be able to express, and I can only say that the years have passed without one shadow coming to mar even for a moment the sunshine of my Indian summer, which now deepens to a golden autumn. She and my 3 younger children, with the kindly sympathy of my 2 elder ones, have made my home an ideally happy one. My wife's people had a house at Crowborough, and there they had gone to reside. As they were very attached, I thought it would be a happy arrangement not to separate them, so I bought a house close by, named Windlesham. As I paid for it by a sum of money which I recovered after I had been unjustly defrauded of it, my friends suggested Swindlesham as a more appropriate name. Thus it came about that in 1907 I left Undershaw, Hindhead, after 10 years' residence, and moved myself and my belongings to the Highlands of Sussex, where I still dwell in the few months of settled life which give me a rest between my wanderings. Very soon after my marriage, having just got clear of the Adalgy case, I became entangled in that of Oscar Slater. The one was in a way the cause of the other, for since I was generally given credit for having got Adalgy out of his troubles, it was hoped by those who believed that Slater's condemnation was a miscarriage of justice that I might be able to do the same for him. I went into the matter most reluctantly, but when I glanced at the facts, I saw that it was an even worse case than the Adalgy one, and that this unhappy man had in all probability no more to do with the murder for which he had been condemned than I had. I am convinced that when on being convicted he cried out to the judge that he never knew that such a woman as the murdered woman existed, he was speaking the literal truth. In one respect the Oscar Slater case was not so serious as the Adalgy one, because Slater was not a very desirable member of society. He had never, so far as is known, been in trouble as a criminal. But he was a gambler and adventurer of uncertain morals and dubious ways, a German Jew by extraction, living under an alias. Adalgy, on the other hand, was a blameless youth, but in another aspect Slater's case was worse than that of Adalgy, since the charge was murder. He was very nearly hanged, and finally the life sentence was actually carried out, so that the wrong was never righted, and at the present moment the unfortunate man is in jail. It is a dreadful blot upon the administration of justice in Scotland, and such judicial crimes are not, I am convinced, done with impunity even to the most humble. Somehow, somewhere there comes a national punishment in return. The case was roughly this. An elderly woman, Miss Gilchrist, was done to death most brutally in her flat, while her servant maid, Helen Lambie, was absent for 10 minutes on an errand. Her head was beaten to pieces by some hard instrument. The neighbours were alarmed by the noise, and one of them, together with the maid, actually saw the murderer, a young man, leave the flat and pass him at the door. The police description at the time was by no means in agreement with Slater's appearance. Robbery did not appear to be the motive of the crime, for nothing was missing, unless it was a single diamond brooch. On the other hand, a box of papers had been broken into and left in disorder. The date was December the 21st, 1908. And now comes the great fact which is admitted by all and which makes the whole case wildly improbable, if not utterly impossible. It was thought that a diamond brooch had been taken. It was found out that a diamond brooch had also been pawned by the Bohemian Slater, who had started for America. Was it not clear that he was the murderer? New York was warned. Slater was arrested and in due time was returned to Glasgow. Then came the fiasco. It was found beyond all doubt that the brooch in question had been in Slater's possession for years, and that it had nothing to do with Miss Gilchrist at all. This should have been the end of the case. It was too preposterous to suppose that out of all the folk in Glasgow the police had arrested the right man by pure chance, for that was what it amounted to. But the public had lost its head, and so had the police. If the case had completely gone to pieces, surely it could be reconstructed in some fresh form. Slater was poor and friendless. He had lived with a woman which shocked Scotch morality. As one writer boldly said in the press, even if he did not do it, he deserved to be condemned anyhow. a case was made up in the most absurd manner. A half-crown card of tools was found in his box, with the sort of tools which are found on such cards. The frail hammer was evidently the instrument which had beaten in the woman's skull. The handle might have been cleaned. Then surely there had been blood on it. The police description was already amended so as to be nearer to Slater. He, a sallow, dark-haired Jew, was picked out by witnesses from among a group of fair Scotsmen. Someone had been seen waiting in the street for some nights before. This someone was variously described by many witnesses. Some descriptions would fit Slater, some were his very opposite. The people who saw the murderer leave thought it might be Slater, but were not sure. The chief witness, Adams, was very short-sighted and had not his glasses. A clear alibi was proved by Slater, but as his mistress and his servant girl were the witnesses, it was not allowed. Whom could he produce save the inmates of his house? No attempt was ever made to show that Slater had any connection with Miss Gilchrist, or with the maid, Lambie. And as Slater was really a stranger in Glasgow, it was impossible to see how he could have known anything about this retired old maid. But he was not too well defended, while Mr. Ure, the Advocate General of Scotland, prosecuting for the state, thundered away in a most violent speech, in which several statements were made, uncorrected by Judge Guthrie, which were very inexact, and which must have powerfully swayed the jury. Finally the Crown got a conviction by 9 votes to 6, 5 not proven, which of course would have meant a new trial in England, and the wretched foreigner was condemned to death. The scaffold was actually erected, and it was only 2 mornings before his execution that the order came which prevented a judicial murder. As it was, the man became a convict, and is one still. It is an atrocious story, and as I read it and realise the wickedness of it all, I was moved to do all I could for the man. I was aided by the opinion of Sir Herbert Stephen, who read the evidence and declared that there was not even a prima facie case against the man. I therefore started a newspaper agitation and wrote a small book with an account of the whole matter. The consciences of some people responded, and finally we got up sufficient pressure to induce the government to appoint a commissioner, Sheriff Miller, to examine the case. It was all to no purpose, and the examination was a farce. The terms of reference were so narrow that the conduct of the police was entirely excluded, which was really the very thing at issue, since we held that where their original evidence failed them, they had strained many points in trying to build up a case and to obtain a verdict. It was also decided that evidence should not be on oath. The result was that there was no result, nor could there be with such limitations. Nonetheless, some fresh evidence was put forward, which further weakened the already very weak case for the prosecution. For example, at the trial it had been stated that Slater, on reaching Liverpool from Glasgow, had gone to a Liverpool hotel under a false name, as if he were trying to throw the police off his track. It was shown that this was not true, and that he had signed the register with his own Glasgow name. I say his Glasgow name, for he had several pseudonyms in the course of his not too reputable career, and as a fact he took his actual passage under a false name, showing that he intended to make a clear start in America. He was, according to his own account, pursued by some woman, probably his lawful wife, and this covering of tracks was to escape this huntress. The fact that he used his own name at the hotel showed that the new name was for American rather than for British use, and that he had no fear of Glasgow pursuit. We could do no more, and there the matter rested. There was a very ugly aftermath of the case, which consisted of what appeared to be persecution of Mr. Trench, a detective who had given evidence at the inquiry, which told in favour of our view. A charge was shortly afterwards made against both him and a solicitor, Mr. Cook, who had been conspicuous upon Slater's side, which might well have ruined them both. As it was, it caused them great anxiety and expense. There had been a most unpleasant political flavour to the whole proceedings, but on this occasion the case came before a Conservative judge, Mr. Scott Dixon, who declared that it should never have been brought into court and dismissed it forthwith with contempt. It is a curious circumstance that as I write, in 1924, Judge Guthrie, Cook, Trench, Helen Lambie, Miller and others have all passed on, but Slater still remains, eating out his heart at Peterhead. One strange psychic fact should be mentioned, which was brought to my notice by an eminent English K.C. There was a spiritualist circle which used to meet at Falkirk, and shortly after the trial, messages were received by it which purported to come from the murdered woman. She was asked what the weapon was which had slain her. She answered that it was an iron box opener. Now I had pondered over the nature of certain wounds in the woman's face, which consisted of 2 cuts with a little bridge of unbroken skin between. They might have been caused by the claw end of a hammer, but on the other hand, one of the woman's eyes had been pushed back into her brain, which could hardly have been done by a hammer, which would have burst the eyeball first. I could think of no instrument which would meet the case, but the box opener would exactly do so, for it has a forked end which would make the double wound, and it is also straight, so that it might very well penetrate to the brain, driving the eye in front of it. The reader will reasonably ask, why did not the spiritualists ask the name of the criminal? I believe that they did, and received a reply, but I do not think that such evidence could or should ever be used or published. It could only be useful as the starting point of an inquiry. There was one intervention during those years to which I look back with satisfaction, and that was my protest against the King's oath before the coronation of King Edward. The oath was actually changed, and though my protest may have had no effect upon that historic fact, it was none the less the first letter in the Times upon the subject. It ran thus: Sir, surely Colonel Sandys and the members of the Protestant Reformation Society should, looking at the matter simply from their own point of view, recognise that the surest way to strengthen any creed is, as the whole history of the world has proved, to persecute it. And it is mere juggling with words to attempt to show that it is anything other than persecution to hold up the Roman Catholic faith to obloquy in the coronation oath, while every other creed, Christian or non-Christian, is left unassailed. Is it not a shocking thing that while Roman Catholic chapels throughout the whole empire are still draped in black for a deceased monarch, his successor should be compelled by law to insult the most intimate convictions of these same mourners? And is it not a most narrow and foolish policy, unworthy of this tolerant age, that a young king should be forced to offend the feelings of great numbers of Irishmen, Canadians, and other subjects? I feel sure that apart from Catholics, the great majority of broad-minded thinkers of any or of no denomination in this country are of opinion that the outcry of fanatics should be disregarded, and that all creeds should receive the same courteous and respectful treatment so long as their adherents are members of the common empire. To bring these medieval rancors to an end would indeed be an auspicious opening of a new reign. Yours faithfully, Arthur Conan Doyle. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Memories and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by afinevoice. Memories and Adventures by Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 22. The Years Between the Wars. Constantinople. The Night of Power. A Strange Creature, Durando, Dramatic Adventures, The Congo Agitation, Olympic Games, Divorce Reform, Psychic Experience, Speculation. Years of peaceful work followed my marriage, broken only by 2 journeys to the Mediterranean, in the course of which we explored some out-of-the-way portions of Greece and visited Egypt, where I found hardly one single man left of all the good fellows whom I had once known. In the course of our travels we visited Constantinople, looking at the great guns in the forts on the Dardanelles, with little thought of all the British lives which would be sacrificed upon those low, dark, heather-clad hills which slope down to the northern shore. In Constantinople we attended the weekly Selamlik of Abdul Hamid and saw him with his dyed beard and the ladies of his harem as they passed down to their devotions. It was an incredible sight to Western eyes to see the crowd of officers and officials, many of them fat and short of wind, who ran like dogs behind his carriage in the hope that they might catch the imperial eye. It was Ramadan, and the old Sultan sent me a message that he had read my books and that he would gladly have seen me had it not been the holy month. He interviewed me through his chamberlain and presented me with the Order of the Medjedi, and, what was more pleasing to me, he gave the Order of the Chevakat to my wife. As this is the Order of Compassion, and as my wife ever since she set foot in Constantinople had been endeavouring to feed the horde of starving dogs who roam the streets, no gift could have been more appropriate. We were admitted secretly and by very special favour into the great mosque of Sophia during the sacred festival, which is known as the Night of Power. It was a most marvellous spectacle, as from the upper circle of pillared arches we looked down upon 60,000 lighted lamps and 12,000 worshippers, who made, as they rose and fell in their devotions, a sound like the wash of the sea. The priests in their high pulpits were screaming like seagulls, and fanaticism was in the air. It was at this moment that I saw a woman, I will not call her a lady, young and flighty, seat herself jauntily on the edge of the stone parapet, and look down at the 12,000 men who were facing us. No unbeliever should be tolerated there, and a woman was the abomination of abominations. I heard a low, deep growl and saw fierce, bearded faces looking up. It only needed one fiery spirit to head the rush, and we should have been massacred, with the poor consolation that some of us at least had really asked for it. However, she was pulled down, and we made our way as quickly and as quietly as possible out of a side door. It was time, I think. One curious incident of our journey stands out in my memory. We were steaming past Aegina on a lovely day, with calm water around us. The captain, a courteous Italian, had allowed us to go up on the bridge, and we, my wife and I, were looking down into the transparent depths when we both clearly saw a creature which has never, so far as I know, been described by science. It was exactly like a young ichthyosaurus, about 4 feet long, with thin neck and tail and 4 marked side flippers. The ship had passed it before we could call any other observer. I was interested to notice that Admiral Anstruther in the Evening News, some years later, described and drew an exactly similar creature, which he had seen under water off the Irish coast. This old world has got some surprises for us yet. Here and there, as I look back at those long and happy years, some particular episode flashes vividly into my memory. I do not often do journalistic work. Why should one poach upon the preserves of others? But on the occasion of the Olympic Games of 1908, I was tempted, chiefly by the offer of an excellent seat, to do the marathon race for the Daily Mail. It was certainly a wonderful experience, for it will be known to history as the Durando race. Perhaps a few short paragraphs from my description may even now recapture the thrill of it. The huge crowd, some 50,000 people, were all watching the entrance to the stadium, the dark gap through which the leader must appear. Then, at last, he came, but how different from the exultant victor whom we expected. Out of the dark archway there staggered a little man with red running drawers, a tiny boy-like creature. He reeled as he entered, and faced the roar of the applause. Then he feebly turned to the left and wearily trotted round the track. Friends and encouragers were pressing round him. Suddenly the whole group stopped. There were wild gesticulations. Men stooped and rose again. Good heavens! He has fainted. Is it possible that even at this last moment the prize may slip through his fingers? Every eye slides round to that dark archway. No second man has yet appeared. Then a great sigh of relief goes up. I do not think in all that great assembly any man would have wished victory to be torn at the last instant from this plucky little Italian. He has won it. He should have it. Thank God he is on his feet again, the little red legs going incoherently, but drumming hard, driven by a supreme will within. There is a groan as he falls once more, and a cheer as he staggers to his feet. It is horrible and yet fascinating, this struggle between a set purpose and an utterly exhausted frame. Again for 100 yards he ran in the same furious and yet uncertain gait. Then again he collapsed, kind hands saving him from a heavy fall. He was within a few yards of my seat, amid stooping figures and grasping hands. I caught a glimpse of the haggard yellow face, the glazed, expressionless eyes, the lank black hair streaked across the brow. Surely he is done now. He cannot rise again. From under the archway has darted the second runner. Hayes, stars and stripes on his breast, going gallantly, well within his strength. There is only 20 yards to do, if the Italian can do it. He staggered up, no trace of intelligence upon his set face, and again the red legs broke into their strange automatic amble. Will he fall again? No. He sways, he balances, and then he is through the tape and into a score of friendly arms. He has gone to the extreme of human endurance. No Roman of the prime ever bore himself better than Durando of the Olympic of 1908. The great breed is not yet extinct. Of course the prize went to the American, as his rival had been helped, but the sympathy of the crowd, and I am sure of every sporting American present, went out to the little Italian. I not only wrote Durando up, but I started a subscription for him in the Daily Mail, which realised over £300, a fortune in his Italian village, so that he was able to start a baker's shop, which he could not have done on an Olympic medal. My wife made the presentation in English, which he could not understand. He answered in Italian, which we could not understand, but I think we really did understand each other all the same. There is no denying that the American team were very unpopular in London, though the unpopularity was not national, for the stadium was thick with American flags. Everyone admitted that they were a splendid lot of athletes, but they were not wisely handled, and I saw with my own eyes that they did things which would not have been tolerated if done by an English team in New York. However, there may well have been some want of tact on both sides, and causes at work of which the public knew nothing. When I consider the Dunraven yacht race, and then these Olympic Games, I am by no means assured that sport has that international effect for good, which some people have claimed for it. I wonder whether any of the old Grecian wars had their real origin in the awards at Olympia. I may add that we had a dozen or so of the American boys down to Windlesham, where we had a very pleasant day together. I found them all excellent fellows. I put up a billiard Olympic prize, and one of them bore it off with him. The whole incident was very pleasant. My work for a few years after my marriage ran largely in the direction of drama, and if it was not lucrative, it at least provided us with a good deal of amusement and excitement. In the case of one venture, this excitement became a little too poignant, though all ended well in the end. I had dramatised Rodney Stone under the name of the House of Temperley, with all the ring scenes and prize fights included, and treated in the most realistic fashion. We had an excellent boxing instructor who took one of the smaller parts, and who not only fought himself, but trained the others to a remarkable degree of skill. So realistic was it that when on the first night the bully, Burks, after a long encounter, went down with a crash from a fine raking uppercut, there was an involuntary groan from the whole house, which meant as clearly as could be, "There now, you have killed a man for our amusement." It was really incredibly well done, and I could never have believed that such scenes could be so cleverly faked, though it was not always done with impunity, for Rex Davis, who played Gloucester Dick, assured me that he lost a tooth and broke both a finger and a rib during his engagement. The play itself was unequal, but was so very novel and sensational in its best scenes that it should have been a considerable success. I found no manager who would take the risk, and I had myself to take the Adelphi Theatre for a 6 months lease, at a rent which, with the company, worked out at about £600 a week. As on the top of this the production cost about £2,000, it will be seen that I was plunging rather deep. And luck did not favour us. The furore for boxing had not yet set in. Ladies were afraid to come and imagined it would be a brutal spectacle. Those who did come were exhilarated beyond measure, but the prejudice still weighed heavily against us. Then there came one of those theatrical slumps when everything goes wrong, and finally King Edward died, and that killed it outright. It was a very serious situation. I still had the theatre upon my hands. I might sublet it or I might not. If I did not, the expense was simply ruinous. It was under these circumstances that, as I have already said, I wrote and rehearsed The Speckled Band in record time and so saved the situation. The real fault of this play was that in trying to give Holmes a worthy antagonist, I overdid it and produced a more interesting personality in the villain. The terrible ending was also against it. However, it was a considerable success and saved a difficult, almost a desperate situation. Yet another theatrical venture was my Fires of Fate, some of which is certainly the best dramatic work that I have ever done. It was unlucky as it was produced in a very hot summer. I carried it at my own expense through the 2 impossible holiday months, but when Lewis Waller, who played the hero, returned from a provincial tour to London, he was keen on some new play, and my fires were never really burned out. I fancy sometimes that they might even now flame up again if given a chance. I stage managed most of this play myself, and with curious results. There are certain dramatic conventionalities which can only be broken through by one who is not himself an actor. There was a scene where a number of helpless tourists, men and women, were brutally ill-treated by Arabs. The brutality in rehearsal was conventional. I made the Arabs get imitation whips and cudgels and really savaged the poor travellers. The effect was novel and appalling. There was a young Welsh officer in the front of the stalls who was a friend of my brother's. He held both the VC and the DSO. So stirred was he by the sight that he could hardly be restrained from clambering onto the stage in order to help the unhappy tourists. The end of that act, when the drove of bleeding captives are led away, and you hear the monotonous song of the Arabs as they march, and you see Lewis Waller, who has been left for dead, struggle up on his elbow and signal across the Nile for assistance, was one which brought the whole house to its feet. Such moments to a dramatist give a thrill of personal satisfaction, such as the most successful novelist never can feel. There is no more subtle pleasure, if you are really satisfied with your work, than to sit in the shadow of a box and watch not the play but the audience. I had one other dramatic venture, Brigadier Gerard, which also was mildly successful. In fact, I have never known failure on the stage, save in the case of the unfortunate Jane Annie. Lewis Waller played the Brigadier, and a splendid dashing hussar he made. It was a glorious performance. I remember that in this play also I ran up against the conventionalities of the stage. I had a group of hussar officers, the remnants of the regiment which had gone through Napoleon's last campaign. When it came to the dress rehearsal, I found them, to my horror, dressed up in brand new uniforms, of chestnut and silver. "Good heavens!" I cried, "this is not a comic opera." "What do you want done?" asked Waller. "Why," said I, "these men are warriors, not ballet dancers. They have been out in all weathers, day and night, for months. Every scrap of truth goes out of the play if they appear like that." The uniforms had cost over £100, but I covered them with mud and dust and tore holes in them. The result was that with begrimed faces I got a band of real Napoleonic soldiers. Waller himself insisted on retaining his grease paint and his nice new clothes. But I am sure every man in the audience, if not every woman, would have liked him better as I had made the others. Poor Lewis Waller! There was some strange and wonderful blood in his veins. He was a glorious fellow, and his premature death a great blow to our stage. What virility! What a face and figure! They called him the flapper's idol, and it reflects credit on the flapper, for where could she find a less sickly and more manly type? He caught his fatal illness in serving the soldiers. one of his greatest possessions was his voice. He came down to Windlesham once, and as he was reciting in the music room, that wonderful resonant voice chanced to catch the exact note, which corresponded to the curve of all the glass lampshades on the walls. They all started thrilling as a wine glass does when it is touched. I could quite believe after that matter could be disintegrated by sound, if the sound was strong enough. I am not clear what blood ran in Waller's veins, Hebrew or Basque or both. I only know that it went to make a very wonderful man. His intense feeling about everything that he did was one of his characteristics, and no doubt a cause of his success. It did not carry him far in golf, however. I remember hearing him as he approached the last tee mutter, "God, give me one good drive." I fear, however, that the betting was against it. In 1910 a fresh task opened up before me. It arose from my being deeply moved by reading some of the evidence concerning the evil rule, not of Belgium, but of the King of the Belgians in the Congo. I examined this evidence carefully before I accepted it, and I assured myself that it was supported by 5 British consuls and by Lord Cromer, as well as by travellers of many races, Belgian, French, American, Swedish and others. An attempt has been made since to minimise the facts and to pretend that Roger Casement had been at the back of the agitation for sinister purposes of his own. This contention is quite untenable, and the evidence for the atrocities is overwhelming, and from very many sources, the Belgians themselves being among the best witnesses. I put in some 2 years working with Mr. Morel and occasionally lecturing in the country upon this question, and it was certainly the efforts of the Congo Association which we represented that eventually brought the question to the notice of that noble man, King Albert, which meant setting it right so that the colony is now, so far as I know, very well managed. Casement, whom I shall always regard as a fine man afflicted with mania, has met his tragic end, and Morel's views upon the war have destroyed the feelings which I had for him, but I shall always maintain that they both did noble work in championing the wrongs of those unhappy and helpless Negroes. My own book, The Crime of the Congo, which was translated into all European languages, had also, I hope, some influence towards that end. In the early summer of 1912, I had a telegram from Lord Northcliffe, which let me in for about as much trouble as any communication which I have ever received. It was to the effect that Britain must regain her place among the athletic nations, which had been temporarily eclipsed by the Olympic Games at Stockholm, and that I was the one man in Great Britain who could rally round me the various discordant forces which had to be united and used. This was very complimentary, but it was Lord Northcliffe's sole contribution to the matter for a very long time, and I was left to my own devices entirely in carrying out a complex task. So badly coordinated were Northcliffe's papers that I had some of them actually attacking me while I was working on their chief's suggestion. When I examined, I found chaos. On the one hand was the British Olympic Committee, a most sound and respectable body under Lord Desborough. In some ways they had lost touch with press and public, and were generally in disfavour, though really they had done their best. On the other hand was the Times, which had worked itself into a fury about the misdeeds of the committee, and had set a tone which poisoned the whole press against them. Lord Northcliffe would have nothing to do with anything which emanated from the committee. The committee defied Lord Northcliffe. It was clear that this had to be cleared up as a preliminary, and the matter took enough diplomacy to have settled the Balkan question. I called upon the committee and suggested that an independent body be formed on which they could be represented. To this they agreed. I then called on the Times and said, "You are no longer dealing with the old Olympic Committee, but with a new body. Do you agree to this?" Yes, that was all in order. I may have omitted the trifling fact that the new body did not yet exist. I then asked Mr. Studd, the famous cricketer of old and head of the Polytechnic, to help me to form the new body. We soon had a very effective one, including several leading athletes and Lord Forster, now Governor-General of Australia. I served, of course, on the committee, and soon we were in touch with everyone and all promised to go smoothly. But presently a huge mistake was made. I don't wish to represent myself as the founder of all wisdom, and no doubt I make as many slips as my fellows, but that particular one would never have been made had I been present. But I was called away and was out of the country at that crucial committee meeting. It had been already determined that an appeal to the public over all our names should be issued. The amount had not been discussed, but in my own mind I had thought that £10,000 would suffice. I was horrified, therefore, when I returned from my holiday, to find that they had appealed for £100,000. The sum was absurd, and at once brought upon us from all sides the charge of developing professionalism. My position was very difficult. If I protested now, it would go far to ruin the appeal. After all, it might succeed. I could only fall into line with the others and do my best for the sake of the cause to defend a policy which I looked upon as mistaken. We actually collected about £7,000, and finally, as we found that the general feeling was either hostile or apathetic, we handed over this sum to the Olympic Committee. Then came the war, and so in any case our labour was in vain, for the Games were to be in Berlin in 1916. We were all playing another game by then. This matter was spread over a year of my life and was the most barren thing that I ever touched, for nothing came of it, and I cannot trace that I ever received one word of thanks from any human being. I was on my guard against Northcliffe telegrams after that. I remember one curious episode about that time. I was staying in a Northumberland Avenue hotel, and I walked out at night in pensive mood, strolling down the embankment and watching the great dark river with the gleam of the lights upon it. Suddenly a man passed me, walking very rapidly and muttering in an incoherent way. He gave me an impression of desperation, and I quickened my pace and followed him. With a rush he sprang up on the parapet and seemed to be about to throw himself into the river. I was just in time to catch his knees and to pull him down. He struggled hard to get up, but I put my arm through his and led him across the road. There I reasoned with him and examined into the cause of his troubles. He had had some domestic quarrel, I believe, but his main worry was his business, which was that of a baker. He seemed a respectable man, and the case seemed genuine, so I calmed him down, gave him such immediate help as I could, and made him promise to return home and to keep in touch with me afterwards. When the excitement of the incident was over, I had grave doubts as to whether I had not been the victim of a clever swindler. I was considerably relieved, therefore, to get a letter a few days later, giving name and address, and obviously genuine. I lost sight of the case after that. Another matter which preoccupied me much in the years before the war, and preoccupies me still, is the reform of our divorce laws. I was president of the Reform Union for 10 years, and have only just vacated the position in order to make room for a far more efficient successor in Lord Birkenhead. I am quite alive to all the arguments of our opponents, and quite understand that laxity in the marriage tie is an evil, but I cannot understand why England should lag behind every other Protestant country in the world, and even behind Scotland, so that unions which are obviously disgusting and degrading are maintained in this country, while they can be dissolved in our colonies or abroad. As to morality, I cannot, I fear, admit that our morality here is in the least better than in Scandinavia, Holland or Germany, where they have more rational laws. I think that in some states in America they have pushed divorce to an extreme, but even in America I should say that married happiness and morality generally are quite as high as with us. The House of Lords has shown itself to be more liberal in this matter than the Commons, possibly because the latter have a fear of organised church influence in their constituencies. One of several questions which makes me not sorry to see Labour, with its larger outlook, in power for a time in this country. Our marriage laws, our land laws, the cheapening of justice, and many other things have long called out for reform, and if the old parties will not do it, then we must seek some new one which will. During these long and happy years, when the smooth current of our national life was quietly sliding towards Niagara, I did not lose my interest in psychic matters, but I cannot say that I increased my grasp of the religious or spiritual side of the subject. I read, however, and investigated whenever the chance arose. A gentleman had arranged a series of psychical séances in a large studio in North London, and I attended them, the mediums being Cecil Husk and Craddock. They left a very mixed impression upon my mind, for in some cases I was filled with suspicion, and in others I was quite sure that the result was genuine. The possibility that a genuine medium may be unscrupulous, and that when these very elusive forces fail to act, he may simulate them, is one which greatly complicates the whole subject. But one can only concentrate upon what one is sure is true, and try to draw conclusions from that. I remember that many sheeted ghosts walked about in the dim light of a red lamp on these occasions, and that some of them came close to me, within a foot of my face, and illuminated their features by the light of a phosphorescent slate held below them. One splendid Arab, whom the medium called Abdullah, came in this fashion. He had a face like an idealized W.G. Grace, swarthy, black-bearded and dignified, rather larger than human. I was looking hard at this strange being, its nose a few inches from my own, and was wondering whether it could be some very clever bust of wax, when in an instant the mouth opened and a terrific yell was emitted. I nearly jumped out of my chair. I saw clearly the gleaming teeth and the red tongue. It certainly seemed that he had read my thought and had taken this very effective way of answering it. Some of the excitements of my life during these and the subsequent years were due to financial entanglements which arose from a certain speculative element in my own nature, depending rather upon the love of adventure than upon any hope of gain. If, when I earned money, I had dug a hole in the garden and buried it there, I should be a much richer man today. I can hardly blame the punter on the racecourse when I remember the outside chances which I have taken in the past in every possible form of speculation. But I have the advantage over the mere gambler in this, that every pound of my money went to develop something or other and line the pocket of the working man, who, by the way, when he grumbles over the profits of the capitalist, never even alludes to his losses. If a balance sheet were struck, it would be interesting to see what, if any, is the exact margin of profit. It is true that sometimes I have indulged in a pure gamble, but never for any sum which would hurt me. I have painful memories of a guano island off South Africa, on which our treasure-seekers were not even allowed to land, though every bird's nest was rumoured to contain a diamond. The Spanish galleon in the Bay of Tobermory also took treasure rather than gave it, and the return for my shares was a lump of glass and a rusted bar. That was more than ever I had from certain spots in Kalgoorlie and Coolgardie and other alleged gold-bearers, which have nearly all been gold consumers so far as I am concerned. I fear some of those mines were like that legendary one where the manager, getting a cable which ordered him to start crushing, replied, "I have nothing to crush until you return samples." I have played my involuntary part also in the development of the Rand and Rhodesia, from those early and unsophisticated days when I misread the quotation and, meaning to invest £60, was faced next morning with a bill for £900. Occasionally it is true that I backed a winner, but as a rule I must confess that I was not judicious in my selections. But it was at home that I expended myself most freely. I saw the enormous possibilities of Kent coal, which even now are not fully understood, but I did not sufficiently weigh the impossibilities, which are that an enterprise can be successful which is wildly financed and extravagantly handled. I and many others lost our money, sinking the shafts which may bring fortunes to our successors. I even descended 1,000 feet through the chalk to see with my own eyes that the coal was in situ. It seems to have had the appearance and every other quality of coal, save that it was incombustible, and when a dinner was held by the shareholders, which was to be cooked by local coal, it was necessary to send out and buy something which would burn. There were, however, lower strata which were more sensitive to heat. Besides Kent coal, I lost very heavily in running a manufacturing plant in Birmingham, into which I was led by those successive stages in which you are continually trying to save what you have already invested until the situation becomes so serious that you drop it in terror. We turned from bicycles to munitions during the war and actually worked hard the whole 4 years, with 100 artisans making needful war material without ever declaring a penny of dividend. This, I should think, must be a record, and at least no one could call us profiteers. The firm was eventually killed dead by the successive strikes of the moulders and the miners. It is amazing how one set of workmen will ruin another set, without apparently any remonstrance from the sufferers. Another bad egg was a sculpture machine for architectural work, which really had great possibilities, but we could not get the orders. I was chairman of this company, and it cost me 2 years of hard work and anxiety, ending up by my paying the balance out of my own pocket so that we might wind up in an honourable way. It was a dismal experience with many side adventures attached to it, which would make a sensational novel. Such are some of the vicissitudes which cannot be disregarded in a retrospect of life, for they form a very integral and absorbing part of it. I have had my ill luck, and I have had my good. Amid the latter, I count the fact that I have been for 21 years a director of Raphael Tuck & Co., without the least cloud to darken the long and pleasant memory. I have also been for many years chairman of Besson's famous brass instrument firm. I think a man should know all sides of life, and he has missed a very essential side if he has not played his part in commerce. In investments, too, I would not imply that I have always been unfortunate. My speculative adventures are over, and I can at least say that unless the British Empire goes down, I shall be able to retain enough for our modest needs. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Memories and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A Fine Voice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 23. Some Notable People. President Roosevelt, Lord Balfour, Mr. Asquith, Lord Haldane, George Meredith, Rudyard Kipling, James Barrie, Henry Irving, Bernard Shaw, R.L.S., Grant Allen, James Payn, Henry Thompson, Royalty. When I have chanced during my life to come in contact with notable people, I have often made some short record at the time of what they said and how they impressed me. It is difficult, however, to use these notes for publication when you happen to have been a guest, and it can only be done, I think, by using one's judgment and never consciously harming one's host. If everyone were altogether silent upon such occasions, the most pleasing side of great contemporaries would never be chronicled, for the statesman in slippers is a very much more human and lovable person than the politician on the platform. Among the great men that I have known, President Roosevelt occupied a prominent place. He was not a big, nor, so far as one could see, a powerful man, but he had tremendous dynamic force and an iron will which may account for his reputation as an athlete. He had all the simplicity of real greatness, speaking his mind with great frankness and in the clearest possible English. He had in him a great deal of the boy, a mischievous, adventurous, high-spirited boy with a deep, strong, thoughtful manhood in the background. We were present, my wife and I, at the Guildhall when he made his memorable speech about Egypt, in which he informed a gathering which contained the Foreign Secretary, Sir Edward Grey, and many of our cabinet, that we should either rule more strictly or clear out altogether. It was, of course, a most unwarrantable intrusion into our affairs, but it was a calculated indiscretion, and very welcome, I believe, to those who were dealing with Egypt. As he made his way through the dense crowd afterwards, he passed me and said with a grin, "I say, I let them have it at that time, didn't I? There was the mischievous boy coming out." He had a quick, blunt wit which showed itself often in his metaphors. He spoke to me, I remember, of someone who had a 9 guinea-pig power brain. One of his entourage told me how the President had been awakened once to address some prairie folk at a wayside station. "They have come 60 miles to see you," said his secretary. "They would have come 100 to see a cat with 2 heads," said the ruffled president. I met him once at a small luncheon party at the invitation of Lord Lee, who had soldiered with him in Cuba. He was extremely talkative. In fact, I can hardly remember anyone else saying anything. Thinking it over afterwards, I concluded that 2 ideas were running through his mind, and every now and then coming to the surface. They were formidable ideas and may have been some temporary wave of feeling, but they were certainly in his thoughts. The one was that there would be another civil war in the States. The second, that if you had the farmer class on your side, they presented the best military material. From this I gathered that it was not a geographical but an economic struggle that was in his mind. Absit omen, but great men are often pessimists, and the Duke of Wellington was deeply convinced that Britain could not long survive his death. When Roosevelt was shot, I sent him a cable to express that sympathy which every Englishman felt. I have his answer before me, written only a day or so after the event. Mercy Hospital, Chicago, October 19th, 1912. Dear Mr. Doyle, many thanks for your kind message of sympathy. As you know, a bullet wound is rather a serious thing, but all conditions seem to be favourable, and I hope in a few days we will all be relieved from anxiety. Sincerely yours, Theodore Roosevelt. It is typewritten, but signed by his own hand. I do not think that a more brave and detached letter was ever written by a sufferer. Roosevelt was a very loud, hearty man, with a peculiar wild beast, toothy grin, and an explosive habit of slapping his hand down for emphasis. I jotted down a few of his obiter dicta after our conversation. He had no good word for Henry James. He is not a whole man, all that subtlety is really decadence. He was very virile, not to say heroic, in his views. A man should guard particularly against being led from his duty, especially a dangerous duty, by his women. I guess a woman would have had a bad time if she had tried to lead Leonidas from the pass. Of the German emperor he said that he was jealous of the king's dog at the king's funeral because he attracted the more notice. Altogether he was one of the raciest talkers I have ever met. Among the occasional great ones of earth whom I have met, there is hardly anyone who stands out more clearly than Arthur Balfour, with his willowy figure, his gentle intellectual face, and, as I read it, his soul of steel. I should think that of all men of our day, he was the last who would be turned from any path which he had deliberately taken. But on the other hand he was capable of standing a most unconscionable time at the place where paths divide, for his mind was so subtle and active that he would always see the 2 sides of every question and waver between them. He could never have been a pioneer. The occasion of our first meeting was a most ridiculous one. Old Lord Burnham, the first of his line, had invited me down to his country house at Beaconsfield, a wonderful house which had been built originally by Waller, the royalist poet. Burke had lived close by, and the dagger which, in a melodramatic moment, he threw upon the floor of the house, in order to show the dangers of French Republican propaganda, is still on exhibition. I can remember the party well, though nearly all of them are now on the farther side. I see Lady Dorothy Neville, with her mittened hands and her prim pussycat manner, retailing gossip about Disraeli's flirtations. Sir Henry James walks under the trees with bended head, talking to the rising barrister who is destined, as Lord Reading, to be Viceroy of India. Lady Cleveland, mother of Lord Rosebery, is listening with her old face wreathed in smiles to Lady Dorothy's scandal. Young Harry Irving looks unutterably bored as Lord Burnham explains golf to him, bending his head over to get a glimpse of the ball round the curve of his goodly waistcoat. Mr. Asquith stands smiling beside them. As one looks back, they seem all to have been shadows in a world of shadow. Lord Burnham's hobby was Turkish baths, and he had an excellent one in the front of the house, the drawing-room being the first door on the right as one entered, and being a simple sitting-room as far as appearance went. With his usual kind hospitality, Lord Burnham had urged me to try his bath, and having done so I was placed, arrayed in a long towel, and with another towel screwed round my head, in the drying-room. Presently the door opened and entered Arthur Balfour, Prime Minister of England. He knew nothing of the house or its ways, and I can remember the amazement with which he gazed at me. Lord Burnham, following at his heels, introduced me, and I raised the towel on my head. There were no explanations, and I felt that he went away with the impression that this was my usual costume. I did not see him after that weekend. He kept his room, I remember, until midday on the Sunday, until some years later, when after heavy domestic loss, I was endeavouring to collect myself again in a little inn near Dunbar. He heard of my presence, and in his kindness sent a car over from Whittinghame, only a few miles away, with a request that I should come over for a couple of days. There were present his brother, Gerald Balfour, a man with a beautifully refined face and manner, not unlike that of Andrew Lang. His wife is the famous Lady Betty Balfour, the daughter of Lord Lytton. When one thinks of that group of inter-allied families, the Balfours, Cecils, Sedgwicks and Lyttons, it seems a sort of nerve ganglion of British life. There was also Lady Frances Balfour, who was a daughter of the Duke of Argyll, and not unlike him, as I can remember him. Her husband was Arthur Balfour's brother, an architect and antiquary, while another brother was Colonel of the London Scottish. Finally, there was Miss Alice Balfour, a very sweet and gentle intellectual person who was my actual hostess. I found Arthur Balfour in great spirits because he had just won a golf medal at North Berwick. He seemed as pleased as any schoolboy, and his sister told me that no political success ever gave him the keen pleasure which he had from his golf victory. He was an average player, orthodox in style, and about 10 or 12 in handicap. He proved to be a charming host, for he was a good listener, seeming to be really eager to hear your opinion, laughed heartily at small provocation, and talked always very frankly and modestly of himself. After my long solitude I was more loquacious. I remember than is my way, but he bore it with good humour. Every night, or at least on the Sunday night, the whole staff of the large rambling establishment, maids and grooms, some 20 in all, came in for prayers, which were read by the head of the house. It was fine to hear groom and statesman praying humbly together that they be forgiven the sins of the day, and merging all earthly distinctions in the presence of that which is above us all. He was very interesting when he spoke of the outrage which the Russian fleet had committed when, on their way to Japan, they opened fire at the British trawlers on the Dogger Bank. It was curious to hear his gentle voice and to note his listless impersonal manner while he spoke in this fashion. I was very angry, really very angry about that affair. If our fleet had been at home, I should have been inclined to have stopped them in the Straits. Of course, one would not do that unless one had an overpowering force, so as to avoid bloodshed and save the Russian face. Their ambassador called that morning and gave complete assurances, or really I should have had to do something. He got himself into trouble with his own government, who felt that he had given away their case. I asked him how cabinet councils were worked. He said that they voted upon points and went by majorities, unless it was a vital thing, when of course the dissenters must resign. I observed in his character a very great horror of cowardice. Nothing seemed to arouse such scorn in him. He grew quite red, I remember, as he spoke of Lord George Sackville, and realised that, though he had been broken and should have been shot at the Battle of Minden in 1759, he was none the less Minister of War during the American campaign. He was also, as I reminded him, a most debauched man, and the murder of his mistress, Miss Ray, the actress, by her true lover, the clergyman Hackman, was one of the causes célèbres of that century. I shall always carry away the memory of that visit, a bright gleam in a dark passage of life. I see very clearly the old house, the huge broken tree outside, inside which a state conspiracy was once hatched, the fine library with its wealth of French memoirs, and above all the remarkable man who stood for so much in the life of the country. I was not at that time so convinced of the primary importance of psychic things as I became later, and I regret it, as this would have been my one opportunity to explore a knowledge which at that time was certainly greater than my own. Years later, when the fight was heavy upon me, and when I was almost alone in the polemical arena, I wrote to Mr. Balfour and charged him with sharing all my convictions and yet leaving me to defend them single-handed. His answer was, "Surely my opinions upon this subject are already sufficiently well known," which is surely an admission that I was right in my description of them, and yet was not much of a prop to me in my time of need. I cast my mind back to other statesmen whom I have known, and Mr. Asquith's kindly personality comes into my memory. I remember playing a round of golf with him once, and a very bad player he was, but his conversation as we went round was +4. He was a naturally sweet-natured man, but under that gentleness there lay judgment and firmness, as was shown at the great crisis of history. He never said too much, but what he did say he lived up to. In conducting us safely through those first 2 years of war, he did that for which he has never had sufficient credit, and the more light we have had since, the more clear it has been that Lord Kitchener and he were really doing all that men could do in munition work and all other ways. Because he had the solid Yorkshire stolidity, more nervous and excitable people thought that he did not take the war sufficiently seriously, while the constant lies about the pro-German tendencies of his wife increased the evil impression. We owe him a reparation which is second only to that which is due to Lord Haldane, and that is indeed a heavy one. If one man could be named who was absolutely indispensable to victory, it was Haldane. He it was who built up the whole splendid weapon which flashed so swiftly from its sheath, and which Germany was so amazed to find directed at its breast as it rushed forward upon its furious course. He could not work miracles. He could not introduce conscription when a candidate with such a programme would have been chased from the hustings. He could not prepare the public mind in some dramatic way which would have precipitated the very crash which there was still some chance of avoiding. But all we had he gave us, the 8 divisions which saved France, the territorials who carried on the good work until the new armies were ready, and the officers' training corps which strengthened us where we should have been fatally weak. There has never been so foolish and ungrateful a clamour as that which has been raised against Haldane. I remember that when he took the chair for me in the first war lecture which I gave in London, there were cries of "Traitor!" from people, chiefly women, among the audience. I had never seen Haldane before, and have never seen him since, so I have no personal bias in the matter, but I am proud that it was in my first volume of the History of the War, published in 1915, that I first put forward the unpopular view which will now be more fully accepted. With George Meredith I had several interesting connections. I have the greatest possible admiration for him at his best, while his worst is such a handicap that I think it will drag 4/5 of his work to oblivion. If his own generation finds him hard to understand, what will our descendants make of him? He will be a cult among a few, a precious few in every sense, and yet I fully recognise that his was the most active original brain and the most clever pen of any man novelist or otherwise of my time. Knowing this well, it is strange that I can see so limited a future for him. His subtle and intricate mind seemed unable to realise the position of the plain outsiders who represent the world. He could not see how his stained glass might be less effective than the plain transparent substance as a medium for vision. The first requisite is to be intelligible. The second is to be interesting. The third is to be clever. Meredith enormously filled the third, but he was unequal upon the other two. Hence he will never, in spite of the glories of Richard Feverel, be on an equality with Dickens or Thackeray, who filled all three. He had simply no idea how his words would strike a less complex mind. I remember that once, in the presence of Barry, Quillicooch and myself, he read out a poem which he had inscribed "To the British Working Man" in the Westminster Gazette. I don't know what the British working man made of it, but I am sure that we three were greatly puzzled as to what it was about. I had written some articles on his work, which had been one of my youthful cults, and that led to his inviting me to see him at his villa at Box Hill, the first of several such visits. There had been a good deal in the papers about his health, so that I was surprised when, as I opened the garden gate, a slight but robust gentleman in a grey suit and a red tie swung out of the hall door and came singing loudly down the path. I suppose he was getting on to 70 at the time, but he looked younger, and his artistic face was good to the eye. Greeting me, he pointed to a long steep hill behind the house and said, "I have just been up to the top for a walk." I looked at the sharp slope and said, "You must be in good trim to do it." He looked angry and said, "That would be a proper compliment to pay to an octogenarian." I was a little nettled by his touchiness, so I answered, I understood that I was talking to an invalid. It really seemed as if my visit would terminate at the garden gate, but presently he relented, and we soon became quite friendly. He had in his youth been a judge of wine, and had still a reverence for a good vintage, but unfortunately some nervous complaint from which he suffered had caused the doctors to prohibit it absolutely. When lunch came round, he asked me with a very earnest air whether I could undertake to drink a whole bottle of Burgundy. I answered that I saw no insuperable difficulty. A dusty old bottle was tenderly carried up, which I disposed of, Meredith taking a friendly interest in its dispatch. "The fact is," said he, "I love my wine, and my little cellar was laid down with care and judgment, so that when some guest comes and drinks a glass and wastes the rest of the bottle, it goes to my heart. It really did me good to see you enjoy that one." I need not say that I intimated that I was always prepared to oblige. His conversation was extraordinarily vivid and dramatic, uttered in a most vehement tone. It may have been artificial and it may have been acting, but it was very arresting and entertaining. The talk got upon Napoleon's marshals, and you would have thought that he knew them intimately, and he did Murat's indignation at being told to charge au bout, as if he ever charged any other way, in a fashion which would have brought down the house. Every now and then he brought out a Meredithian sentence, which sounded comic when applied to domestic matters. When the jelly swayed about as the maid put it on the table, he said, "The jelly, Mary, is as treacherous as the Trojan horse." He laughed when I told him how my groom, enlisted as a waiter for some special dinner, said, "Hud up there," to the jelly under similar circumstances. After lunch we walked up a steep path to the little chalet or summer house where he used to write. He wished to read me a novel which he had begun 20 years before, but which he had not had the heart to go on with. I liked it greatly, and we roared with laughter at his description of an old sea-dog, who turned up the collar of his coat when he went into action as if the bullets were rain. He said that my hearty enjoyment encouraged him to go on with it, and it has since appeared as The Amazing Marriage, but whether I really had anything to do with it, I do not know. I should be proud to think so. The nervous complaint from which he suffered caused him to fall down occasionally. As we walked up the narrow path to the chalet, I heard him fall behind me, but judged from the sound that it was a mere slither and could not have hurt him. Therefore I walked on as if I had heard nothing. He was a fiercely proud old man, and my instincts told me that his humiliation in being helped up would be far greater than any relief I could give him. It was certainly a nice point to decide. George Meredith's religious convictions were very difficult to decide. He certainly had no glimmering, so far as I could see, of any psychic element in life, and I should imagine that on the whole he shared the opinions of his friend John Morley, which were completely negative. And yet I remember his assuring me that prayer was a very necessary thing, and that one should never abandon prayer. "Who rises from prayer a better man, his prayer is granted," says the aphorist in Richard Feverel. How far these positions can be harmonized I do not know. I suppose that one may say that God is unknown, and yet rear a mental temple to the unknown God. Rudyard Kipling I know far less than I should, considering how deeply I admire his writings, and that we live in the same country. But we are both absorbed in work, and both much away from home, which may explain it. I can well remember how eagerly I bought his first book, Plain Tales, in the old South Sea days, when buying a book was a rare strain upon my exchequer. I read it with delight and realized not only that a new force had arisen in literature, but that a new method of story writing had appeared, which was very different from my own adherence to the careful plot artfully developed. This was go as you please, take it or leave it work, which glowed suddenly up into an incandescent phrase or paragraph, which was the more effective for its sudden advent. In form, his stories were crude, and yet in effect, which after all is everything, they were superb. It showed me that methods could not be stereotyped, and that there was a more excellent way, even if it were beyond my reach. I loved the barrack room ballads also, and such poems as the Bolivar, East and West, and above all the badly named L'Envoi, became part of my very self. I always read the last one aloud to my little circle before we start on any fresh expedition, because it contains the very essence of travel, romance, and high adventure. I saw Kipling most nearly in his very early days when he lived at Brattleboro, a little village in Vermont, in a chivalrous desire to keep his newly married wife in touch with her own circle. In 1894, as I have recorded, there was a good deal of tail-twisting going on in the States, and Kipling pulled a few feathers out of the eagle's tail in retaliation, which caused many screams of protest, for the American was far more sensitive to such things than the case-hardened Briton. I say was, for I think as a nation, with an increased assurance of their own worth and strength, they are now more careless of criticism. The result at the time was to add oil to flames, and I, as a passionate believer in Anglo-American union, wrote to Kipling to remonstrate. He received my protest very good-humouredly, and it led to my visit to his country home. As a matter of fact, the concern shown in America, when the poet lay at death's door a few years later, showed that the rancour was not very deep. Perhaps he was better known at that time in America than in England, for I remember sitting beside a bushman in London who bowed his red face to my ear and said, "Beg your pardon, sir, but who is this here Kilpin?" I had 2 great days in Vermont, and have a grateful remembrance of Mrs. Kipling's hospitality. The poet read me MacAndrew's hymn, which he had just done, and surprised me by his dramatic power, which enabled him to sustain the Glasgow accent throughout, so that the angular Scottish greaser simply walked the room. I had brought up my golf clubs and gave him lessons in a field, while the New England rustics watched us from afar, wondering what on earth we were at, for golf was unknown in America at that time. We parted good friends, and the visit was an oasis in my rather dreary pilgrimage as a lecturer. My glimpses of Kipling since then have been few and scattered, but I had the pleasure several times of meeting his old father, a most delightful and lovable person, who told a story quite as well as his famous son. As the mother was also a very remarkable woman, it is no wonder that he carried such a cargo. James Barrie is one of my oldest literary friends, and I knew him within a year or two of the time when we both came to London. He had just written his Window in Thrums, and I, like all the world, acclaimed it. When I was lecturing in Scotland in 1893, he invited me to Kirriemuir, when I stayed some days with his family, splendid types of the folk who have made Scotland great. His father was a fine fellow, but his mother was wonderful with a head and a heart, rare combinations which made me class her with my own mother. Kirriemuir could by no means understand Barrie's success, and looked upon their great son as an inexplicable phenomenon. They were acutely aware, however, that tourists were arriving from all parts to see the place, on account of Barrie's books. "I suppose you have read them," I said to the wife of the local hotel man. "Aye, have read them, and steep, weary work it was," said she. She had some theory that it was a 4-horse coach, which her good man was running, and not the books at all which accounted for the boom. Great as are Barrie's plays, and some of them, I think, are very great, I wish he had never written a line for the theatre. The glamour of it, and the, to him, easy success, have diverted from literature the man with the purest style of his age. Plays are always ephemeral, however good, and are limited to a few, but Barrie's unborn books might have been an eternal and a universal asset of British literature. He has the chaste clarity which is the great style, which has been debased by a generation of wretched critics, who have always confused what is clear with what is shallow, and what is turbid with what is profound. If a man's thought is precise, his rendering of it is precise, and muddy thoughts make obscure paragraphs. If I had to make my choice among modern stylists, I should pick Barrie for the lighter forms of expression, and our British Winston Churchill for the more classical. Barrie's great play, one of the finest in the language, is of course the admirable Crichton. I shall always hope that I had a hand in the fashioning of it. I say this not in complaint but in satisfaction, for we all drop seeds into each other and seldom know whence they come. We were walking together on the heath at Kirriemuir when I said, "I had a quaint thought in the night, Barrie. It was that a king was visiting India and was wrecked on the way on some island far from the track of ships. Only he and one rather handy sailor were saved. They settled down to spend their lives together. Of course the result would be that the sailor would become the king and the king the subject. We chuckled over the idea, and when Crichton appeared I seemed to see the fine plant which had grown from the tiny seed. Barrie and I had one unfortunate venture together, in which I may say that the misfortune was chiefly mine, since I had really nothing to do with the matter and yet shared all the trouble. However, I should have shared the honour and profit in case of success, so that I have no right to grumble. The facts were that Barrie had promised Mr. D'Oyly Carte that he would provide the libretto of a light opera for the Savoy. This was in the Gilbert days, when such a libretto was judged by a very high standard. It was an extraordinary commission for him to accept, and I have never yet been able to understand why he did so, unless, like Alexander, he wanted fresh worlds to conquer. On this occasion, however, he met with a disastrous repulse, and the opera, Jane Annie, to which I alluded in an early chapter, was one of the few failures in his brilliant career. I was brought into the matter because Barrie's health failed on account of some family bereavement. I had an urgent telegram from him at Aldborough, and going there I found him very worried because he had bound himself by this contract, and he felt in his present state unable to go forward with it. There were to be 2 acts, and he had written the first one, and had the rough scenario of the second, with the complete sequence of events, if one may call it a sequence. Would I come in with him and help him to complete it as part author? Of course, I was very happy to serve him in any way. My heart sank, however, when after giving the promise, I examined the work. The only literary gift which Barrie has not got is the sense of poetic rhythm and the instinct for what is permissible in verse. Ideas and wit were in abundance, but the plot itself was not strong, though the dialogue and the situations also were occasionally excellent. I did my best and wrote the lyrics for the second act, and much of the dialogue, but it had to take the predestined shape. The result was not good. However, the actual comradeship of production was very amusing and interesting, and our failure was mainly painful to us because it let down the producer and the cast. We were well abused by the critics, but Barrie took it all in the bravest spirit. I find in looking over my papers a belated statement of account from Barrie, which is good reading. In account with Mr. J. M. Barrie. Y. A. £1 lent at station. Cause of delay. Object moving too fast. Remarks. Doyle says he lent it. B. Y. £12 Jane Annie on tour. Cause of delay. Moving or swaying of Kodak. Remarks. Better late than never. C. Y. £30 6 shillings and 4pence. Heaven knows. Cause of delay. Failure to pull cord. Remarks. Doyle gets 2/5 of a penny beyond his share. Our associations were never so closely renewed, but through all my changing life I have had a respect and affection for Barrie which were, I hope, mutual. How I collaborated with him at cricket as well as at work is told in my chapter on sport. Henry Irving is one of the other great men who I have met at close quarters, for his acting of Gregory Brewster brought us in contact. When he was producing Coriolanus, he came down to Hindhead and used to drop in of an evening. He was fond of a glass of port. Indeed, he was one of the 4 great men who were stated, probably untruly, by the Honourable G. Russell to drink a bottle each night, being the only trait which these great men had in common. The others I remember were Tennyson, Gladstone and Moses Montefiore, and the last I believe was really true. Like all bad habits, it overtook the sinner at last, and he was cut off at the age of 116. Irving had a curious dry wit, which was occasionally sardonic and ill-natured. I can well believe that his rehearsals were often the occasion for heartburnings among the men and tears among the ladies. The unexpectedness of his remarks took one aback. I remember when my friend Hamilton sat up with me into the wee smart hours with the famous man. He became rather didactic on the subject of the deity or the universe, or some other tremendous topic, which he treated very solemnly and at great length. Irving sat with his intense eyes riveted upon the speaker's face, which encouraged Hamilton to go on, and on. When at last he had finished, Irving remarked, "What a low comedian you would have made." He wound up his visit by giving me his copy of Coriolanus, with all his notes and stage directions, a very precious relic. Many visions of old times rise before my eyes as I write, but my book would lose all proportion should I dwell upon them. I see Henley, the formidable cripple, a red-bearded, loud-voiced buccaneer of a man who could only crawl, for his back appeared to be broken. He was a great poet and critic who seemed to belong to the roaring days of Marlowe, of the mighty line and the pothouse fray. I see Haggard, too, first as the young spruce diplomatist, later as the worn and bearded man, with strange vague tendencies to mysticism. Shaw, too, I see, with the pleasant silky voice and the biting phrase. It was strange that all the mild vegetables which formed his diet made him more pugnacious, and, I must add, more uncharitable than the carnivorous man, so that I have known no literary man who was more ruthless to other people's feelings. And yet to meet him was always to like him. He could not resist a bitter jest or the perverted pleasure of taking up an unpopular attitude. As an example, I remember Henry Irving telling me that when Shaw was invited to his father's funeral, he wrote in reply, "If I were at Westminster, Henry Irving would turn in his grave, just as Shakespeare would turn in his grave were Henry Irving at Stratford." I may not have it verbally exact, but that was near enough. It was the kind of outrageous thing that he would say, and yet one can forgive him all when one reads the glorious dialogue of some of his plays. He seemed subhuman in emotion and superhuman in intellect. Shaw was always a thorn in Irving's side, and was usually the one jarring note among the chorus of praise which greeted each fresh production. At a first night at the Lyceum, those wonderful first nights which have never been equalled, the lanky Irishman with his greenish face, his red beard and his sardonic expression must have been like the death's head at the banquet to Irving. Irving ascribed this animosity to Shaw's pique because his plays were not accepted, but in this I am sure that he did an injustice. It was simply that contrary twist in the man which makes him delight in opposing whatever anyone else approved. There is nothing constructive in him, and he is bound to be in perpetual opposition. No one, for example, was stronger for peace and for non-militarism than he, and I remember that when I took the chair at a meeting at Hindhead to back up the Tsar's peace proposals at The Hague, I thought to myself as I spied Shaw in a corner of the room, well, this time at any rate he must be in sympathy. But far from being so, he sprang to his feet and put forward a number of ingenious reasons why these proposals for peace would be disastrous. Do what you could, he was always against you. Perhaps it is no bad thing to have the other point of view continually stated, and the British stand that sort of thing better than other nations. Had Shaw said in America what he said in England about the war whilst it was in progress, he would have been in personal danger. There were times, however, when his queer, contrary impulses became perfectly brutal in their working. One was at the time of the Titanic disaster, when he deliberately wrote a letter at a time when the wounds were raw, overwhelming everyone concerned with bitter criticism. I was moved to write a remonstrance, and we had a sharp debate in public, which did not in any way modify our kindly personal relations. I can recall a smaller but even more unjustifiable example of his sour nature when he was staying at Hindhead. A garden party had been got up for some charity, and it included the woodland scenes of As You Like It, which were done by amateurs, and very well done too. Shaw, with no provocation, wrote a whole column of abuse in the local paper, spattering all the actors and their performance with ridicule, and covering them with confusion, though indeed they had nothing to be ashamed of. One mentions these things as characteristic of one side of the man, and as a proof, I fear, that the adoption by the world of a vegetarian diet will not bring unkind thoughts or actions to an end. But with it all, Shaw is a genial creature to meet, and I am prepared to believe that there is a human kindly side to his nature, though it has not been presented to the public. It took a good man to write St. Joan. Wells too I have known long, and indeed I must have often entered the draper's shop in which he was employed at Southsea, for the proprietor was a patient of mine. Wells is one of the great fruits which popular education has given us, since he came, as he is proud to state, from the heart of the people. His democratic frankness and complete absence of class feeling are occasionally embarrassing. I remember his asking me once if I had played cricket at Liphook. I said that I had. He said, "Did you notice an old fellow who acts as professional and groundkeeper?" I said that I had. "That was my father," said Wells. I was too much surprised to answer, and could only congratulate myself that I had made no unpleasant comments before I knew the identity of the old man. I have always had my doubts as to those elaborate forecasts of the future in which Wells indulges. He has, it is true, made a couple of good shots, which have already materialized in the tanks and in the machine which would deliver news in our own houses. But he has never shown any perception of the true meaning of the psychic, and for want of it his history of the world, elaborate and remarkable as it was, seemed to me to be a body without a soul. However, this also may be given him, and it will make his equipment complete. I remember discussing the matter with him, when George Gissing, Hornung, he and I foregathered in Rome early in this century. But apparently my words had no effect. Willie Hornung, my brother-in-law, is another of my vivid memories. He was a Dr. Johnson, without the learning, but with a finer wit. No one could say a neater thing, and his writings, good as they are, never adequately represented the powers of the man, nor the quickness of his brain. These things depend upon the time and the fashion, and go flat in the telling. But I remember how, when I showed him the record of someone who claimed to have done 100 yards under 10 seconds, he said, "It is a sprinter's error." Golf he could not abide, for he said it was unsportsmanlike to hit a sitting ball. His criticism upon my Sherlock Holmes was, "Though he might be more humble, there is no police like Holmes." I think I may claim that his famous character Raffles was a kind of inversion of Sherlock Holmes, Bunny playing Watson. He admits as much in his kindly dedication. I think there are few finer examples of short story writing in our language than these, though I confess I think they are rather dangerous in their suggestion. I told him so before he put pen to paper, and the result has, I fear, borne me out. You must not make the criminal a hero. Jerome too is an old friend. He is an adventurous soul, and at one time started a 4-in-hand. I remember sitting on the top of it, and when one of the leaders turned right round and took a good look at the driver, I thought it was time to get down. Maxwell also is an old friend. He is, of course, the son of Miss Braddon, who married a publisher of that name. I respect him for doing a man's work in the war when, though he was 50 years of age and had led a sedentary life, he volunteered for a fighting battalion, a credit which he shares with A.E.W. Mason. Maxwell's work has always greatly appealed to me, and I have long looked upon him as the greatest novelist that we possess. I never met Robert Louis Stevenson in the flesh, though I owe so much to him in the literary spirit. Never can I forget the delight with which I read those early stories of his in the Cornhill, before I knew the name of the author. I still think that the pavilion on the links is one of the great short stories of the world, though there were alterations in the final form which were all for the worse, and showed prudery upon the part of the publishers. Stevenson's last year at Edinburgh University must have just about coincided with my first one, and Barry must also have been in that grey old nest of learning, about the year 1876. Strange to think that I probably brushed elbows with both of them in the crowded portal. From his faraway home in Samoa, he seemed to keep a quick eye upon literary matters in England, and I had most encouraging letters from him in 1893 and 1894. "Oh, frolic fellow spookist," was his curious term of personal salutation in one of these, which showed that he shared my interest in psychic research, but did not take it very seriously. I cannot guess how at that time he had detected it, though I was aware that he had himself in early days acted as secretary to a psychic research, or rather to a spiritualist society in Edinburgh, which studied the remarkable mediumship of do-good. His letters to me consisted of kind appreciation of my work. "I have a great talent for compliment," he said, accompanied by a hateful and even a diabolic frankness. He had been retailing some of my Sherlock Holmes yarns to his native servants. I should not have thought that he needed to draw upon anyone else, and he complained to me in a comical letter of the difficulty of telling a story when you had to halt every moment to explain what a railway was, what an engineer was, and so forth. He got the story across in spite of all difficulties, and said if you could have seen the bright feverish eyes of Simite, you would have tasted glory. But he explained that the natives took everything literally, and that there was no such thing as an imaginary story for them. I, who write this, have had the indiscretion to perpetuate a trifling piece of fiction, the bottle imp. Parties who come up to visit my mansion, after having admired the ceiling by Vander Putty and the tapestry by Gobling, manifest towards the end a certain uneasiness which proves them to be fellows of an infinite delicacy. They may be seen to shrug a brown shoulder, to roll up a speaking eye, and at last the secret bursts from them. Where is the bottle? In another letter he said that as I had written of my first book in The Idler, he also would do so. I could not hold back where the white plume of Conan Doyle waved in front of me. So at least I may boast that it is to me that the world owes the little personal sketch about Treasure Island, which appeared in that year. I cannot forget the shock that it was to me when driving down the Strand in a hansom cab in 1896, I saw upon a yellow evening poster, "Death of Stevenson." Something seemed to have passed out of my world. I was asked by his executors to finish the novel St. Ives, which he had left 3/4 completed, but I did not feel equal to the task. It was done, however, and I understand very well done by Quillicooch. It is a desperately difficult thing to carry on another man's story, and must be a more or less mechanical effort. I had one experience of it when my neighbour at Hindhead, Grant Allen, was on his deathbed. He was much worried because there were 2 numbers of his serial, Hilda Wade, which was running in the Strand magazine, still uncompleted. It was a pleasure for me to do them for him, and so relieve his mind, but it was difficult collar work, and I expect they were pretty bad. Some time afterwards a stranger, who evidently confused Allen and me, wrote to say that his wife had given him a baby girl, and that in honour of me he was calling her Hilda Wade. He was really nearer the truth than appeared at first sight. I well remember that deathbed of Grant Allen's. He was an agnostic of a type which came very near atheism, though in his private life an amiable and benevolent man. Believing what he did, the approach of death must have offered rather a bleak prospect, and as he had paroxysms of extreme pain, the poor fellow seemed very miserable. I had often argued the case with him, I from a theistic and he from a negative point of view, but I did not intrude my opinions or disturb his mind at that solemn moment. Deathbed changes, though some clergy may rejoice in them, are really vain things. His brain, however, was as clear as ever, and his mind was occupied with all manner of strange knowledge, which he imparted in the intervals of his pain in the curious high nasal voice which was characteristic. I can see him now, his knees drawn up to ease internal pain, and his long thin nose and reddish-grey goatee protruding over the sheet, while he croaked out, "Byzantine art, my dear Doyle, was of 3 periods, the middle one roughly coinciding with the actual fall of the Roman Empire, the characteristics of the first period," and so on, until he would give a cry, clasp his hands across his stomach, and wait till the pain passed before resuming his lecture. His dear little wife nursed him devotedly and mitigated the gloom of those moments, which can be made the very happiest in life if one understands what lies before one. One thinks, as a contrast, of Dr. Hodgson's impatient cry, "I can hardly wait for death." Grant Allen's strong opinions in print, and a certain pleasure he took in defending outside positions, gave quite a false view of his character, which was gentle and benignant. I remember his coming to a fancy dress ball which we gave in the character of a cardinal, and in that guise all the quiet dignity of the man seemed to come out, and you realized how much our commonplace modern dress disguises the real man. He used to tell with great amusement how a couple, who afterwards became close friends, came first to call, and how as they waited on the doorstep the wife said to the husband, "Remember, John, if he openly blasphemes, I leave the room." He had, I remember, very human relations with the maids, who took a keen interest in their employer's scientific experiments. On one occasion these were connected with spiders, and the maid rushed into the drawing-room and cried, "Oh, sir, Araminta has got a wasp." Araminta was the name given to the big spider which he was observing at the time. Grant Allen had no actual call to write fiction, but his brain was agile enough to make some sort of job of anything to which it turned. On the other hand, as a popular scientist, he stood alone, or shared the honour with Samuel Lang. His only real success in fiction was the excellent short story John Creedy, where he combined science with fiction, with remarkable results. At the time when I and so many others turned to letters, there was certainly a wonderful vacancy for the newcomer. The giants of old had all departed. Thackeray, Dickens, Charles Reade, and Trollope were memories. There was no great figure remaining, save Hardy. The rising novelist was Mrs. Humphrey Ward, who was just beginning her career with Robert Elsmere, the first of that series of novels which will illuminate the later Victorian era more clearly than any historian ever can do. I think it was Hodgkin who said, when he read Count Robert of Paris, "Here have I been studying Byzantium all my life, and I never understood it until this blessed Scotch lawyer came along." That is the special prerogative of imagination. Trollope and Mrs. Ward have the whole Victorian civilization dissected and preserved. Then there were Meredith, unintelligible to most, and Walter Besant. There was Wilkie Collins too, with his fine stories of mystery, and finally there was James Payn. Payn was much greater than his books. The latter were usually rather mechanical, but to get at the real man one has to read such articles as his Literary Reminiscences, and especially his Backwater of Life. He had all that humorous view which nature seems to give as a compensation to those whose strength is weak. Had Payn written only essays, he would have rivalled Charles Lamb. I knew him best in his latter days, when he was crippled with illness, and his poor fingers so twisted with rheumatic arthritis that they seemed hardly human. He was intensely pessimistic as to his own fate. "Don't make any mistake, Doyle. Death is a horrible thing. Horrible. I suffer the agonies of the damned." But 5 minutes later he would have his audience roaring with laughter, and his own high treble laugh would be the loudest of all. His own ailments were frequently a source of mirth. I remember how he described the breaking of a blood vessel in Bournemouth, and how they carried him home on a litter. He was dimly conscious of the fir woods through which he passed. "I thought it was my funeral, and that they had done me well in the matter of plumes. When he told the story, he was so carried away by his sense of humour that he could hardly get the end out, and he finished up in a kind of scream. An American had called upon him at some late hour, and had discoursed upon Assyrian tablets. "I thought there was something to eat," he screamed. He was an excellent whist player, and the Baldwin Club used to send 3 members to his house on certain days, so that the old fellow should not go without his game. This game was very scientific. He would tell with delight how he asked some novice, "Do you play the penultimate?" To which the novice answered, "No, but my brother plays the American organ." Many of my generation of authors had reason to love him, for he was a human and kindly critic. His writing, however, was really dreadful. It was of him that the story was told that an author handed one of his letters to a chemist for a test. The chemist retired for a time, and then returned with a bottle and demanded £0.50. Better luck attended the man who received an illegible letter from a railway director. He used it as a free pass upon the line. Paine used to joke about his own writing, but it was a very real trouble when one could not make out whether he had accepted or rejected one's story. There was one letter in which I could only read the words "infringement of copyright." He was very funny when he described the work of the robust younger school. "I have received a story from blank," he said. 5,000 words, mostly damns. I knew Sir Henry Thompson, the famous surgeon, very well, and was frequently honoured by an invitation to his famous octave dinners, at which 8 carefully chosen male guests were always the company. They always seemed to me to be the most wonderful exhibitions of unselfishness. For Thompson was not allowed any alcohol, or anything save the most simple viands. Possibly, however, like Meredith and the bottle of Burgundy, he enjoyed some reflex pleasure from the enjoyment of others. He had been a wonderful viveur and judge of what was what, and I fear that I disappointed him, for I was much more interested in the conversation than the food, and it used to annoy me when some argument was interrupted in order to tell us that it was not ordinary ham, but a Westphalian wild boar that we were eating, and that it had been boiled in wine for precisely the right time prescribed by the best authorities. But it was part of his wonderful unselfish hospitality to make his guests realize exactly what it was that was set before them. I have never heard more interesting talk than at these male gatherings, for it is notorious that though ladies greatly improve the appearance of a feast, they usually detract from the quality of the talk. Few men are ever absolutely natural when there are women in the room. There was one special dinner, I fancy it was the 100th of the series, which was particularly interesting, as the Prince of Wales, now George V, was one of the 8, and gave us a most interesting account of the voyage round the world, from which he had just returned. Of the rest of the company, I can only recall Sir Henry Stanley, the traveller, and Sir Crichton Browne. 20 years later I met the King when he visited a trade exhibition, and I attended as one of the directors of Tuck's famous postcard firm. He at once said, "Why, I have not seen you since that pleasant dinner when you sat next to me at Sir Henry Thompson's." It seemed to me to be a remarkable example of the royal gift of memory. I have not often occupied a chair among the seats of the mighty. My life has been too busy and too preoccupied to allow me to stray far from my beaten path. The mention of the Prince, however, reminds me of the one occasion when I was privileged to entertain or to attempt to entertain the present Queen. It was at a small dinner to which I was invited by the courtesy of Lord Middleton, whose charming wife, once Madeleine Stanley, daughter of Lady Helier, I could remember since her girlhood. Upon this occasion the Prince and Princess came in after dinner, the latter sitting alone at one end of the room with a second chair beside her own, which was occupied successively by the various gentlemen who were to be introduced to her. I was led up in due course, made my bow, and sat down at her request. I confess that I found it heavy going at first, for I had heard somewhere that royalty has to make the first remark, and had it been the other way, there was such a gulf between us that I should not have known where to begin. However, she was very pleasant and gracious, and began asking me some questions about my works, which brought me on to very easy ground. Indeed, I became so interested in our talk that I was quite disappointed when Mr. John Morley was led up, and I realised that it was time for me to vacate the chair. There was another amusing incident on that eventful evening. I had been asked to take in Lady Curzon, whose husband, then Viceroy of India, had been unable to attend. The first couple had passed in, and there was a moment's hesitation as to who should go next. But Lady Curzon and I were nearest the door, so possibly with some little encouragement from the lady, we filed through. I thought nothing of the incident, but some great authority upon these matters came to me afterwards in great excitement. "Do you know," he said, "that you have established a precedent and solved one of the most difficult and debatable matters of etiquette that has ever caused ill feeling in British society? The Lord Chancellor and the College of Heralds should be much obliged to you, for you have given them a definite lead. There has never been so vexed a question as to whether a vice-reine, when she is away from the country where she represents royalty, shall take precedence over a duchess. There was a duchess in the room, but you, by your decided action, have settled the matter forever. So who shall say that I have done nothing in my life?" Lights of the law whom I have met from time to time, I think that Sir Henry Hawkins, then become Lord Bampton, made the most definite impression. I met him at a weekend gathering at Cliveden, when Mr. Astor was our host. On the first night at dinner, before the party had shaken down into mutual acquaintance, the ex-judge, very old and as bald as an ostrich egg, was seated opposite, and was wreathed with smiles as he made himself agreeable to his neighbour. His appearance was so jovial that I remarked to the lady upon my left, "It is curious to notice the appearance of our vis-à-vis and to contrast it with his reputation," alluding to his sinister record as an inexorable judge. She seemed rather puzzled by my remark, so I added, "Of course you know who he is?" "Yes," said she. "His name is Conan Doyle, and he writes novels." I was hardly middle-aged at the time, and at my best physically, so that I was amused at her mistake, which arose from some confusion in the list of guests. I put my dinner card up against her wine-glass, so after that we got to know each other. Hawkins was a most extraordinary man, and so capricious that one never knew whether one was dealing with Jekyll or with Hyde. It was certainly Hyde when he took 11 hours summing up in the Penge case, and did all a man could do to have all 4 of the prisoners condemned to death. Sir Edward Clarke was so incensed at his behaviour on this occasion that he gave notice, when Hawkins retired from the bench, that if there were the usual complimentary ceremonies he would protest, so they were dropped. I might, on the other hand, illustrate the Jekyll side of him by a story which he told me with his own lips. A prisoner had a pet mouse. One day the brute of a warder deliberately trod upon it. The prisoner caught up his dinner knife and dashed at the warder, who only just escaped, the knife stabbing the door as it closed behind him. Hawkins, as judge, wanted to get the man off, but the attempt at murder was obvious, and the law equally clear. What was he to do? In his charge to the jury he said, "If a man tries to kill another in a way which is on the face of it absurd, it becomes a foolish rather than a criminal act. If, for example, a man in London discharged a pistol to hurt a man in Edinburgh, we could only laugh at such an offence. So also when a man stabs an iron-plated door while another man is at the other side of it, we cannot take it seriously." The jury, who were probably only too glad to follow such a lead, brought in a verdict of not guilty. Another distinguished man of the law who left a very clear impression upon my mind was Sir Francis Jeune, afterwards Lord St. Helier. I attended several of Lady Jeune's famous luncheon parties, which were quite one of the outstanding institutions of London, like Gladstone's breakfasts in the last quarter of the 19th century. I am indebted to this lady for very many kind actions. Her husband always impressed me with his gentle wisdom and with his cultivated taste. He told me that if every copy of Horace were destroyed, he thought that he could reconstruct most of it from memory. He presided over the divorce courts, and I remember upon one occasion I said to him, "You must have a very low opinion of human nature, Sir Francis, since the worst side of it is forever presented towards you." "On the contrary," said he very earnestly, "my experience in the divorce courts has greatly raised my opinion of humanity. There is so much chivalrous self-sacrifice and so much disposition upon the part of everyone to make the best of a bad business that it is extremely edifying. This view seemed to me to be worth recording." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Memories and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by a Fine Voice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 24. Some Recollections of Sport. Racing, shooting, a fish story, boxing, past and present, Carpentier and France, the Reno fight, football, golf with the Sirdar, billiards, cricket, W.G. Grace, queer experiences, tragic matches, humiliation, success in Holland, Barry's team, a precedent, motor accidents, Prince Henry tour, aviation, the balloon and the aeroplane, ski, over a precipice, rifle shooting. It is here, before we approach what Maxwell has called the Great Interruption, that I may perhaps break my narrative in order to interpolate a chapter upon the general subject of my experiences of sport, which have taken up an unappreciable part of my life, added greatly to its pleasure, and which can be better treated as a whole than recounted seriatim. It may best be fitted in at this spot, as my sporting life, one way and another, may be said to have reached its modest zenith about that time. As one grows old, one looks back at one's career in sport as a thing completed. Yet I have at least held on to it as long as I could, for I played a hard match of association football at 44, and I played cricket for 10 years more. I have never specialised, and have therefore been a second-rater in all things. I have made up for it by being an all-rounder, and have had, I dare say, as much fun out of sport as many an adept. It would be odd if a man could try as many games as I for so many years without having some interesting experiences, or forming a few opinions which would bear recording and discussion. And first of all, let me damn the sins I have no mind to, by recording what most of my friends will regard as limitation. I never could look upon flat racing as a true sport. Sport is what a man does, not what a horse does. Skill and judgment are shown, no doubt, by the professional jockeys, but I think it may be argued that in 9 cases out of 10, the best horse wins, and would have equally won, could his head be kept straight, had there been a dummy on his back. But making every allowance on the one side for what human qualities may be called forth, and for any improvement of the breed of horses, though I am told that the same pains in other directions would produce infinitely more fruitful and generally useful results, and putting on the other side the demoralization from betting, the rascality among some bookmakers, and the collection of undesirable characters brought together by a race meeting, I cannot avoid the conclusion that the harm greatly outweighs the good from a broadly national point of view. Yet I recognise, of course, that it is an amusement which lies so deeply in human nature, the oldest perhaps of all amusements which have come down to us, that it must have its place in our system until the time may come when it will be gradually modified, developing perhaps some purifying change, as prize-fighting did when it turned to contests with the gloves. I have purposely said flat racing because I think a stronger case, though not perhaps an entirely sound one, could be made out for steeplechasing. Eliminate the mob and the money, and then, surely among feats of human skill and hardihood, there are not many to match that of the winner of a really stiff point-to-point, while the man who rides at the huge barriers of the Grand National has a heart for anything. As in the old days of the ring, it is not the men nor the sport, but it is the followers who cast a shadow on the business. Go down to Waterloo and meet any returning race train if you doubt it. If I have alienated half my readers by my critical attitude to the turf, I shall probably offend the other half by stating that I cannot persuade myself that we are justified in taking life as a pleasure. To shoot for the pot must be right, since man must feed, and to kill creatures which live upon others, the hunting of foxes, for example, must also be right, since to slay one is to save many, but the rearing of birds in order to kill them, and the shooting of such sensitive and inoffensive animals as hares and deer, cannot, I think, be justified. I must admit that I shot a good deal before I came to this conclusion. Perhaps the fact, while it prevents my assuming any airs of virtue, will give my opinion greater weight, since good shooting is still within my reach, and I know nothing more exhilarating than to wait on the borders of an autumn-tinted wood, to hear the crackling advance of beaters, to mark the sudden whir and the yell of "mark over," and then, over the topmost branches, to see a noble cock pheasant whizzing downwind at a pace which pitches him 100 yards behind you when you have dropped him. But when your moment of exultation is over, and you note what a beautiful creature he is, and how one instant of your pleasure has wrecked him, you feel that you had better think no longer if you mean to slip 2 more cartridges into your gun and stand by for another. Worse still is it when you hear the childlike wail of the wounded hare. I should think that there are few sportsmen who have not felt a disgust at their own handiwork when they have heard it. So too when you see the pheasant fly on with his legs showing beneath him, a sign that he is hard hit. He drops into the thick woods and is lost to sight. Perhaps it is as well for your peace of mind that he should be lost to thought also. Of course, one is met always by the perfectly valid argument that the creature would not live at all if it were not for the purposes of sport, and that it is presumably better from their point of view that they should eventually meet a violent death than that they should never have existed. No doubt this is true, but there is another side of the question as to the effect of the sport upon ourselves, whether it does not blunt our own better feelings, harden our sympathies, brutalise our natures. A coward can do it as well as a brave man. A weakling can do it as well as a strong man. There is no ultimate good from it. Have we a moral right, then, to kill creatures for amusement? I know many of the best and most kind-hearted men who do it, but still I feel that in a more advanced age it will no longer be possible. And yet I am aware of my own inconsistency when I say I am in sympathy with fishing, and would gladly have a little if I knew where to get it. And yet is it wholly inconsistent? Is a cold-blooded creature of low organisation like a fish to be regarded in the same way as the hare, which cries out in front of the beagles, or the deer, which may carry the rifle bullet away in its side? If there is any cruelty, it is surely of a much less degree. Besides, is it not the sweet solitude of nature, the romantic quest, rather than the actual capture, which appeals to the fisherman? One thinks of the stories of trout and salmon which have taken another fly within a few minutes of having broken away from a former one, and one feels that their sense of pain must be very different from our own. I once had the best of an exchange of fishing stories, which does not sound like a testimonial to my veracity. It was in a Birmingham inn, and a commercial traveller was boasting of his success. I ventured to back the weight of the last 3 fish which I had been concerned in catching against any day's take of his lifetime. He closed with the bet and quoted some large haul, £100 or more. "Now, sir," he asked triumphantly, "what was the weight of your 3 fish?" "Just over 200 tons, I answered. "Whales?" "Yes, 3 Greenland whales." "I give you best," he cried, "but whether as a fisherman or as a teller of fish stories, I am not sure. As a matter of fact, I had only returned that year from the Arctic seas, and the 3 fish in question were in truth the last which I had helped to catch. My experiences during my Arctic voyage, both with whales and bears, I have already touched upon, so I will not refer to them again, though it was the greatest period of sport which has ever come my way. I have always been keen upon the noble old English sport of boxing, and though of no particular class myself, I suppose I might describe my form as that of a fair average amateur. I should have been a better man had I taught less and learned more, but after my first tuition I had few chances of professional teaching. However, I have done a good deal of mixed boxing among many different types of men, and had as much pleasure from it as from any form of sport. It stood me in good stead aboard the whaler. On the very first evening I had a strenuous bout with the steward, who was an excellent sportsman. I heard him afterwards, through the partition of the cabin, declare that I was "the best surgeon we've had, Colin. He's black my eye." It struck me as a singular test of my medical ability, but I dare say it did no harm. I remember when I was a medical practitioner going down to examine a man's life for insurance in a little Sussex village. He was the gentleman farmer of the place, and a most sporting and jovial soul. It was a Saturday, and I enjoyed his hospitality that evening, staying over till Monday. After breakfast it chanced that several neighbours dropped in, one of whom, an athletic young farmer, was fond of the gloves. Conversation soon brought out the fact that I had a weakness in the same direction. The result was obvious. 2 pairs of gloves were hunted from some cupboard, and in a few minutes we were hard at it, playing light at first and letting out as we warmed. It was soon clear that there was no room inside a house for 2 heavyweights, so we adjourned to the front lawn. The main road ran across the end of it, with a low wall of just the right height to allow the village to rest its elbows on it and enjoy the spectacle. We fought several very brisk rounds, with no particular advantage either way, but the contest always stands out in my memory for its queer surroundings and the old English picture in which it was set. It is one of several curious by-battles in my career. I recollect another, where another man and I, returning from a ball at 5 of a summer morning, went into his room and fought in our dress clothes several very vigorous rounds as a wind-up to the evening's exercise. They say that every form of knowledge comes useful sooner or later. Certainly my own experience in boxing and my very large acquaintance with the history of the prize ring found their scope when I wrote Rodney Stone. No one but a fighting man would ever, I think, quite understand or appreciate some of the detail. A friend of mine read the scene where Boy Jim fights Burks to a prize fighter as he lay in what proved to be his last illness. The man listened with growing animation until the reader came to the point where the second advises Boy Jim, in technical jargon, how to get at his awkward antagonist. "That's it, by God, he's got him," shouted the man in the bed. It was an incident which gave me pleasure when I heard it. I have never concealed my opinion that the old prize ring was an excellent thing from a national point of view, exactly as glove fighting is now. Better that our sports should be a little too rough than that we should run a risk of effeminacy. But the ring outlasted its time. It was ruined by the villainous mobs who cared nothing for the chivalry of sport or the traditions of British fair play as compared with the money gain which the contest might bring. Their blackguardism drove out the good men, the men who really did uphold the ancient standards, and so the whole institution passed into rottenness and decay. But now the glove contests carried on under the discipline of the national sporting or other clubs perpetuate the noble old sport without a possibility of the more evil elements creeping into it once more. An exhibition of hardihood without brutality, of good-humoured courage without savagery, of skill without trickery, is, I think, the very highest which sport can give. People may smile at the mittens, but a 20-round contest with 4-ounce gloves is quite as punishing an ordeal as one could wish to endure. There is as little room for a coward as in the rougher days of old, and the standard of endurance is probably as high as in the average prize fight. One wonders how our champions of today would have fared at the hands of the heroes of the past. I know something of this end of the question, for I have seen nearly all the great boxers of my time, from J.L. Sullivan down to Tommy Burns, Carpentier, Bombardier Wells, Beckett and that little miracle Jimmy Wilde. But how about the other end, the men of old? Wonderful Jem Mace was the only link between them. On the one hand he was supreme in the 60s as a knuckle fighter. On the other he gave the great impetus to glove fighting in America, and more especially in Australia, which has brought over such champions as Frank Slavin and Fitzsimmons, who, through Mace's teaching, derived straight from the classic line of British boxers. He of all men might have drawn a just comparison between the old and the new. But even his skill and experience might be at fault, for it is notorious that many of the greatest fighters under the old regime were poor hands with the mittens. Men could bang poor Tom Sayers all around the ring with the gloves, who would not have dared to get over the ropes had he been without them. I have seen Mace box, and even when over 60 it is wonderful how straight was his left, how quick his feet, and how impregnable his guard. After the Great War one can see that those of us who worked for the revival of boxing wrought better than we knew, for at the supreme test of all time, the test which has settled the history of the future, it has played a marked part. I do not mean that a man used his fists in the war, but I mean, and every experienced instructor will, I am sure, endorse it, that the combative spirit and aggressive quickness gave us the attacking fire and helped especially in bayonet work. But it was to our allies of France that the chief advantage came. I believe that Carpentier, the boxer, did more to win the war for France than any other man save the actual generals or politicians. The public proof that a Frenchman could be at the very head of his class, as Ladoux was also at a lighter weight, gives a physical self-respect to a nation which tinges the spirit of every single member of it. It was a great day for France when English sports, boxing, rugby football and others came across to them, and when a young man's ideal ceased to be amatory adventure with an occasional duel. England has taught Europe much, but nothing of more value than this. To return to my own small experiences of the game, I might have had one very notable one, for I was asked to referee the great contest when the champions of the white and black races fought for what may prove to be almost the last time. My first intimation was a cable, followed by the following letter. New York, December the 9th, 1909. My dear Sir, I hope you will pardon the liberty I took as a stranger in cabling to you, asking if you would act as the championship battle between Jeffreys and Johnson. The fact is that when the articles were signed recently, your name was suggested for referee, and Tex Rickard, promoter of the fight, was greatly interested, as were many others. I believe it will interest you to know that the opinion was unanimous that you would do admirably in the position. In a voting contest, several persons sent in your name as their choice. Believe me, among sporting men of the best class in America, you have many strong admirers. Your splendid stories of the ring and your avowed admiration for the great sport of boxing have made you thousands of friends. It was because of this extremely friendly feeling for you in America that I took the liberty of cabling to you. I thank you for your reply. It would indeed rejoice the hearts of the men in this country if you were at the ringside when the great Negro fighter meets the white man Jeffreys for the World's Championship. I am, my dear sir, yours sincerely, Irving Jefferson Lewis, Managing Director, New York Morning Telegraph. I was much inclined to accept this honourable invitation, though my friends pictured me as winding up with a revolver at one ear and a razor at the other. However, the distances and my engagements presented a final bar. If boxing is the finest single-man sport, I think that rugby football is the best collective one. Strength, courage, speed and resource are great qualities to include in a single game. I have always wished that it had come more my way in life, but my football was ruined, as many a man's is, by the fact that at my old school they played a hybrid game peculiar to the place, with excellent points of its own, but unfitting the youngster for any other. All these local freak games, wall games, Winchester games and so on are national misfortunes. For while our youths are wasting their energies upon them, those precious early energies which make the instinctive players, the young South African or New Zealander is brought up on the real universal rugby, and so comes over to pluck a few more laurel leaves out of our depleted wreath. In Australia I have seen in Victoria a hybrid, though excellent game of their own, but they have had the sense in other parts to fall into line, and are already taking the same high position which they hold in other branches of sport. I hope that our headmasters will follow the same course. In spite of my wretched training, I played for a short time as a forward in the Edinburgh University team, but my want of knowledge of the game was too heavy a handicap. Afterwards I took to association and played first goal and then back for Portsmouth, when that famous club was an amateur organisation. Even then we could put a very fair team in the field, and were runners-up for the County Cup the last season that I played. In the same season I was invited to play for the county. I was always too slow, however, to be a really good back, though I was a long and safe kick. After a long hiatus I took up football again in South Africa and organised a series of inter-hospital matches in Bloemfontein, which helped to take our minds away from enteric. My old love treated me very scurvily, however, for I received a foul from a man's knee which buckled 2 of my ribs and brought my games to a close. I have played occasionally since, but there is no doubt that as a man grows older, a brisk charge shakes him up as it never did before. Let him turn to golf and be thankful that there is still one splendid game which can never desert him. There may be objections to the Royal and Ancient, but a game which takes 4 miles of country for the playing must always have a majesty of its own. Personally, I was an enthusiastic but a very inefficient golfer, a 10 at my best, and at my worst outside the pale of all decent handicaps. But surely it is a great testimony to the qualities of a game when a man can be both enthusiastic and inefficient. It is a proof at least that a man plays for the game's sake, and not for personal kudos. Golf is the coquette of games. It always lures one on, and always evades one. 10 years ago I thought I had nearly got it. I hope so today, but my scoring cards will show, I fear, that the coquette has not yet been caught. The elderly lover cannot hope to win her smile. I used in my early golfing days to practice on the very rudimentary links in front of the Mena Hotel, just under the pyramids. It was a weird course where, if you sliced your ball, you might find it bunkered in the graves of some Rameses or Thothmes of old. It was here, I believe, that the more cynical stranger, after watching my energetic but ineffectual game, remarked that he had always understood that there was a special tax for excavating in Egypt. I have a pleasant recollection of Egyptian golf in a match played with the late Sirdar, then head of the intelligence department. When my ball was teed, I observed that his Negro caddy pointed 2 fingers at it and spat, which meant, as I was given to understand, that he cursed it for the rest of the game. Certainly I got into every hazard in the course, though I must admit that I have accomplished that when there was no Central African curse upon me. Those were the days before the reconquest of the Sudan, and I was told by Colonel Wingate, as he then was, that his spies coming down from Omdurman not infrequently delivered their messages to him while carrying his golf clubs, to avoid the attention of the Khalifa's spies who abounded in Cairo. On this occasion the Sirdar beat me well, but with a Christian caddy I turned the tables on him at Dunbar, and now we have signed articles to play off the rubber at Khartoum, no cursing allowed. When that first match was played, we should as soon have thought of arranging to play golf in the moon. Every now and then I give up the game in disgust at my own incompetence, but only to be lured on once more. Hunting in an old desk, I came upon an obituary which I had written for my game at some moment of special depression. It ran, "Sacred to the memory of my golf." It was never strong, being permanently afflicted with a deformed stance and an undeveloped swing. After long weakness, cheerfully borne, it finally succumbed, and was buried in the 18th hole, regretted by numerous caddies. However, it is out and about once more, none the worse for this premature interment. There is said to be a considerable analogy between golf and billiards, so much so that success in the one generally leads to success in the other. Personally, I have not found it so, for though I may claim, I suppose, to be above the average amateur at billiards, I am probably below him in golf. I have never quite attained the 3-figure break, but I have so often topped the 80 and even the 90 that I have lived in constant hope. My friend, the late General Drayson, who was a great authority on the game, used to recommend that every player should ascertain what he called his decimal, by which he meant how many innings it took him, whether scoring or not, to make 100. The number, of course, varies with the luck of the balls and the mood of the player, but taken over a dozen or 20 games, it gives a fair average idea of the player's form, and a man by himself can in this way test his own powers. If, for example, a player could, on an average, score 100 in 20 innings, then his average would be 5, which is very fair amateur form. If a man finds his decimal rise as high as 10 over a sequence of games, he may be sure that he can hold his own against most players that he is likely to meet. I dare say my own decimal, when I was in practice, would be from 6 to 8. I was never good enough for the big matches, and though I once went in for the amateur championship, it was not out of any illusions about my game, but because I was specially asked to do so, as it was advisable to strengthen the undoubted amateur element in the contest. By the luck of a bye, and by beating a player who was about my own form, I got into the 3rd round, when I ran across Mr. Evans, who eventually reached the final with my scalp as well as several others, at his girdle. I made 650 against his 1,000, which, as I was not helped by a bad fall from a motorbike a few days before, was as much as I could expect. 42 off the red was my best effort. Surely billiards is the king of all indoor games, and should have some writer who would do for it in prose what John Nyren did for cricket. I have never seen any worthy appreciation of its infinite varieties, from the forcing losing hazard which goes roaring into a top pocket with a clash upon the rail, to the feather stroke so delicate that it is only the quiver of reflected light upon the object ball which shows that it has indeed been struck. Greatest of all is the ball heavily loaded with side, which drifts down the long cushion and then is sucked against every apparent law into the pocket as though it were the centre of a whirlpool. Mr. E.V. Lucas is one who could do it with discernment. I have one funny recollection of billiards when I wandered into some small hotel in a south coast watering place, and for want of something to do, played the marker. He was a pompous person in a frock coat, with a very good opinion of his own game, which was really ruined by a habit he had of jerking. I won the match, which was not difficult to do, and then I thought it a kindness to point out to the man how he could improve his game. He took this badly, however, and hinted that he allowed gentlemen who played him to get the better of him. This in turn annoyed me, so I said, "Look here, I will come in after dinner and you can show all you can do, and you shall have a sovereign if you win." After dinner his game was worse than ever, while I had amazing luck and made the 100 in about 3 shots. As I put on my coat and was leaving the room, the queer little fellow sidled up to me and said, "I beg pardon, sir, but is your name Roberts?" My earliest recollection of cricket is not a particularly pleasant one. When I was a very small boy at a preparatory school, I was one of a group of admirers who stood around watching a young cricketer who had just made his name hitting big hits off the school bowlers. One of the big hits landed on my kneecap, and the cricketer in his own famous arms carried me off to the school infirmary. The name, Tom Emmett, lingers in my memory, though it was some years before I appreciated exactly what he stood for in the game. I think, like most boys, I would rather have been knocked down by a first-class cricketer than picked up by a second-rater. That was the beginning of my acquaintance with a game which has on the whole given me more pleasure during my life than any other branch of sport. I have ended by being its victim. for a fast bowler some years ago happened to hit me twice in the same place under my left knee, which has left a permanent weakness. I have had as long an inning as one could reasonably expect, and carry many pleasant friendships and recollections away with me. I was a keen cricketer as a boy, but in my student days was too occupied to touch it. Then I took it up again, but my progress was interrupted by work and travel. I had some cause, therefore, to hold on to the game, as I had lost so much of it in my youth. Finally, I fulfilled a secret ambition by getting into the fringe of first-class cricket, though rather perhaps through the good nature of others than my own merits. However, I can truly say that in the last season, when I played some first-class cricket, including matches against Kent, Derbyshire and the London County, I had an average of 32 for those games, so I may claim to have earned my place. I was more useful, however, in an amateur team, for I was a fairly steady and reliable bowler, and I could generally earn my place in that department, while with the MCC the professional talent is usually so strong that the amateur who fails in batting, and is not a particularly good field, has no chance of atoning with the ball. Yet even with the MCC I have occasionally had a gleam of success. Such a one came some years ago when the team presented me with a little silver hat for getting 3 consecutive clean bowled wickets against the gentlemen of Warwick. One of my victims explained his downfall by assuring me that he had it thoroughly in his head that I was a left-handed bowler, and when the ball came from my right hand, he was too bewildered to stop it. The reason is not so good as that of an artist who, when I had bowled him out, exclaimed, "Who can play against a man who bowls in a crude pink shirt against an olive-green background?" A bowler has many days when everything is against him, when a hard, smooth wicket takes all the spin and devil out of him, when he goes all round and over the wicket, when lofted balls refuse to come to hand, or if they do come, refuse to stay. But, on the other hand, he has his recompense, with many a stroke of good fortune. It was in such a moment that I had the good luck to get the wicket of W.G. Grace, the greatest of all cricketers. W.G. had his speedy revenge. There was nothing more childlike and bland than that slow tossed-up bowling of his, and nothing more subtle and treacherous. He was always on the wicket or about it, never sent down a really loose ball, worked continually a few inches from the leg, and had a perfect command of length. It was the latter quality which was my downfall. I had made some 30 or 40 and began to relax in the deep respect with which I faced the doctor's deliveries. I had driven him for 4 and jumped out at him again the next ball. Seeing my intention, as a good bowler does, he dropped his ball a foot or 2 shorter. I reached it with difficulty, but again I scored 4. By this time I was very pleased with myself, and could see no reason why every one of these delightful slows should not mean a 4 to me. Out I danced to reach the next one on the half-volley. It was tossed a little higher up in the air, which gave the delusion that it was coming right up to the bat, but as a matter of fact it pitched well short of my reach, broke sharply across, and Lily, the wicket-keeper, had my bails off in a twinkling. One feels rather cheap when one walks from the middle of the pitch to the pavilion, longing to kick oneself for one's own foolishness all the way. I have only once felt smaller, and that was when I was bowled by A.P. Lucas, by the most singular ball that I have ever received. He propelled it like a quoit into the air to a height of at least 30 feet, and it fell straight and true onto the top of the bails. I have often wondered what a good batsman would have made of that ball. To play it one would have needed to turn the blade of the bat straight up, and could hardly fail to give a chance. I tried to cut it off my stumps, with the result that I knocked down my wicket and broke my bat, while the ball fell in the midst of this general chaos. I spent the rest of the day wondering gloomily what I ought to have done, and I am wondering yet. I have had 2 unusual experiences upon Lord's ground. One was that I got a century in the very first match that I played there. It was an unimportant game, it is true, but still the surprising fact remained. It was a heavy day, and my bat, still encrusted with the classic mud, hangs as a treasured relic in my hall. The other was less pleasant and even more surprising. I was playing for the club against Kent, and faced for the first time Bradley, who was that year one of the fastest bowlers in England. His first delivery I hardly saw, and it landed with a terrific thud upon my thigh. A little occasional pain is one of the chances of cricket, and one takes it as cheerfully as one can, but on this occasion it suddenly became sharp to an unbearable degree. I clapped my hand to the spot and found to my amazement that I was on fire. The ball had landed straight on a small tin Vesta box in my trousers pocket, had splintered the box and set the matches ablaze. It did not take me long to turn out my pocket and scatter the burning vestas over the grass. I should have thought this incident unique, but Alec Hearn, to whom I told it, assured me that he had seen more than one accident of the kind. WG was greatly amused. "Couldn't get you out. Had to set you on fire," he cried in the high voice, which seemed so queer from so big a body. There are certain matches which stand out in one's memory for their peculiar surroundings. One was a match played against Cape de Verde at that island, on the way to South Africa. There is an Atlantic telegraph station there, with a large staff, and they turn out an excellent 11. I understand that they played each transport as it passed, and that they had defeated all, including the guards. We made up a very fair team, however, under the captaincy of Lord Henry Scott, and after a hard fight we defeated the islanders. I don't know how many of our 11 left their bones in South Africa, 3 at least: Blasson, Douglas Forbes, who made our top score, and young Maxwell Craig never returned. I remember one even more tragic match in which I played for the Incogniti against Aldershot Division a few months before the African War. The regiments quartered there were those which afterwards saw the hardest service. Major Ray, who made the top score, was killed at Magersfontein. Young Stanley, who went in first with me, met his death in the Yeomanry. Taking the two teams right through, I am sure that half the men were killed or wounded within 2 years. How little we could have foreseen it that sunny summer day. It is dangerous when an old cricketer begins to reminisce, because so much comes back to his mind. He has but to smell the hot rubber of a bat handle to be flooded with memories. They are not always glorious. I remember 3 ladies coming to see me play against one of the Bedford schools. The boys politely applauded as I approached the wicket. A very small boy lobbed up the first ball which I played at. It went up into the air and was caught at point by the very smallest boy I have ever seen in decent cricket. It seemed to me about a mile as I walked back from the wicket to the pavilion. I don't think those 3 ladies ever recovered their confidence in my cricketing powers. As a set-off to this confession of failure, let me add a small instance of success, whereby, taking thought, I saved a minor international match. It was at The Hague in 1892, and the game was a wandering British team against Holland. The Dutch were an excellent sporting lot, and had one remarkable bowler in post-humour, a left-hander, who had so huge a break with his slow ball that it was not uncommon for him to pitch the ball right outside the matting on which we played, and yet bring it on to the wicket. We won our various local matches without much difficulty, but we were aware that we should have a stiff fight with United Holland, the more so as Dutch hospitality was almost as dangerous to our play as Dutch cricket. So it proved, and we were in the position that with 4 wickets in hand they had only 15 runs to make with 2 batsmen well set. I had not bowled during the tour, for as we were a scratch team, mostly from the schoolmaster class, we did not know each other's capacity. Seeing, however, that things were getting desperate, I went the length of asking our skipper to give me a chance. I had observed that the batsmen had been very well taught by their English professional, and that they all played in most orthodox fashion with a perfectly straight bat. That was why I thought I might get them out. I brought every fielder round to the off, for I felt that they would not think it correct to pull, and I tossed up good length balls about a foot on the offside. It came off exactly as I expected. The pro had not told them what to do with that particular sort of tosh, and the 4 men were all caught for as many runs by mid-off or cover. The team, in their exultation, proceeded to carry me into the pavilion, but whether it was my 16 stone or the heat of the weather, They tired of the job midway and let me down with a crash which shook the breath out of me. So Holland was avenged. I played against them again when they came to England and made 67, but got no wickets, for they had mastered the offside theory. Some of my quaintest cricket reminiscences are in connection with J.M. Barrie's team. The Allah Akbaris, or Lord Helpers, as we were called. We played in the old style, caring little about the game and a good deal about a jolly time and pleasant scenery. Broadway, the country home of Mr. Navarro and his wife, formerly Mary Anderson, the famous actress, was one of our favourite haunts, and for several years in succession we played the artists there. Bernard Partridge, Barrie, A.E.W. Mason, Abbey the academician, Blomfield the architect, Marriott Watson, Charles Whibley, and others of note took part, and there were many whimsical happenings, which were good fun if they were not good cricket. I thought all record of our games had faded from human ken, but lately a controversy was raised over Mr. Armstrong, the Australian captain, bowling the same man from opposite ends on consecutive overs. This led to the following paragraph in a Birmingham paper, which I may say entirely exaggerates my powers, but is otherwise correct. Barrie and Armstrong. I am not surprised that in the matter of Mr. Armstrong's conduct in bowling 2 consecutive overs from different ends, no reference has been made to the important precedent which on a similar occasion Sir James Barrie failed to establish, writes a correspondent of The Nation. The occasion was his captaincy, at Broadway, in Worcestershire, of an 11 of writers against a strong team of alleged artists. The circumstances were these. One side had compiled 72 runs, chiefly if not wholly contributed by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The sun worshippers had thereupon responded with an equal number of runs for the loss of all but their last wicket. The 9th wicket had fallen to the last ball of Sir Arthur's over, the other 8 having succumbed to the same performer, then in his prime. Actuated apparently by the belief that Sir Arthur was the only bowler of his side capable of taking or reaching a wicket, even in Worcestershire, Sir James thereupon put him on at the opposite end. Before, however, he could take a practice ball, a shout was heard from the artists' pavilion, and the 9 unengaged players were seen issuing from it to contest our captain's decision. After an exciting contest, it was ultimately given in their favour, with the result that the first ball of the new bowler was hit for 2, assisted by overthrows, and the innings and match were won by the artists. Of Barrie's team, I remember that it was printed at the bottom of our cards that the practice ground was in the National Observer Office. Mr. Abbey, the famous artist, usually captained against Barrie, and it was part of the agreement that each should have a full pitch to leg just to start his score. I remember my horror when by mistake I bowled a straight first ball to Abbey, and so broke the unwritten law as well as the wicket. Abbey knew nothing of the game, but Barrie was no novice. He bowled an insidious left-hand good-length ball coming from leg, which was always likely to get a wicket. Talking of bowling, I have twice performed the rare feat of getting all 10 wickets. Once it was against a London club, and once I ran through the side of a dragoon regiment at Norwich. My best performance at Lord's was 7 wickets for 51 against Cambridgeshire in 1904. Of fencing my experience has been limited, and yet I have seen enough to realise what a splendid, toughening exercise it is. I nearly had an ugly mishap when practising it. I had visited a medical man in Southsea who was an expert with the foils, and at his invitation had a bout with him. I had put on the mask and glove, but was loath to have the trouble of fastening on the heavy chest plastron. He insisted, however, and his insistence saved me from an awkward wound, for coming in heavily upon a thrust, his foil broke a few inches from the end, and the sharp point thus created went deeply into the pad which covered me. I learned a lesson that day. On the whole, considering the amount of varied sport which I have done, I have come off very well as regards bodily injury. 1 finger broken at football, 2 at cricket, one after the other in the same season, the disablement of my knee, that almost exhausts it. Though a heavy man and quite an indifferent rider, I have never hurt myself in a fair selection of falls in the hunting field and elsewhere. Once, as I have narrated, when I was down, the horse kicked me over the eye with his forefoot, but I got off with a rather ragged wound, though it might have been very much more serious. Indeed, when it comes to escapes, I have had more than my share of luck. One of the worst was in a motor accident, when the machine, which weighed over a ton, ran up a high bank, threw me out on a gravel drive below, and then, turning over, fell on top of me. The steering wheel projected slightly from the rest, and thus broke the impact, and undoubtedly saved my life, but it gave way under the strain, and the weight of the car settled across my spine, just below the neck, pinning my face down on the gravel, and pressing with such terrific force as to make it impossible to utter a sound. I felt the weight getting heavier moment by moment, and wondered how long my vertebrae could stand it. However, they did so long enough to enable a crowd to collect, and the car to be levered off me. I should think there are few who can say that they have held up a ton weight across their spine, and lived unparalysed to talk about it. It is an acrobatic feat which I have no desire to repeat. There is plenty of sport in driving one's own motor, and meeting the 101 unexpected roadside adventures and difficulties which are continually arising. These were greater a few years ago, when motors were themselves less solidly and accurately constructed. Drivers were less skilled, and frightened horses were more in evidence. No invention of modern civilization has done so much for developing a man's power of resource and judgment as the motor. To meet and overcome a sudden emergency is the best of human training, and if a man is his own driver and mechanician on a fairly long journey, he can hardly fail to have some experience of it. I well remember, in the early days of motoring, going up to Birmingham to take delivery of my new 12-horsepower Wolseley. I had invested in the sort of peaked yachting cap which was considered the correct badge of the motorist in those days, but as I paced the platform of New Street Station, a woman removed any conceit I might have over my headgear by asking me peremptorily how the trains ran to Walsall. She took me for one of the officials. I got the car safely home, and no doubt it was a good car, as things went at that time, but the secret of safe brakes had not yet been discovered, and my pair used to brake as if they were glass. More than once I have known what it is to steer a car when it is flying backwards, under no control down a winding hill. Looking back at those days, it seems to me that I was under the car nearly as much as on the top of it, for every repair had to be done from below. There were few accidents from smashing my differential, seizing my engines, and stripping my gears, which I have not endured. It was a chain-driven machine, and I can well remember one absurd incident when the chain jumped the cogs and fell off. We were on a long slope of 3 miles, and ran on with the engine turned off, quite unconscious of what had occurred. When we reached level ground, the car naturally stopped, and we got out, opened the bonnet, tested the electricity, and were utterly puzzled as to what was amiss, when a yokel in a cart arrived, waving our motive power over his head. He had picked it up on the road. Our descendants will never realise the terror of the horses at this innovation, nor the absurd scenes which it caused. On one occasion I was motoring down a narrow lane in Norfolk, with my mother in the open tonneau. Coming round a curve we came upon 2 carts, one behind the other. The leading horse, which had apparently never seen a motor before, propped his forelegs out, his ears shot forward, his eyes stared rigidly, and then in a moment he whirled round, ran up the bank, and tried to escape behind his comrade. This he could have done but for the cart, which he also dragged up the bank. Horse and cart fell sideways on the other horse and cart, and there was such a mixture that you could not disentangle it. The carts were full of turnips. These formed a top dressing over the interlaced shafts and the struggling horses. I sprang out and was trying to help the enraged farmer to get something right end up, when I glanced at my own car, which was almost involved in the pile. There was my dear old mother, sitting calmly, knitting in the midst of all the chaos. It was really like something in a dream. My most remarkable motorcar experience was when I drove my own 16-horsepower Dietrich Lorraine in the International Road Competition organised by Prince Henry of Prussia in 1911. This affair is discussed later when I come to the preludes of war. I came away from it with sinister forebodings. The impression left on my mind by the whole incident is shown by the fact that one of the first things I did when I got to London was to recommend a firm of which I am director to remove a large sum which it had lying in Berlin. I have no doubt that it would have continued to lie there and that we might have lost it. As to the contest itself, it ended in a British victory, which was owing to the staunch way in which we helped each other when in difficulties, while the Germans were more a crowd of individuals than a team. Their cars were excellent, and so was their driving. My own little car did very well, and only dropped marks at Sutton Bank in Yorkshire, that terrible hill, 1 in 3 at one point with a hairpin bend. When we finally panted out our strength, I put my lightweight chauffeur to the wheel, ran round and fairly boosted her up from behind, but we were fined so many marks for my leaving the driving wheel. Not to get up would have meant 3 times the forfeit, so my tactics were well justified. No doubt the coming science of aviation will develop the same qualities as motor driving to an even higher degree. It is a form of sport in which I have only aspirations and little experience. I had one balloon ascent in which we covered some 25 miles and ascended 6,000 feet, which was so delightful an expedition that I have always been eager for another and a longer one. A man has a natural trepidation the first time he leaves the ground, but I remember that as I stood by the basket with the gas bag swinging about above me and the assistant clinging to the ropes, someone pointed out an elderly gentleman and said, "That is the famous Mr. So-and-so, the aeronaut." I saw a venerable person and I asked how many ascents he had made. "About 1,000, was the answer. No eloquence or reasoning could have convinced me so completely that I might get into the basket with a cheerful mind, though I will admit that for the first minute or so one feels very strange and keeps an uncommonly tight grip of the side ropes. This soon passes, however, and one is lost in the wonder of the prospect and the glorious feeling of freedom and detachment. As in a ship, it is the moment of nearing land once more which is the moment of danger, or at least of discomfort. But beyond a bump or two we came to rest very quietly in the heart of a Kentish hop field. I had one aeroplane excursion in rather early days, but the experience was not entirely a pleasant one. Machines were under-engined in those days, and very much at the mercy of the wind. We went up at Hendon, May the 25th, 1911, the date, but the machine was a heavy biplane, and though it went downwind like a swallow, it was more serious when we turned and found, looking down, that the objects below us were stationary, or even inclined to drift backwards. However, we got back to the field at last, and I think the pilot was as relieved as I. What impressed me most was the terrible racket of the propeller, comparing so unfavourably with the delicious calm of the balloon journey. There is one form of sport in which I have, I think, been able to do some practical good. For I can claim to have been the first to introduce skis into the Grisons division of Switzerland, or at least to demonstrate their practical utility as a means of getting across in winter from one valley to another. It was in 1894 that I read Nansen's account of his crossing of Greenland, and thus became interested in the subject of skiing. It chanced that I was compelled to spend that winter in the Davos Valley, and I spoke about the matter to Tobias Branger, a sporting tradesman in the village, who in turn interested his brother. We sent for skis from Norway, and for some weeks afforded innocent amusement to a large number of people who watched our awkward movements and complex tumbles. The Brangers made much better progress than I. At the end of a month or so we felt that we were getting more expert, and determined to climb the Jakobshorn, a considerable hill just opposite the Davos Hotel. We had to carry our unwieldy skis upon our backs until we had passed the fir trees which line its slopes, but once in the open we made splendid progress, and had the satisfaction of seeing the flags in the village dipped in our honour when we reached the summit. But it was only in returning that we got the full flavour of skiing. In ascending you shuffle up by long zigzags, the only advantage of your footgear being that it is carrying you over snow which would engulf you without it. But coming back you simply turn your long toes and let yourself go, gliding delightfully over the gentle slopes, flying down the steeper ones, taking an occasional cropper, but getting as near to flying as any earthbound man can. In that glorious air it is a delightful experience. Encouraged by our success with the Jakobshorn, we determined to show the utility of our accomplishment by opening up communications with Arosa, which lies in a parallel valley and can only be reached in winter by a very long and roundabout railway journey. To do this we had to cross a high pass and then drop down on the other side. It was a most interesting journey, and we felt all the pride of pioneers as we arrived in Arosa. I have no doubt that what we did would seem absurdly simple to Norwegians or others who were apt at the game, but we had to find things out for ourselves, and it was sometimes rather terrifying. The sun had not yet softened the snow on one sharp slope across which we had to go, and we had to stamp with our skis in order to get any foothold. On our left, the snow slope ended in a chasm, from which a blue smoke or fog rose in the morning air. I hardly dared look in that direction, but from the corner of my eye I saw the vapour of the abyss. I stamped along, and the two gallant Switzers got on my left, so that if I slipped, the shock would come upon them. We had no rope by which we could link up. We got across all right, and perhaps we exaggerated the danger, but it was not a pleasant experience. Then I remember that we came to an absolute precipice, upon which no doubt the path zigzags in summer. It was not of course perpendicular, but it seemed little removed from it, and it had just slope enough to hold the snow. It looked impassable, but the Brangers had picked up a lot in some way of their own. They took off their skis, fastened them together with a thong, and on this toboggan they sat, pushing themselves over the edge and going down amid a tremendous spray of flying snow. When they had reached safety, they beckoned to me to follow. I had done as they did, and was sitting on my skis preparatory to launching myself, when a fearsome thing happened, for my skis shot from under me, flew down the slope, and vanished in huge bounds among the snow mounds beyond. It was a nasty moment, and the poor Brangers stood looking up at me some hundreds of feet below me in a dismal state of mind. However, there was no possible choice as to what to do, so I did it. I let myself go over the edge and came squattering down, with legs and arms extended to check the momentum. A minute later I was rolling covered with snow at the feet of my guides, and my skis were found some hundreds of yards away, so no harm was done after all. I remember that when we signed the hotel register, Tobias Branger filled up the space after my name, in which the new arrival had to describe his profession, by the words "sportersman," which I took as a compliment. It was at any rate more pleasant than the German description of my golf clubs, which went astray on the railway and turned up at last with the official description of Kinderspieler, child's toys, attached to them. To return to the skis, they are no doubt in very general use, but I think I am right in saying that these and other excursions of ours first demonstrated their possibilities to the people of the country, and have certainly sent a good many thousands of pounds since then into Switzerland. If my rather rambling career in sport has been of any practical value to anyone, it is probably in this matter, and also perhaps in the opening up of miniature rifle ranges in 1901, when the idea was young in this country, and when my Hindhead range was the pioneer and the model for many others. A pleasing souvenir of my work on rifle clubs is to be found in the Conan Doyle Cup, which was presented by my friend Sir John Langman, and is still shot for every year at Bisley by civilian teams. On the whole, as I look back, there is no regret in my mind for the time that I have devoted to sport. It gives health and strength, but above all it gives a certain balance of mind, without which a man is not complete. To give and to take, to accept success modestly and defeat bravely, to fight against odds, to stick to one's point, to give credit to your enemy and value your friend, these are some of the lessons which true sport should impart. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by afinevoice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 25. To the Rocky Mountains in 1914. Baseball, Parkman, Ticonderoga, Prairie Towns, Procession of Ceres, Relics of the Past, A Moose, Prospects for Emigrants, Jasper Park, The Great Divide, Algonquin Park. In 1914, with little perception of how near we were to the greatest event of the world's history, we accepted an invitation from the Canadian government to inspect the National Reserve at Jasper Park in the Northern Rockies. The Grand Trunk Railway Canadian made matters easy for us by generously undertaking to pass us over their system and to place a private car at our disposal. This proved to be a gloriously comfortable and compact little home, consisting of a parlour, a dining room, and a bedroom. It belonged to Mr. Chamberlain, the president of the line, who allowed us the use of it. Full of anticipation, we started off in May upon our long and pleasant journey. Our first point was New York, where we hoped to put in a week of sightseeing, since my wife had never been to America. Then we were to go north and meet our kind hosts of Canada. At the Plaza Hotel of New York, we found ourselves in pleasant quarters for a hectic week. Here are a few impressions. We went to see a baseball game at New York. A first-class match, as we should say, or some game, as a native expert described it. I looked on it all with the critical but sympathetic eyes of an experienced, though decrepit cricketer. The men were fine fellows, harder looking than most of our professionals. Indeed, they trained continually, and some of the teams had even before the days of prohibition to practice complete abstinence, which is said to show its good results, not so much in physical fitness as in the mental quickness which is very essential in the game. The catching seemed to me extraordinarily good, especially the judging of the long catches near the bleachers, as the outfields, which are far from any shade, are called. The throwing in is also remarkably hard and accurate, and, if applied to cricket, would astonish some of our batsmen. The men earn anything from £1,000 to £1,500 in the season. This money question is a weak point of the game, as it is among our own soccer clubs, since it means that the largest purse has the best team, and there is no necessary relation between the player and the place he plays for. Thus we looked upon New York defeating the Philadelphia Athletics, but there was no more reason to suppose that New York had actually produced one team than that Philadelphia had produced the other. For this reason, the smaller matches, such as are played between local teams or colleges, seem to me to be more exciting, as they do represent something definite. The pitcher is the man who commands the highest salary and has mastered the hardest part of the game. His pace is remarkable, far faster, I should say, than any bowling, but of course it is a throw, and as such would not be possible in the cricket field. I had one uneasy moment when I was asked in Canada to take the bat and open a baseball game. The pitcher, fortunately, was merciful, and the ball came swift but true. I steadied myself by trying to imagine that it was a bat which I held in my grasp, and that this was a full toss, which asked to be hit over the ropes. Fortunately, I got it fairly in the middle, and it went on its appointed way, whizzing past the ear of a photographer, who expected me to pat it. I should not care to have to duplicate the performance, nor would the photographer. I took the opportunity when I was in New York to inspect the two famous prisons, the Tombs and Sing Sing. The Tombs is in the very heart of the city, and a gloomy, ill-boding place it is when seen from without. Within it is equally dismal. I walked round in a somewhat shamefaced way, for it makes you feel so when you encounter human suffering which you cannot relieve. Warders and prisoners seemed, however, to be cheerful enough, and there was an off-hand way of doing things which seemed strange after our rigid methods. A Chinese prisoner, for example, was standing at the bottom of the lift, and I heard the warder shout through the tube, "Have you got room for another chink in number 3? I had a talk with one strange Englishman who was barred in like a wild beast. He spoke of the various prisons, of which he had a wide acquaintance, exactly as if they were hotels which he was recommending or condemning. Toronto is a very poor show. The food is bad. I hope I may never see Toronto jail again. Detroit is better. I had quite a pleasant time in Detroit," and so on. He spoke and looked like a gentleman, but I could quite imagine, in spite of his genial manner, that he was a dangerous crook. When I left him, he said, "Well, bye-bye. Sorry you have to go. We can't all be out and about, can we?" In the same week, I went to Sing Sing, the state penitentiary, which is some 20 miles from the city, on the banks of the Hudson. It is an ancient building, dating from the middle of last century, and it certainly should be condemned by a rich and prosperous community. By a strange coincidence, the convicts were having one of their few treats in the year that day, and I was able to see them all assembled together in the great hall, listening to a music hall troupe from New York. Poor devils, all the forced, vulgar gaiety of the songs and the antics of half-clad women must have provoked a terrible reaction in their minds. Many of them had, I observed, abnormalities of cranium or of features which made it clear that they were not wholly responsible for their actions. There was a good sprinkling of coloured men among them. Here and there I noticed an intelligent, and even a good face. One wondered how they got there. I was locked up afterwards in one of the cells, 7 feet by 4, and I was also placed in the electrocution chair, a very ordinary stout caned-bottomed seat, with a good many sinister wires dangling round it. I had a long talk with the governor, who seemed in himself to be a humane man, but terribly hampered by the awful building which he had to administer. One morning of early June, my Lady Sunshine and I, if I may be allowed to quote the charmingly appropriate name which the New York press had given to my wife, left New York for Parkman Land, which I had long wished to explore. We were glad to get away, as we had been considerably harassed by the ubiquitous and energetic American reporter. This individual is really, in 9 cases out of 10, a very good fellow, and if you will treat him with decent civility, he will make the best of you with the public. It is absurd for travellers to be rude to him, as is too often the attitude of the wandering Briton. The man is under orders from his paper, and if he returns without results, it is not a compliment upon his delicacy which will await him. He is out to see you and describe you, and if he finds you an ill-tempered, cantankerous curmudgeon, he very naturally says so, and turns out some excellent spicy reading at your expense. The indignant Briton imagines that this is done in revenge. The reporter would not be human if it did not amuse him to do it, but it very often represents the exact impression which the vituperative traveller has made upon the pressman, himself as often as not an overworked and highly strung man. Reminiscences of interviews are occasionally amusing. I can remember that on my previous visit I was approached one night by an interviewer in a very marked state of intoxication. He was so drunk that I wondered what in the world he would make of his subject, and I bought his paper next day to see. To my amusement I found that I had made the worst possible impression upon him. He had found no good in me at all. He may even have attributed to me his own weakness, like the Scotch toper who said, "Sandy drank that hard that by the end of the evening I couldn't see him." To return to Parkman Land, I am surprised to find how few Americans and fewer Canadians there are who appreciate that great historian at his true worth. I wonder whether any man of letters has ever devoted himself to a task with such whole-hearted devotion as Parkman. He knew the old bloody frontier as Scott knew the border marches. He was soaked in New England tradition. He prepared himself for writing about Indians by living for months in their wigwams. He was intimate with old French life, and he spent some time in a religious house that he might catch something of the spirit which played so great a part in the early history of Canada. On the top of all this, he had the well-balanced, unprejudiced mind of the great chronicler, and he cultivated a style which was equally removed from insipidity and from affectation. As to his industry and resolution, they are shown by the fact that he completed his volumes after he had been stricken by blindness. It is hard to name any historian who has such an equipment as this. From his Pioneers of the New World to his Conspiracy of Pontiac, I have read his 12 volumes twice over, and put some small reflection of them into my Refugees. We explored not only the beautiful tragic Lake George, but also its great neighbour, Lake Champlain, almost as full of historical reminiscence. Upon this, level with the head of the smaller lake, stood Ticonderoga, the chief seat of the French-Canadian power. Some 5 miles separate it from Lake George, up which the British came buzzing whenever they were strong enough to do so. Once in front of the palisades of Ticonderoga they met with heavy defeat, and yet once again by the valour of the newly enrolled Black Watch. They swept the place off the map. I wonder if Stevenson had actually been there before he wrote his eerie, haunting ballad, the second finest of the sort, in my opinion, in our literature. It is more than likely, since he spent some time in the neighbouring Adirondacks. Pious hands were restoring the old fort of Ticonderoga, much of which has been uncovered. All day we skirted Lake Champlain, into which the old French explorer first found his way, and where he made the dreadful mistake of mixing in Indian warfare, which brought the whole bloodthirsty vendetta of the Five Nations upon the young French settlements. Up at the head of the lake we saw Plattsburgh, where the Americans gained a victory in the War of 1812. The sight of these battlefields, whether they mark British or American successes, always fills me with horror. If the War of 1776 was, as I hold, a glorious mistake, that of 1812 was a senseless blunder. Had neither occurred, the whole of North America would now be one magnificent undivided country, pursuing its own independent destiny, and yet united in such unblemished ties of blood and memory to the old country that each could lean at all times upon the other. It is best for Britishers, no doubt, that we should never lean upon anything bigger than ourselves. But I see no glory in these struggles, and little wisdom in the statesmen who waged them. Among them they split the race from base to summit, and who has been the gainer? Not Britain, who was alienated from so many of her very best children. Not America, who lost Canada and had on her hands a civil war which a united empire could have avoided. Ah well, there is a controlling force somewhere, and the highest wisdom is to believe that all things are ordered for the best. About evening we crossed the Canadian frontier. The Richelieu River, down which the old Iroquois scalping parties used to creep, gleaming coldly in the twilight. There is nothing to show where you have crossed that border. There is the same sort of country, the same cultivation, the same plain wooden houses. Nothing was changed, save that suddenly I saw a little old ensign flying on a gable, and it gives you a thrill when you have not seen it for a time. It is not until one has reached the prairie country that the traveller meets with new conditions and new problems. He traverses Ontario with its prosperous mixed farms and its fruit-growing villages, but the general effect is the same as in Eastern America. Then comes the enormous stretch of the Great Lakes, those wonderful inland seas, with great ocean-going steamers. We saw the newly built Noronic, destined altogether for passenger traffic, and worthy to compare, both in internal fittings and outward appearance, with many an Atlantic liner. The Indians looked in amazement at La Salle's little vessel. I wondered what La Salle and his men would think of the Noronic. For 2 days in great comfort we voyaged over the inland waters. They lay peaceful for our passage, but we heard grim stories of winter gusts and of ships which were never heard of more. It is not surprising that there should be accidents, for the number of vessels is extraordinary, and being constructed with the one idea of carrying the maximum of cargo, they appeared to be not very stable. I am speaking now of the whaleback freight carriers, and not of the fine passenger service, which could not be beaten. I have said that the number of vessels is extraordinary. I have been told that the tonnage passing through Sault Ste. Marie, where the lakes join, is greater than that of any port in the world. All the supplies and manufactures for the west move one way, while the corn of the Great Prairie and the ores from the Lake Superior copper and iron mines move the other. In the fall there comes the triumphant procession of the harvest. Surely in more poetic days banners might have waved and cymbals clashed, and priests of Ceres sung their hymns in the vanguard, as this flotilla of mercy moved majestically over the face of the waters to the aid of hungry Europe. However, we have cut out the frills, to use the vernacular, though life would be none the worse could we tinge it a little with the iridescence of romance. We stopped at Sault Ste. Marie, the neck of the hourglass between the two great lakes of Huron and Superior. There were several things there which are worthy of record. The lakes are of a different level, and the loch, which avoids the dangerous rapids, is on an enormous scale. But beside it, unnoticed save by those who know where to look and what to look for, there is a little stone-lined cutting no larger than an uncovered drain. It is the detour by which for centuries the voyageurs, trappers and explorers moved their canoes round the Sault, or fall on their journey to the great solitudes beyond. Close by it is one of the old Hudson Bay log forts, with its fireproof roof, its loopholed walls, and every other device for Indian fighting. Very small and mean these things look by the side of the great locks, and the huge steamers within them. But where would locks and steamers have been had these others not taken their lives in their hands to clear the way? The twin cities of Fort William and Port Arthur, at the head of Lake Superior, form the most growing community of Canada. They call them twin cities, but I expect, like their Siamese predecessors, they will grow into one. Already the suburbs join each other, though proximity does not always lead to amalgamation, or even to cordiality, as in the adjacent towns of St. Paul and Minneapolis. When the little American boy was asked in Sunday school who persecuted St. Paul, he guessed it was Minneapolis. But in the case of Fort William and Port Arthur, they are so evidently interdependent that it is difficult to believe that they will fail to coalesce. When they do, I am of opinion that they may grow to be a Canadian Chicago, and possibly become the greatest city in the country. All lines converge there, as does all the lake traffic, and everything from east to west must pass through it. If I were a rich man and wished to become richer, I should assuredly buy land in the twin cities. Though they lie in the very centre of the broadest portion of the continent, the water communications are so wonderful that an ocean-going steamer from Liverpool or Glasgow can now unload at their quays. The grain elevators of Fort William are really majestic erections, and with a little change of their construction might be aesthetic as well. Even now the huge cylinders into which they are divided look at a little distance not unlike the columns of Luxor. This branch of human ingenuity has been pushed at Fort William to its extreme. The last word has been said there upon every question covering the handling of grain. By some process, which is far beyond my unmechanical brain, the stuff is even divided automatically according to its quality, and there are special hospital elevators where damaged grain can be worked up into a more perfect article. By the way, it was here, while lying at a steamship wharf on the very edge of the city, that I first made the acquaintance of one of the original inhabitants of Canada. A cleared plain stretched from the ship to a wood some hundreds of yards off. As I stood upon deck, I saw what I imagined to be a horse wander out of the wood and begin to graze in the clearing. The creature seemed ewe-necked beyond all possibility, and looking closer I saw to my surprise that it was a wild hornless moose. Could anything be more characteristic of the present condition of Canada? The great mechanical developments of Fort William within gunshot of me on one side, and this shy wanderer of the wilderness on the other. In a few years the dweller in the great city will read of my experience with the same mixture of incredulity and surprise with which we read the occasional correspondents whose grandfather shot a woodcock in Maida Vale. The true division between the east and west of Canada is not the Great Lakes, which are so valuable as a waterway, but lies in the 500 miles of country between the lakes and Winnipeg. It is barren but beautiful, covered with forest which is not large enough to be of value as lumber. It is a country of rolling plains, covered with low trees with rivers in the valleys. The soil is poor. It is really a problem what to do with this belt, which is small according to Canadian distance, but is nonetheless broader than the distance between London and Edinburgh. Unless minerals are found in it, I should think that it will be to Canada what the Highlands of Scotland are to Britain, a region set apart for sport because it has no other economic use. The singular thing about this barren tree land is that it quite suddenly changes to the fertile prairie at a point to the east of Winnipeg. I presume that there is some geological reason, but it was strange to see the fertile plain run up to the barren woods with as clear a division as there is between the sea and the shore. And now one reaches the west of Winnipeg, and that prairie which means so much both to Canada and to the world. It was wonderfully impressive to travel swiftly all day from the early summer dawn to the latest evening light, and to see always the same little clusters of houses, always the same distant farms, always the same huge expanse stretching to the distant skyline, mottled with cattle or green with the half-grown crops. You think these people are lonely. What about the people beyond them, and beyond them again, each family in its rude barracks in the midst of the 160 acres which form the minimum farm? No doubt they are lonely, and yet there are alleviations. When men or women are working on their own property and seeing their fortune growing, they have pleasant thoughts to bear them company. It is the women, I am told, who feel it most, and who go prairie mad. Now they have rigged telephone circles which connect up small groups of farms and enable the women to relieve their lives by a little friendly gossip when the whole district thrills to the news that Mrs. Jones has been in the cars to Winnipeg and bought a new bonnet. At the worst, the loneliness of the prairie can never, one would think, have the soul-killing effect of loneliness in a town. There is always the wind on the heath, brother. Besides, the wireless has now arrived, and that is the best friend of the lonely man. Land is not so easily picked up by the emigrant as in the old days, when 160 acres beside the railroad were given away free. There was still in 1914 free land to be had, but it was in the back country. However, this back country of today is always liable to be opened up by the branch railway lines tomorrow. On the whole, however, it seems to be more economical, if the emigrant has the money, to buy a partially developed, well-situated farm than to take up a virgin homestead. That is what the American emigrants do who have been pouring into the country, and they know best the value of such farms, having usually come from exactly similar ones just across the border, the only difference being that they can get 10 acres in Canada for the price of one in Minnesota or Iowa. They hasten to take out their papers of naturalization and make, it is said, most excellent and contented citizens. Their energy and industry are remarkable. A body of them had reached the land which they proposed to buy about the time that we were in the West. They had come over the border with their wagons, their horses, and their ploughs. Being taken to the spot by the land agent, the leader of the party tested the soil, cast a rapid glance over the general prairie, and then cried, "I guess this will do, boys. Get off the ploughs." The agent who was present told me that they had broken an acre of the prairie before they slept that night. These men were German Lutherans from Minnesota, and they settled in the neighbourhood of Scott. The gains on the farms are very considerable. It is not unusual for a man to pay every expense which he has incurred, including the price of the land, within the first 2 years. After that, with decent luck, he should be a prosperous man, able to bring up a family in ease and comfort. If he be British and desires to return to the old country, it should not be difficult for him to save enough in 10 or 12 years to make himself, after selling his farm, more or less independent for life. That is, as it seems to me, an important consideration for many people who hesitate to break all the old ties and feel that they are leaving their motherland forever. So much about farms and farming. I cannot see how one can write about this western part and avoid the subject which is written in green and gold from sky to sky. There is nothing else. Nowhere is there any sign of yesterday, not a cairn, not a monument. Life has passed here, but has left no footstep behind. But stay, the one thing which the old life still leaves is just this one thing, footsteps. Look at them in the little narrow black paths which converge to the water, little dark ruts which wind and twist. Those are the buffalo runs of old. Gone are the Cree and Blackfoot hunters who shot them down. Gone too the fur traders who bought the skins. Chief Factor McTavish, who entered into the great company's service as a boy, spent his life in slow promotion from fort this to fort that, and made a decent Presbyterian woman of some Indian squaw, finally saw with horror in his old age that the world was crowding his wild beasts out of their pastures. Gone are the great herds upon which both Indian hunter and fur trader were parasitical. Indian, trader, and buffalo all have passed, and here on the great plains are these narrow runways, as the last remaining sign of a vanished world. Edmonton is the capital of the western side of the prairie, even as Winnipeg is of the eastern. I do not suppose the average Briton has the least conception of the amenities of Winnipeg. He would probably be surprised to hear that the Fort Garry Hotel there is nearly as modern and luxurious as any hotel in Northumberland Avenue. There were no such luxuries in 1914 in Edmonton. The town was in a strangely half-formed condition, rude and raw, but with a great atmosphere of energy, bustle, and future greatness. With its railway connections and waterways, it is bound to be a large city. At the time of our visit, the streets were full of out-of-works, great husky men, some of them of magnificent physique, who found themselves at a loss on account of cessations in railroad construction. They told me that they would soon be reabsorbed, but meantime the situation was the rudest object lesson in economies that I have ever witnessed. Here were these splendid men, ready and willing to work. Here was a new country calling in every direction for labour. How come the two things to be even temporarily disconnected? There could be but one word. It was want of capital. And why was the capital wanting? Why was the work of the railroads held up? Because the money market was tight in London. London, which finds, according to the most recent figures, 73% of all the monies with which Canada is developed. Such was the state of things. What will amend it? How can capital be made to flow into the best channels? By encouragement and security, and the hope of good returns. I never heard of any system of socialism which did not seem to defeat the very object which it had at heart. And yet it was surely deplorable that the men should be there, and that the work should be there, and that none could command the link which would unite them. A line of low distant hills broke the interminable plain which has extended with hardly a rising for 1,500 miles. Above them was, here and there, a peak of snow, shades of Maine reed. They were the Rockies, my old familiar Rockies. Have I been here before? What an absurd question, when I lived here for about 10 years of my life, in all the hours of dreamland. What deeds have I not done among redskins and trappers and grizzlies within their wilds? And here they were at last, glimmering bright in the rising morning sun. At least I have seen my dream mountains. Most boys never do. Jasper Park is one of the great national playgrounds and health resorts, which the Canadian government, with great wisdom, has laid out for the benefit of the citizens. When Canada has filled up and carries a large population, she will bless the foresight of the administrators who took possession of broad tracts of the most picturesque land, and put them forever out of the power of the speculative dealer. The National Park at Banff has for 20 years been a mecca for tourists. That at Algonquin gives a great pleasure ground to those who cannot extend their travels beyond eastern Canada. But this new Jasper Park is the latest and the wildest of all these reserves. Some years ago it was absolute wilderness, and much of it impenetrable. Now, through the energy of Colonel Rogers, trails have been cut through it in various directions, and a great number of adventurous trips into country which is practically unknown can be carried out with ease and comfort. The packer plays the part of a dragoman in the East, arranging the whole expedition, food, cooking, and everything else on inclusive terms. And once in the hands of a Rocky Mountain packer, a man of the standing of Fred Stevens or the Otto brothers, the traveller can rely upon a square deal, and the companionship of one whom you will find to be a most excellent comrade. There is no shooting in the park. It is a preserve for all wild animals, but there is excellent fishing, and everywhere there are the most wonderful excursions, where you sleep at night under the stars, upon the balsamic fir branches, which the packer gathers for your couch. I could not imagine an experience which would be more likely to give a freshet of vitality when the stream runs thin. For a week we lived the life of simplicity and nature. The park is not as full of wild creatures as it will be after a few years of preservation. The Indians who lived in this part rounded up everything that they could before moving to their reservation. But even now the bear lumbers through the brushwood, the eagle soars above the lake, the timber wolf still skulks in the night, and the deer graze in the valleys. Above, near the snow line, the wild goat is not uncommon, while at a lower altitude are found the mountain sheep. On the last day of our visit, the rare cinnamon bear exposed his yellow coat upon a clearing within a few hundred yards of the village. I saw his clumsy, good-humoured head looking at me from over a dead trunk, and I thanked the kindly Canadian law which has given him a place of sanctuary. What a bloodthirsty baboon man must appear to the lower animals! If any superhuman demon treated us exactly as we treat the pheasants, we should begin to reconsider our views as to what is sport. The porcupine is another creature which abounded in the woods. I did not see any, but a friend described an encounter between one and his dog. The creature's quills are detachable when he wishes to be nasty, and at the end of the fight it was not easy to say which was the dog and which the porcupine. Life in Jasper interested me as an experience of the first stage of a raw Canadian town. It will certainly grow into a considerable place, but at that time, bar Colonel Rogers's house and the station, there were only log huts and small wooden dwellings. Christianity was apostolic in its simplicity and in its freedom from strife. The one has to go back remarkably early in apostolic times to find those characteristics. 2 churches were being built, the pastor in each case acting also as head mason and carpenter. One, the cornerstone of which I had the honour of laying, was to be used in turn by several nonconformist bodies. To the ceremony came the Anglican parson, grimy from his labours on the opposition building, and prayed for the well-being of his rival. The whole function, with its simplicity and earnestness, carried out by a group of ill-clad men standing bareheaded in a drizzle of rain, seemed to me to have in it the essence of religion. As I ventured to remark to them, Kikuyu and Jasper can give some lessons to London. We made a day's excursion by rail to the Tête Jaune Cache, which is across the British Columbian border and marks the watershed between east and west. Here we saw the Fraser, already a formidable river, rushing down to the Pacific. At the head of the pass stands the village of the railway workers, exactly like one of the mining townships of Bret Harte, save that the bad man is never allowed to be too bad. There is a worse man in a red serge coat and a Stetson hat, who is told off by the state to look after him, and does his duty in such fashion that the most fire-eating desperado from across the border falls into the line of law. But apart from the gunmen, this village presented exactly the same queer cabins, strange signs, and gambling rooms which the great American master has made so familiar to us. And now we were homeward bound, back through Edmonton, back through Winnipeg, back through that young giant Fort William, but not back across the Great Lakes. Instead of that transit, we took train, by the courtesy of the Canadian Pacific, round the northern shore of Superior, a beautiful wooded desolate country, which, without minerals, offers little prospect for the future. Some 200 miles north of it, the Grand Trunk, that enterprising pioneer of empire, has opened up another line which extends for 1,000 miles, and should develop a new corn and lumber district. Canada is like an expanding flower. Wherever you look you see some fresh petal unrolling. We spent 3 days at Algonquin Park. This place is within easy distance of Montreal or Ottawa, and should become a resort of British fishermen and lovers of nature. After all, it is little more than a week from London, and many a river in Finland takes nearly as long to reach. There is good hotel accommodation, and out of the 1,000-odd lakes in this enormous natural preserve, one can find all sorts of fishing, though the best is naturally the most remote. I had no particular luck myself, but my wife caught an 8-pound trout, which Mr. Bartlett, the courteous superintendent of the park, mounted, so as to confound all doubters. Deer abound in the park, and the black bear is not uncommon, while wolves can often be heard howling in the night time. What will be the destiny of Canada? Some people talk as if it were in doubt. Personally, I have none upon the point. Canada will remain exactly as she is for 2 more generations. At the end of that time there must be reconsideration of the subject, especially on the part of Great Britain, who will find herself with a child as large as herself under the same roof. I see no argument for the union of Canada with the United States. There is excellent feeling between the two countries, but they could no more join at this period of their history than a great oak could combine with a well-rooted pine to make one tree. The roots of each are far too deep. It is impossible. Then there is the alternative of Canada becoming an independent nation. That is not so impossible as a union with the States, but it is in the last degree improbable. Why should Canada wish her independence? She has it now in every essential, but her first need is the capital and the population which will develop her enormous territory and resources. This capital she now receives from the mother country, to the extent in 1914 of 73%, the United States finding 14%, and Canada herself the remaining 13%. Her dependence upon the mother country for emigrants, though not so great as her financial dependence, is still the greatest from any single source. Besides all this, she has the vast insurance policy which is called the British Navy, presented to her for nothing, though honour demands some premium from her in the future, and she has the British diplomatic service for her use unpaid. Altogether, looking at it from the material side, Canada's interests lie deeply in the present arrangement. But there is a higher and more unselfish view, which works even more strongly in the same direction. Many of the most representative Canadians are descendants of those United Empire Loyalists who in 1782 gave up everything and emigrated from the United States in order to remain under the flag. Their imperialism is as warm or warmer than our own, and everywhere there is a consciousness of the glory of the empire, its magnificent future, and the wonderful possibilities of these great nations all growing up under the same flag, with the same language and destinies. This sentiment joins with material advantages and will prevent Canada from having any aspiration towards independence. Yes, it will remain exactly as it is for the remainder of this century. At the end of that time her population and resources will probably considerably exceed those of the motherland, and problems will arise which our children's children may have some difficulty in solving. As to the French Canadian, he will always be a conservative force. Let him call himself what he will. His occasional weakness for flying the French flag is not to be resented, but is rather a pathetic and sentimental tribute to a lost cause, like that which adorns every year the pedestal of Charles at Whitehall. I had some presentiment of coming trouble during the time we were in Canada, though I never imagined that we were so close to the edge of a world war. One incident which struck me forcibly was the arrival at Vancouver of a ship full of Sikhs who demanded to be admitted to Canada. This demand was resisted on account of the immigration laws. The whole incident seemed to me to be so grotesque, for why should sun-loving Hindus force themselves upon Canada, that I was convinced some larger purpose lay behind it. That purpose was, as we can now see, to promote discord among the races under the British flag. There can be no doubt that it was German money that chartered that ship. I had several opportunities of addressing large and influential Canadian audiences, and I never failed to insist upon the sound state of the home population. The Canadians judge us too often by our ne'er-do-wells and remittance men, who are the sample Englishmen who come before them. In defence even of these samples, it should be stated that they bulked very large in the 1st Canadian Division. I told the Canadians of our magnificent Boy Scout movement, and also of the movement of old soldiers to form a national guard. A country where both the old and the young can start new, unselfish, patriotic movements is a live country, I said. And if we are tested, we will prove just as good as ever our fathers were. I did not dream how near the test would be, how hard it would press, or how gloriously it would be met. And now I turn to the war, the physical climax of my life, as it must be of the life of every living man and woman. Each was caught as a separate chip and swept into that fearsome whirlpool where we all gyrated for 4 years, some sinking forever, some washed up all twisted and bent, and all of us showing in our souls and bodies some mark of the terrible forces which had controlled us so long. I will show presently how the war reacted upon me, and also, if one may speak without presumption, how, in a minute way, I in turn reacted upon the war. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Memories and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by afinevoice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 26. The Eve of War. The Prologue of Armageddon. The Prince Henry Race. Bernardi. England and the Next War. Danger. General Sir H. Wilson. The Channel Tunnel. Naval Defects. Rubber Collars. Mines. Willie Redmond. For a long time I never seriously believed in the German menace. Frequently I found myself alone in a company of educated Englishmen, in my opinion that it was non-existent, or at worst greatly exaggerated. This conclusion was formed on 2 grounds. The first was that I knew it to be impossible that we could attack Germany save in the face of monstrous provocation. By the conditions of our government, even if those in high places desired to do such a thing, it was utterly impracticable. For a foreign war could not be successfully carried on by Great Britain unless the overwhelming majority of the people approved of it. Our foreign, like our home, politics are governed by the vote of the proletariat. It would be impossible to wage an aggressive war against any power if the public were not convinced of its justice and necessity. For this reason we could not attack Germany. On the other hand, it seemed to be equally unthinkable that Germany should attack us. One failed to see what she could possibly hope to gain by such a proceeding. She had enemies already upon her eastern and western frontiers, and it was surely unlikely that she would go out of her way to pick a quarrel with the powerful British Empire. If she made war and lost it, her commerce would be set back and her rising colonial empire destroyed. If she won it, it was difficult to see where she could hope for the spoils. We could not give her greater facilities for trade than she had already. We could not give her habitable white colonies, for she would find it impossible to take possession of them in the face of the opposition of the inhabitants. An indemnity she could never force from us. Some coaling stations and possibly some tropical colonies, of which latter she already possessed abundance, were the most that she could hope for. Would such a prize as that be worth the risk attending such a war? To me it seemed that there could only be one answer to such a question. I am still of the same opinion, but unhappily the affairs of nations are not always regulated by reason, and occasionally a country may be afflicted by a madness which sets all calculations at defiance. Then again, I had looked upon the matter too much as between Great Britain and Germany. I had not sufficiently considered the chance of our being drawn in, against our will, in order to safeguard Belgium, or in order to stop the annihilation of France. It was so perfectly clear that Britain, by her treaty obligations, and by all that is human and honourable, would fight if Belgium were invaded, that one could not conceive Germany taking such a step with any other expectation. And yet, what we could not conceive is exactly what happened. For it is clear that the delusions as to our degeneration in character had really persuaded the Germans that the big cowardly fellow would stand by with folded arms and see his little friend knocked about by the bully. The whole idea showed an extraordinary ignorance of the British psychology, but absurd as it was nonetheless the determining influence at the critical moment of the world's history. The influence of the lie is one of the strangest problems of life. That which is not continually influences that which is. Within one generation, imagination and misrepresentation have destroyed the Boer republics and Imperial Germany. One of my most remarkable pre-war experiences, which influenced my mind deeply, was my participation in the amateur motor race called the Prince Henry competition. It was rather a reliability test than a race, for the car had to go some 150 miles a day on an average at its own pace, but marks were taken off for all involuntary stoppages, breakdowns, accidents, etc. Each owner had to drive his own car, and I had entered my little 16 horsepower Landaulet. There were about 40 British cars and 50 German, so that the procession was a very considerable one. Starting from Homburg, the watering place, our route ran through North Germany, then by steamer to Southampton, up to Edinburgh, and back to London by devious ways. The competition had been planned in Germany, and there can be no doubt in looking back that a political purpose underlay it. The idea was to create a false entente by means of sport, which would react upon the very serious political development in the wind, namely the occupation of Agadir on the southwest coast of Morocco, which occurred on our second day out. As Prince Henry, who organised and took part in the competition, was also head of the German Navy, it is of course obvious that he knew that the Panther was going to Agadir, and that there was a direct connection between the two events, in each of which he was a leading actor. It was a clumsy bit of stage management and could not possibly have been effective. The peculiarity of the tour was that each car had an officer of the army or navy of the other nation as a passenger to check the marks. Thus my wife and I had the enforced company for nearly 3 weeks of Count Karma, Rittmeister of Breslau Cuirassiers, who began by being stiff and inhuman, but speedily thawed and became a very good fellow. The arrangements were very peculiar. Some British paper, the Mail if I remember right, had stated that the competition was really a device to pass a number of German officers through Great Britain to spy out the land. I think there may have been some truth in this, as our good Count, when we reached London, went off to a hotel down in the East End, which seemed a curious thing for a wealthy Junker to do. This criticism seems to have annoyed the Kaiser, and he said, or so it was reported, that none but junior officers should go as observers. I should think that ours was the senior of the lot, and the others were mostly captains and lieutenants. On the other hand, the British government, out of compliment to Prince Henry, had appointed the very best men available as observers. If there had been a sudden crisis over Agadir, and Germany had impounded us all, it would have been a national disaster, and would have made a difference in a European war. Speaking from an imperfect memory, I can recall that we had General Grierson, Charles Munro, Rawlinson, I think Captain, now General, Swinton of tanks fame, Delme Ratcliffe, Colonel, now General, Holman, Major, now General, Thwaites, and many other notables, both of the Army and Navy. From the first, relations were strained. There was natural annoyance when these senior officers found that their opposite numbers were youngsters of no experience. Then, again, at Cologne and Munster, I understand that the German military did not show the proper courtesies, and certainly the hospitality which the whole party received until we reached England was negligible. The Germans themselves must have felt ashamed of the difference. Personally, the competitors were not a bad set of fellows, though there were some bounders among them. We were not all above criticism ourselves. Of the competition itself, little need be said, as I have treated the sporting side of it elsewhere. Some of the Germans seemed to me to be a little mad, for they seemed consumed by the idea that it was a race, whereas it mattered nothing who was at the head of the procession or who at the tail, so long as you did the allotted distance in the allotted time. I saw a German bound into his car after some stoppage. "How many ahead?" "3 Englishmen." "Forwards, forwards," he cried. They barged into each other, dashed furiously round corners, and altogether behaved in a wild fashion, while our sedate old fellows pursued their course in a humdrum fashion and saved their marks. There were, however, some good fellows among the Germans. I have not forgotten how one of them, anonymously, used to place flowers in my wife's corner every morning. But as an attempt at an entente, it was a great failure. The British officer who was compelled to spend weeks with a carload of Germans was not expansive and refused to be digested. Some of the Germans too became disagreeable. I saw a large German car. They were all Benz and Mercedes, generally 70 to 80 horsepower, edge a little British car right off the road onto the grass track beside it. The driver of the British car was a pretty useful middleweight boxer, but he kept his temper, or there might have been trouble. There was very little love lost on either side, though I, as one of the few German-speaking competitors, did my very best to bring about a more cordial atmosphere. But war was in the air. Both sides spoke of it. Several of the British officers were either of the intelligence branch or had special German experience. They were unanimous about it. My attempts towards peace were rejected. "The only thing I want to do with these people is to fight them," said Colonel Holman. "Same here," said the officer with him. It was a deep antagonism on either side. They were not only sure of the war, but of the date. It will be on the first pretext after the Kiel Canal is widened. The Kiel Canal was finished in June 1914, and war came in August, so that they were not far wrong. There was some little German chaff on the subject. "Wouldn't you like one of these little islands?" I heard a German say as we steamed out past Heligoland and the Frisian Belt. It was this experience which first made me take the threat of war seriously, but I could have persuaded myself that I was misled, had it not been that I read soon afterwards Bernardi's book, Germany and the Next War. I studied it carefully, and I put my impression of it into print in an article called England and the Next War, which appeared in the Fortnightly Review in the summer of 1913. It lies before me now as I write, and it is interesting to see how, as I projected my mind and my imagination over the possibilities of the future, I read much aright and some little wrong. I began by epitomizing Bernardi's whole argument and showing that however we might disagree with it, we were bound to take it seriously, since he was undoubtedly a leader of a certain class of thought in his own country, that very military class which was now predominant. I demurred at his assumption that the German army in equal numbers must overcome the French. It is possible, I remarked, that even so high an authority as General Bernardi has not entirely appreciated how Germany has been the teacher of the world in military matters, and how thoroughly her pupils have responded to that teaching. That attention to detail, perfection of arrangement for mobilization, and careful preparation, which have won Germany victories in the past, may now be turned against her, and she may find that others can equal her in her own virtues. I then examined Bernardi's alleged grievances against Great Britain, and showed how baseless they were, and how little they could hope to gain by victory. I quoted one poisonous sentence: "Even English attempts at a rapprochement must not blind us to the real situation. We may at most use them to delay the necessary and inevitable war, until we may fairly imagine that we have some prospect of success." This last sentence, I remarked, must come home to some of us who have worked in the past for a better feeling between the two countries. I then gave an epitome of Bernardi's plan of campaign, as outlined in charming frankness in his volume, and I sketched out how far we were in a position to meet it, and what were the joints in our armour. My general conclusions may be given as follows. 1. That invasion was not a serious danger, and that the thought of it should not deflect our plans. 2. That if invasion becomes impossible, then any force like the Territorials, unless it is prepared to go abroad, becomes useless. 3. That we should not have conscription, save as a very last resource, since it is against the traditions of our people. 4. That our real danger lay in the submarine and in the airship, which could not be affected by blockade. In discussing the submarine, I said, what exact effect a swarm of submarines lying off the mouth of the Channel and the Irish Sea would produce upon the victualling of these islands is a problem which is beyond my conjecture. Other ships besides the British would be likely to be destroyed, and international complications would probably follow. I cannot imagine that such a fleet would entirely, or even to a very large extent, cut off our supplies, but it is certain that they would have the effect of considerably raising the price of whatever did reach us. Therefore we should suffer privation, though not necessarily such privation as would compel us to make terms. From the beginning of the war every home source would naturally be encouraged, and it is possible that before our external supplies were seriously decreased, our internal ones might be well on the way to make up the deficiency. This did, I think, roughly outline the actual course of events. 5. That the submarines would affect military operations should we send a force to France or Belgium. 6. That therefore the Channel Tunnel was a vital necessity. 7. That all unnecessary expenses should be at once cut down so that British credit should stand at its highest when the strain came. These are only the general conclusions. The article attracted some attention, but I do not suppose that it had any actual influence upon the course of events. To reinforce it, I wrote an imaginary episode called Danger in the Strand magazine to show how even a small power might possibly bring us to our knees by the submarine. It was singularly prophetic, for not only did it outline the actual situation as it finally developed, but it contained many details: the zigzagging of the merchant ships, the use of submarine guns, the lying for the night on sandy bottoms, and so forth, exactly as they occurred. The article was sent around in proof to a number of high naval officers, mostly retired, for their opinions. I am afraid that the printed results, which I will not be so cruel as to quote, showed that it was as well they were retired, since they had no sense of the possibilities of the naval warfare of the future. One result of my fortnightly article was that General Henry Wilson, late Chief of the Staff College as he then was, desired to see me to cross-question me, and a meeting was arranged at the house of Colonel Sackville West, Major Swinton being also present. There, after luncheon, General Wilson machine-gunned me with questions for about an hour. He was fierce and explosive in his manner, and looked upon me, no doubt, as one of those pestilential laymen who insist upon talking of things they don't understand. As I could give reasons for my beliefs, I refused to be squashed, and when the interview was over, I went straight down to the Athenaeum Club and wrote it all down from memory. It makes such curious reading that I give it exactly as I reported it that day, in dialogue with 1 or 2 comments from Colonel Sackville West. After saying with some asperity that I had made many statements which I could not substantiate, and so might give the public far too optimistic a view of the position, he said, "Why do you say that we would never pay an indemnity to Germany?" ACD. It is a matter of individual opinion. I go upon history and upon the spirit of our people. Gen W. Had not France equal spirit in 1870? How is it that they paid an indemnity? ACD. Because Germany was sitting on top of them, and she had to pay to get from under. Gen W. Why may she not sit on top of us? ACD. Because we live on an island, and she cannot occupy us in the same way. Colonel SW. I believe a little pressure on London would cause us to pay an indemnity. ACD. The man who suggested it would get hanged. Colonel SW. They would hang the man who made the war. ACD. No, they would back him, but hang the traitor. Gen W. You say that they would gain nothing by war. What about the carrying trade of the world? ACD. The carrying trade depends on economic questions and upon geographical situation. For example, the Norwegians, who have no fleet, are one of the principal carriers. Gen W. At least they could starve us out if they held the seas. ACD. Well, that is where my tunnel would come in, but of course I am entirely with you as to the need of holding the seas. Gen W. Well, now you admit that we must go to the help of France? Certainly. Gen W. But what can 6 divisions do? ACD. Well, my point is that 6 divisions with a tunnel are better than 6 divisions without a tunnel. Colonel SW. If we have a tunnel, we must have a force worth sending to send through it. ACD. If you are going to couple the tunnel with compulsory service, you will get neither one nor the other. Gen W. I think, so far as submarines go, that the British patrols would make it a very desperate service. Some desperate man might get his boat through. ACD. Some desperate man might command a flotilla and get it through. Gen W. Many things seem possible theoretically which cannot be done in practice, but no doubt there is a danger there. In your view, the territorials are simply a support for the fighting army? ACD. Yes. Gen W. But they are too untrained to go into action. ACD. They would be reserves and have time to train. Gen W. Your idea of troops coming back in case of a raid through the tunnel is impossible. You could not withdraw troops in that way from their positions. ACD. Well, with all respect, I do not believe either in a raid or in an invasion. Gen W. A war with Germany would be short and sharp. 7 months would see it finished. ACD. You mean no doubt the continental part. I could imagine the naval part lasting 10 years. Colonel S.W. If your fleet was crushed, you would have to give in. ACD. A fleet can never be annihilated as an army is. There always remain scattered forces which can go on fighting. I don't think we need give in because the fleet is crushed. Gen W. You don't suppose that the Englishman is a better soldier by nature than the Frenchman or the German? ACD. At least he is a volunteer. Gen W. How would that affect the matter? ACD. I think he would rally better if he were beaten. There would be no end to his resistance, like the North in the American War. Gen W. Don't you think if war were declared with Germany that the public, fearing an invasion, would clamour against any regular troops going abroad at all? ACD. I think the public would leave it to the War Office. In the South African War they allowed our troops to go 6,000 miles away, and yet there was a danger of a European coalition. Colonel S.W. But our navy was supreme then. ACD. Not against a coalition. Gen W. When Cervera's fleet got loose, the Americans would not allow their troops to embark. Colonel S.W. Even the Pacific coast was terrified. ACD. Well, surely that is the reductio ad absurdum. Colonel S.W. Still, the fact remains. Gen W. If we could send 15 divisions, we could stop a war. ACD. But that means compulsory service. Gen W. Why not? ACD. Because I am convinced that you could not get it. I have twice stood for Parliament and I am sure no candidate would have a chance on such a platform. Gen W. Our descendants will say, well, you saw the danger and yet you made no effort. ACD. Well, we have doubled our estimates. Surely that is an effort and must represent power somewhere. We parted quite good friends, but the General's evident desire to rope me in as a compulsory service man was vain. I venture to think that Lord Roberts's efforts in that direction were a great mistake, and that if he had devoted the same great energy to the line of least resistance, which was the territorial force, we could have had 500,000 in the ranks when war broke out. From the time that I was convinced by my experiences at the Prince Henry race, and by carefully reading German literature, that a war was really brewing, I naturally began to speculate as to the methods of attack and of defence. I have an occasional power of premonition, psychic rather than intellectual, which exercises itself beyond my own control, and which, when it really comes, is never mistaken. The danger seems to be that my own prejudice or reasonings may interfere with it. On this occasion I saw as clearly as possible what the course of a naval war between England and Germany would be. I had no doubt at all that our greatest danger, a desperately real one, was that they would use their submarines in order to sink our food ships, and that we might be starved into submission. Even if we won every fleet action, this unseen enemy would surely bring us to our knees. It all worked out in exact detail in my mind, so much so that Admiral Capell mentioned my name afterwards in the Reichstag and said that only I had accurately seen the economic form which the war would assume. This was perhaps true, so far as the economic side went, but Sir Percy Scott had spoken with far more authority than I on the growing power of the submarines in warfare. I was made very uneasy by this line of thought, and all the more so because I asked several naval officers for some reassurance and could get none. One of them, I remember, said that it was all right because we should put a boom across the channel, which seemed to me like saying that you could keep eels from going down a river, by laying a plank across it. Among others I spoke to, Captain Beatty, as he then was, whom I met at a weekend party at Knowle, and though he could give me no reassurance about submarines, he impressed me by his vivid and alert personality, and I felt that a navy with such men in command was safe enough where fighting was concerned. It could not, however, fill the platter if there was no loaf to place upon it. I pondered the matter and could only see 3 palliatives, and no cure. The first was to encourage home growth by a bonus, or by a tariff, but here our accursed party politics barred the way, as I had learned only too clearly after spending £1,000 fighting the Hoyk boroughs in order to get some form of agricultural protection. The second was to meet submarines by submarine food carriers. I think that this may prove the final solution, but the ships were not yet planned, far less launched. The third and most obvious was the Channel Tunnel, or tunnels for preference. I had supported this scheme for years, and felt that as a nation we had made fools of ourselves over it, exactly as we did over the Suez Canal. If we were an island the size of the Wight, such timidity would be intelligible, but the idea of a great country being invaded through a hole in the ground, 27 miles long, seemed to me the most fantastic possible, while the practical use of the tunnel, both for trade and for tourists, was obvious. But now I saw that far more serious issues were at stake, for if we were held up by submarines, and if France was either neutral or our ally, we could land all the eastern portion of our supplies, which is not inconsiderable, at Marseille, and so run them safely to London without breaking bulk. When I put this forward in the press, some military critic said, but if the submarines could hold up the Channel, they could hold up the Mediterranean also. This did not seem a good argument because Germany was the possible enemy, and it had no port in the Mediterranean, while the radius of submarine action at that time was not great enough to allow them to come so far. So strongly did I feel about the need for a Channel tunnel in view of the coming war that I remember writing 3 memoranda and sending one to the Army, one to the Navy, and one to the Council of Imperial Defence. Of course I got no satisfaction of any kind, but Captain, now General, Swinton, who was acting as secretary to the latter body, told me that he had read my paper and that it had set him furiously thinking. I wrote to Lord Northcliffe also, without avail. I felt as if, like Solomon Eagle, I could go through London with a burning brazier on my head, if I could only get people to understand the need of the tunnel. The whole discussion had taken the utterly impossible and useless turn towards compulsory service, and the things which were practical and vital were being missed. I spoke in public about the tunnel when I could, and on one occasion, just a year before the war, I raised a discussion in the Times. Mr. Ronald McNeill giving me an opening by declaring in the House that the project was a crazy one. There was also about that time a meeting in the City at the Cannon Street Hotel, where a very influential body of men supported the scheme. My speech, as reported next day in the Times in a very condensed form, ran thus. Sir A. Conan Doyle said there were possibilities in a future war that rendered it a matter of vital national importance that the tunnel should be constructed without delay. The danger was that we were getting 5/6 of our food supplies from abroad, and submarine craft were developing remarkable qualities which were not generally realised. They were able to avoid a blockade squadron and to pass under a patrol line of torpedo boats without their existence being even suspected. If they were sent to the line of our commerce and told to sink a ship, they would torpedo that ship for a certainty. What would be the condition of our food supplies if there were 25 hostile submarines off the Kent coast, and 25 in the Irish Channel? The price of food would reach an almost prohibitive figure. The military correspondent of the Times was a great opponent of the Channel Tunnel, and was always running it down and mocking at it. But the other day he wrote an article on the Mediterranean, and forgetting the Channel Tunnel, he said, "We must remember that more than half the food supply of this country now comes from the Mediterranean. If it came through the Mediterranean, and if it got to Marseille and we had the Channel Tunnel, it was only a matter of management to get it through to London." The military correspondent of the Times, who was presumably Colonel Reppington, had an article next day deriding the scheme and making light of my picture of submarines in the Channel. Well, we have lived to see them, and I wish my argument had proved less sound. Colonel Repington has proved himself so clear-sighted an observer and commentator in the last war that he can be forgiven if, for once, he was on the wrong side. But if the Channel Tunnel had been put in hand at once after that meeting and rushed to completion, I wonder if it would be an exaggeration to say that £100 million would have been saved, while what it would have meant in evacuating wounded and in communications in stormy weather could not be represented in words. Imagine the convenience and saving of time and labour when munitions could be started at Woolwich and landed at Amiens without a break. It has been argued that if the tunnel had been built, the first swoop of the Germans would have brought them to the end of it, and it would have been destroyed. But this will not bear examination, for it is based on the idea that we should have left the end unprotected. It would, as a matter of fact, have been the most natural fortress in the world, and the strangest, for it would be the only fortress where you could increase or withdraw your garrison at will, and introduce any supplies at any time you might desire. A very few forts and trenches on those convenient chalk slopes with their wide, smooth fields of fire would hold the tunnel. In stretching their right wing as far as Amiens, the Germans were very nearly cut off, and it was by a very great effort that von Kluck saved it. If instead of Amiens he had reached Calais with sufficient forces for a siege, he would have been unable to get away. An argument based upon the supposition that we should leave the mouth of the tunnel in Picardy as unprotected as the mouth of a coal mine in Kent is surely an unsound one. Now in 1924 they are talking of building the tunnel. I wonder what our descendants will think of the whole business. Probably what we think of the men who opposed the Suez Canal. It is a most singular thing that our Navy, with so many practical and clever men in it, with a genius like Winston Churchill at the head, and another genius like Lord Fisher in continual touch, did not realise until faced with actual results some of the most important and surely most obvious points in connection with naval warfare. It came, I suppose, from the iron bonds of tradition, and that there were so many things to supervise, but the fact remains that a perfectly overwhelming case could be made out against the higher brain department of our senior service. A war with Germany was anticipated, and as the public imagined was prepared for, but save for the shipbuilding programme, which left us a narrow margin of safety, and for the concentration of our distant squadrons into British waters, and the elimination of many useless craft which consume good crews, what evidence is there of foresight? It was known, for example, that Scapa Flow and Cromarty were the two possible anchorages of the fleet in a long-distance blockade, and yet no attempt had been made to mount guns or to net the entrances, so that for months there was a possibility of a shattering disaster. And Jellicoe, with the prudence which always distinguished him, had to put to sea every night lest his fleet should present a sitter to a torpedo attack. We showed intelligence in sticking always to the heavier guns, but our mines were wretchedly inefficient. Our rangefinders were very inferior, and our shells proved to have less penetrating and explosive force. But the worst thing of all was the utter want of imagination shown in picturing the conditions of modern naval warfare, which must surely be done before just preparation can be made. It was clear that the effect of armour protection on one side and of the mine and the torpedo on the other would mean that if the ship floated there would be little loss of life, but that she was very likely to sink, in which case the whole crew would go. Therefore provision must be made for the saving of everyone on board. The authorities, however, seem to have completely underrated the dangers of the mine and torpedo, and centred their attention upon the surface naval action, where boats, being inflammable, would be a danger, and where in any case they would probably be shot to pieces before the end of the fight. The pre-war idea was to throw the boats and every other wooden object overboard before the action began. The very first day of naval warfare showed the importance of the mine, as on August 5th the Germans laid a minefield outside the mouth of the Thames, which nearly blew up their own returning ambassador, Prince Lichnowsky, and did actually cause the destruction of one of our light vessels, the Amphion. It was clear that one of the great dangers of the sea lay in this direction, and it soon became equally clear that nothing had been done to think out some defence. Foresight would have anticipated this situation, and would have set the brains of the younger naval officers at work, devising some remedy. As a matter of fact, the real solution had been roughly indicated by Colonel Repington in Blackwood's magazine, some 4 years before, in which he spoke of a device called the otter, used by poachers for gathering up lines, and suggested that something of the sort would gather up the lines to which mines are attached. After 3 years of war and very many preventable losses, including the great battleship Audacious, the splendid auxiliary cruiser Laurentic with 6 millions in gold on board, and many other fine vessels, the cure was found in the paravane, which was an adaptation of the otter. After its adoption, ships could cruise over a minefield with little fear of injury, and our squadrons were no longer confined to the narrow lanes which had been swept clear. I was from the beginning greatly impressed by this danger, and I wrote early in the war both to the papers and the Admiralty, but my device was crude and clumsy compared to what was actually done. My idea was something like a huge trident or toasting fork, which could be hauled up on the bows when the waters were safe, but could be pushed forward and dipped down in front when there was danger, so as to explode any mine before the ship could actually reach it. Such an apparatus would be better than nothing, but still I quite admit that it was an inadequate solution of the problem. But at least it was an attempt, and no other attempt was visible for years afterwards. But the particular instance of mines was a small consideration besides the huge, permanent, incredible fact that while it was clear that a battleship could suddenly go down like a kettle with a hole in it, dragging 1,000 men down with it, there was no provision by which the lives of these men could be saved. It was really unbelievable until there came the terrible example when the 3 cruisers, Hogue, Aboukir and Cressy, were all put down in a single day. A young German lieutenant with 20 men had caused us more loss than we suffered at Trafalgar. To learn how the hapless men had nowhere to turn, and how they clung on to floating petrol tins as their only safety, should have been terrible reading to those whose want of foresight had brought about such a situation. It was a dreadful object lesson, and there seemed no reason why it should not be often repeated. I had already commented in the press upon the situation which would arise in a general action, with ships sinking all round and no boats. I suggested that it might be possible to drop the boats before battle and to have them in tow of a steam launch which could bring them up if needed. Of course I saw all the difficulties and dangers of such a course, but if one took the word of the sailors that the boats were a danger on board, then I could think of no other way of working it. When I wrote about it, several naval critics, notably Commander Jane, rapped me hard over the knuckles and deplored the intrusion of landsmen into matters of which they knew nothing. But when this great catastrophe occurred, I realized that the protection must be individual rather than collective, and that one must ventilate the thing in public with such warmth that the authorities would be compelled to do something. If wooden boats were impossible, what about India rubber collars which would at least hold the poor fellows above the waves until some help could reach them? I opened an agitation in several papers, notably the Daily Mail and the Daily Chronicle, and within a very few days, either post hoc or propter hoc, there was a rush order for 250,000 collars which could be blown out by the men themselves, and which were henceforth to be part of their vital equipment. The Hampshire Telegraph, the best informed of naval papers, said, "The Navy has to thank Sir Conan Doyle for the new life-saving apparatus the Admiralty are supplying. Some weeks ago he asked if it was not possible to manufacture a simple and easily inflatable lifebelt, and, thanks to the enterprise of a rubber manufacturing firm, a swimming collar is now being supplied to the men of the fleet in the North Sea as fast as they can be turned out. The apparatus is exceedingly simple. It is made of rubber, enclosed in a stout web casing, and weighs complete under 3 ounces. It can be carried in the pocket and can be inflated in position round a man's neck in about 10 seconds. Its effect is to keep the man's head above water indefinitely. There is little doubt that this swimming collar will result in the saving of many lives, and the Admiralty are to be congratulated upon the promptitude with which they have adopted the suggestion of Sir Conan Doyle." I was by no means satisfied with this, however, for however useful in calm water on a summer day, it was clear that men would soon perish by exhaustion in a rough winter sea, and the collars would only prolong their agony. If wooden boats took up too much room and were inflammable, how about India rubber collapsible boats? I wrote in the Daily Mail, "We can spare and replace the ships. We cannot spare the men. They must be saved, and this is how to save them. There is nothing so urgent as this. We can view all future disasters with equanimity if the ship's company has only a fair chance for its life." Of course, one recognised that there were some situations where nothing would avail. The Formidable, which was torpedoed near Plymouth on January the 1st, 1915, was a case in point. Captain Miller of the Brixham trawler, which rescued 70 men, said to the Daily Mail representative that I was doing a national work in my efforts to get better life-saving appliances for the men of the Navy. He remarked that in calm weather collapsible boats would be of use, but they could not possibly have lived in the seas which were breaking over the Formidable's whaler. The weather here was exceptional, and one cannot hope to provide for every case. The final result of the agitation was the provision of collars, of safety waistcoats, and, as I believe, of a better supply of boats. I need hardly say that I never received a word of acknowledgement or thanks from the Admiralty. One is not likely to be thanked by a government department for supplementing its work. But it may be that some poor seaman struggling in the water sent me his good wish, and those are the thanks that I desired. There was nothing in the war which moved me more than the thought of the helpless plight of these gallant men who were sacrificed when they could so easily have been saved. Like every man with Irish blood in his veins, I was deeply moved by the tragedy of Ireland during the war, her fine start, the want of tact with which it was met, her sad relapse, and finally her failure to rise to the great world crisis. A letter which I value very much is one which I received from Major William Redmond just before his lamented death. What an abyss of evil Ireland would have been saved from, had the spirit of this letter been the inspiration upon which he acted. 1812-1916. Dear Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, it was very good of you to write to me, and I value very much the expression of your opinion. There are a great many Irishmen today who feel that out of this war we should try and build up a new Ireland. The trouble is, men are so timid about meeting each other halfway. It would be a fine memorial to the men who have died so splendidly if we could over their graves build up a bridge between the north and south. I have been thinking a lot about this lately in France. No one could help doing so when one finds that the two sections from Ireland are actually side by side holding the trenches. No words, not even your own, could do justice to the splendid action of the new Irish soldiers. They never have flinched, they never give trouble, and they are steady and sober. Had poor Kettle lived, he would have given the world a wonderful account of things out there. I saw a good deal of Kettle, and we had many talks of the unity we both hoped would come out of the war. I have been an extreme nationalist all my life, and if others as extreme, perhaps on the other side, will only come halfway, then I believe, impossible as it may seem, we should be able to hit upon a plan to satisfy the Irish sentiment and the imperial sentiment at one and the same time. I am sure you can do very much, as you already have done, in this direction. I am going back for Christmas with the men I have become attached very deeply to during the last 2 years. With many thanks for your letter. Yours very truly, William Redmond, Major. If this letter even now were posted up by the Free State and Northern governments at every crossroads of Ireland, the spirit of Willie Redmond might heal the wounds of the unhappy country. End of Chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by A Fine Voice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 27. A Remembrance of the Dark Years. Nightmares of the Morning. The Civilian Reserve. The Volunteers. Domestic Life in Wartime. German Prisoners. Cipher to Our Prisoners. Sir John French. Empress Eugenie. Miracle Town. Armour. Our Tragedy. I can never forget, and our descendants can never imagine, the strange effect upon the mind which was produced by seeing the whole European fabric drifting to the edge of the chasm with absolute uncertainty as to what would happen when it toppled over. Military surprises, starvation, revolution, bankruptcy. No one knew what so unprecedented an episode would produce. It was all so evidently preventable, and yet it was so madly impossible to prevent it. For the Prussians had struck their monkey wrench into the machinery, and it would no longer work. As a rule, one has wild dreams and wakes to sanity, but on those mornings I left sanity when I woke and found myself in a world of nightmare dreams. On August the 4th, when war seemed assured, I had a note from Mr. Goldsmith, a plumber in the village. There is a feeling in Crowborough that something should be done. This made me laugh at first, but presently I thought more seriously of it. After all, Crowborough was one of 1,000 villages, and we might be planning and acting for all. Therefore I had notices rapidly printed. I distributed them and put them at road corners, and the same evening, August 4th, we held a village meeting and started the volunteers, a force which soon grew to 200,000 men. The old volunteers had become extinct when the territorials had been organised some 10 or 12 years before, but this new force which I conceived was to be a universal one, where every citizen, young and old, should be trained to arms. A great stock-pot into which the nation could dip and draw its needs. We named ourselves the Civilian Reserve. No one, I reflected, could be the worse in such days for being able to drill and to shoot, or for being assembled in organised units. Government was too preoccupied to do anything, and we must show initiative for ourselves. After I had propounded my scheme, I signed the roll myself, and 120 men did the same. Those were the first men in the volunteer force. Next evening we assembled at the drill hall, found out who could drill us, chose our non-commissioned officers, and set to work to form ourselves into an efficient company. Gillette, my American actor friend, had got stranded in England, and he was an interested spectator on this occasion. For the time being I took command. I had notified the War Office what we had done and asked for official sanction. We were careful not to stand in the way of recruiting and determined to admit none who could reasonably join up at once. When the plan began to work, I wrote a description of our methods to the Times. As a consequence, I received requests for our rules and methods from 1,200 towns and villages. My secretary and I worked all day getting these off, and in many cases the inquiries led to the formation of similar companies. For about a fortnight all went well. We drilled every day, though we had no weapons. At the end of that time, there came a peremptory order from the War Office. All unauthorised bodies to be at once disbanded. Unquestioning and cheerful obedience is the first law in time of war. The company was on parade. I read out the telegram and then said, "Right turn, dismiss." With this laconic order, the Civilian Reserve dissolved forever. But it had a speedy and glorious resurrection. There was a central body in London with some remote connection with the old volunteer force. Lord Desborough was chairman of this, and there could not have been a better man. The government put the formation of a volunteer force into the charge of this committee, to which I was elected. Mr. Percy Harris was the secretary and showed great energy. I wrote to all the 1,200 applicants, referring them to this new centre, and we, the Crowborough body, now became the Crowborough Company of the 6th Royal Sussex Volunteer Regiment. That we were the first company in the country was shown by the Volunteer Gazette, when a prize was awarded for this distinction. Under its new shape, Captain St. Quintin, who had been a soldier, became our leader, and Mr. Gresson and Mr. Druce, both of them famous cricketers, our lieutenants. Goldsmith was one of the sergeants, and I remained a full private for 4 years of war, and an extra half year before we were demobilised. Our ranks fluctuated, for as the age limit of service gradually rose, we passed many men into the regular army, but we filled up with new recruits, and we were always about 100 strong. Our drill and discipline were excellent, and when we received our rifles and bayonets, we soon learned to use them, nor were our marching powers contemptible, when one remembers that many of the men were in the 50s and even in the 60s. It was quite usual for us to march from Crowborough to Frant with our rifles and equipment, to drill for a long hour in a heavy marshy field, and then to march back, singing all the way. It would be a good 14 miles apart from the drill. I have very pleasant recollections of that long period of service. I learned to know my neighbours who stood in the same ranks, and I hope that they also learned to know me, as they could not otherwise. We had frequent camps, field days and inspections. On one occasion 8,000 of us were assembled, and I am bound to say that I have never seen a finer body of men, though they were rather of the police constable than of the purely military type. The spirit was excellent, and I am sure that if we had had our chance, we should have done well in action. But it was hard to know how to get the chance, save in case of invasion. We were the remaining pivots of national life, and could only be spared for short periods, or chaos would follow. But a week or two in case of invasion was well within our powers, and such a chance would have been eagerly hailed. No doubt our presence enabled the government to strip the country of regular troops, far more than they would have dared otherwise to do. Twice, as Repington's Memoirs show, there was a question of embodying us for active service, but in each case the emergency passed. I found the life of a private soldier a delightful one. To be led and not to lead was most restful, and so long as one's thoughts were bounded by the polishing of one's buttons and buckles or the cleansing of one's rifle, one was quietly happy. In that long period I shared every phase of my companion's life. I have stood in the queue with my pannikin to get a welcome drink of beer, and I have slept in a bell tent on a summer night with a Sussex yokel blissfully snoring upon each of my shoulders. Sometimes amusing situations arose. I remember a new adjutant arriving and reviewing us. When he got opposite to me in his inspection, his eyes were caught by my South African medal. "You have seen service, my man," said he. "Yes, sir," I answered. He was a little cocky fellow who might well have been my son so far as age went. When he had passed down the line, he said to our CO, St. Quintin, "Who is that big fellow on the right of the rear rank?" "That's Sherlock Holmes," said CO. "Good Lord," said the adjutant. "I hope he does not mind my manning him." "He just loves it," said St. Quintin, which showed that he knew me. The other big factor which covered the whole period of the war, and some time after it, was my writing the history of the European campaign, which I published volume by volume under the name of The British Campaign in France and Flanders. My information was particularly good, for I had organised a very extensive correspondence with the generals, who were by no means anxious for self-advertisement, but were, on the other hand, very keen that the deeds of their particular troops should have full justice done them. In this way I was able to be the first to describe in print the full battle line with all the divisions, and even brigades in their correct places, from Mons onwards to the last fight before the armistice. When I think what a fuss was made in the old days, when any correspondent got the account of a single colonial battle before his comrades, it is amazing to me that hardly a single paper ever commented, in reviewing these 6 successive volumes, upon the fact that I was really the only public source of supply of accurate and detailed information. I can only suppose that they could not believe it to be true. I had no help, but only hindrance from the War Office, and everything I got was by means which were equally open to anyone else who took the trouble to organise them. Of course I was Bowdlerised and blue-pencilled by censors, but still the fact remains that a dozen great battle lines were first charted by me. I have since read the official account so far as it has gone, and find little to change in my own, though the German and French records are now available to broaden the picture. For the moment, war literature is out of fashion, and my war history, which reflects all the passion and pain of those hard days, has never come into its own. I would reckon it the greatest and most undeserved literary disappointment of my life if I did not know that the end is not yet, and that it may mirror those great times to those who are to come. For the rest, I had a great deal of literary propaganda work to do. Once it was the Two Arms pamphlet, written in conjunction with Mr. Smith, soon to become Lord Birkenhead. Once again it was an appeal for our ill-used prisoners. Sometimes Norway, sometimes South America, always the United States needed treatment. As to my special missions, those I treat in separate chapters. There are many small but very important details of domestic life during the war which have never been properly described, and could indeed best be described by a woman, for they were usually an invasion of her department. Our descendants will never realize how we were all registered and docketed and rationed, so that the state could give the least to and take the most from each of us. One had food cards for practically everything, and the card only entitled you to get your meagre portion if it was to be had. Often it wasn't. I have been at a great lunch with half the grandees of the land and the Prime Minister to speak. The fare was Irish stew and rice pudding. What could man ask for more? But it will need another war to bring it round again. There was a pleasing uncertainty about all meals. There was always a sense of adventure, and a wonder whether you would really get something. It all made for appetite. Then there were the darkened windows, the sharp knocking of the police if the blind emitted any light, the vexatious summons for very small offences, the pulling down of every blind on the railway trains. At night, one never knew what evil bird was flying overhead, or what foul egg would be dropped. Once, as we sat in the theatre at Eastbourne, the whir of a zeppelin was heard above us. Half the audience slipped out, the lights were put out, and the play was finished with candles on the stage. When I was lecturing in London, the same thing happened, and I finished my lecture in the dark. Everyone found themselves doing strange things. I was not only a private in the Volunteers, but I was a signaller, and I was for a time number 1 of a machine gun. My wife started a home for Belgian refugees in Crowborough. My son was a soldier, first, last, and all the time. My daughter Mary gave herself up altogether to public work, making shells at Vickers and afterwards serving in a canteen. If I may quote a passage from my history, grotesque combinations resulted from the eagerness of all classes to lend a hand. An observer has described how a peer and a prize fighter worked on the same bench at Woolwich, while title ladies and young girls from cultured homes earned 16 shillings a week at Erith and boasted in the morning of the number of shell cases which they had turned and finished in their hours of night shift. Truly it had become a national war. Of all its memories, none will be stranger than those of the peaceful middle-aged civilians who were seen eagerly reading books of elementary drill in order to prepare themselves to meet the most famous soldiers in Europe, or of the schoolgirls and matrons who donned blue blouses and by their united work surpassed the output of the great death factories of Essen. Every house had its vegetable garden and every poor man his allotment, that we might at the worst exist until we could win our peace. The want of sugar and the limitation of tea were the worst privations. My wife, greatly helped by a faithful servant, Jakeman, did wonders in saving food, and we always lived well within our legal rations. This did not save us once from a police raid because some tea, sent us as a present from India, had arrived. We had already distributed a good deal of it, however, to our less fortunate neighbours, so we came well out of the matter. I have one singular memory in having to guard German prisoners at work. The Volunteers had a turn at this work, and we spent the night at Lewes Prison. In the early morning, dark and misty, we were mustered, and 5 prisoners handed over to each of us. Mine worked on a farm some 4 miles from the town, and thither I had to march them, walking behind them with my rifle on my shoulder. When I had reached the lonely country road, I thought I would get into human touch with these poor slouching wretches, who were still in their stained grey uniforms, and wearing their service caps with the bright red bands, which formed a wonderful advertisement of the excellence of German dyes. I halted them, drew them up, and asked them their nationality. 3 were from Württemberg, and 2 from Prussia. I asked the Württembergers how long they had been prisoners. They said 14 months. Then, said I, you were taken by the Canadians at Ypres upon such and such a date. They were considerably astonished, since I was simply a second-line Tommy from their point of view. Of course I had the details of the war very clearly in my mind, and I knew that our one big haul of Württembergers had been on that occasion. To this day they must wonder how I knew. I shall not forget that day, for I stood for 8 hours leaning on a rifle, amid drizzling rain, while in a little gap of the mist I watched those men loading carts with manure. I can answer for it that they were excellent workers, and they seemed civil, tractable fellows as well. It was in 1915 that I managed to establish a secret correspondence with the British prisoners at Magdeburg. It was not very difficult to do, and I dare say others managed it as well as I. But it had the effect of cheering them by a little authentic news, for at that time they were only permitted to see German newspapers. It came about in this way. A dear friend of my wife's, Miss Lily Loder Simmons, had a brother, Captain Willie Loder Simmons of the Wiltshires, who had been wounded and taken in the stand of the 7th Brigade on the evening before Le Cateau. He was an ingenious fellow and had written home a letter which passed the German censor, because it seemed to consist in the description of a farm. But when read carefully, it was clear that it was the conditions of himself and his comrades which he was discussing. It seemed to me that if a man used such an artifice, he would be prepared for a similar one in a letter from home. I took one of my books, therefore, and beginning with the 3rd chapter, I guessed the censor would examine the first. I put little needle pricks under the various printed letters until I had spelled out all the news. I then sent the book and also a letter. In the letter I said that the book was, I feared, rather slow in the opening, but that from chapter 3 onwards he might find it more interesting. That was as plain as I dared to make it. Loder Simmons missed the allusion altogether, but by good luck he showed the letter to Captain the Honourable Rupert Keppel of the Guards, who had been taken at Landrecies. He smelled a rat, borrowed the book, and found my cipher. A message came back to his father, Lord Albemarle, to the effect that he hoped Conan Doyle would send some more books. This was sent on to me and of course showed me that it was all right. From that time onwards, every month or two, I pricked off my bulletin, and a long job it was. Finally I learned that the British papers were allowed for the prisoners, so that my budget was superfluous. However, for a year or two I think it was some solace to them, for I always made it as optimistic as truth would allow, or perhaps a little more so, just to get the average right. I had some dealings with General French, but only one interview with him. No one can help feeling a deep respect for the soldier who relieved Kimberley and headed off Cronje, or for the man who bore the first hard thrust of the German spear. My only interview with the general was at the Horse Guards, when he talked very clearly about the military position, though most of what he said as to the changes which modern tactics and heavy guns had caused was rather self-evident. Your problem always is how to pass the wire and the machine guns. There is no way round. What is the good of talking of invading Austria from the south? You will find the same wire and the same machine guns. We may as well face it in Flanders as anywhere else. This talk was shortly after Loos, when he had returned from the army and was at the head of home defence. If you want any point looked up for your history, mind you let me know and I will see that it is done. This sounded very nice to me, who was in a perpetual state of wanting to know. But as a matter of fact I took it as a mere empty phrase, and so it proved when a week or two later I put it to the test. It was a simple question, but I never got any clear answer. One pleasing incident occurred in 1917, when a Hull steam trawler, which had been named after me, under the able handling of Skipper Addy and Lieutenant McCabe of the Naval Reserve, had an action with a heavily armed modern submarine, the fight lasting for some hours. The Conan Doyle was acting as flagship of a little group of trawlers, and though their guns were pop guns compared with that of the German, they so peppered him that he was either sunk or took flight. Anyhow, he vanished under the water. The little boat sent me its ship's bell as a souvenir of the exploit, and I sent some small remembrances in exchange. It was a fine exploit, and I was proud to be connected with it, even in so remote a way. I have in my war chapters expressed my admiration for General Haig. On one occasion I called upon Lady Haig, when she was administering some private hospital at Farnborough. It was, so far as I could understand, one wing of the Empress Eugenie's house, and the Empress invited me to lunch. There were present also Prince Victor Napoleon and his wife, who was, I think, a daughter of my older version, Leopold, King of the Belgians and Overlord of the Congo. The Empress interested me deeply, a historical relic whom one would expect to study in old pictures and memoirs. Yet there she was, moving and talking before me. If Helen launched 1,000 ships, Eugenie, by all accounts, did far more. Indeed, if the first German war was really from her inspiration, as Zola insists, she was at the root of all modern history. In spite of her great age, her face and figure preserved the lines of elegance and breed, the features clearly cut, the head set proudly upon the long neck. I glanced into her sitting room as I passed the open door, and noticed that she was engaged upon an enormous jigsaw puzzle, 1,000 pieces if there were one. Children's toys engaged the mind which once played with empires. There is surely something fatal in that Spanish blood, with its narrow fanatical religion and its masterful intolerance, magnificent but medieval, like the church which inspires it. She talked very freely with me, and in the most interesting manner. It was surprising to see how fresh her mind was, and what curious information she had at her command. She told me, for example, that tetanus in France depended very much upon what soil had got into the wound, while that in turn depended upon what manures had been used for the soil. Thus the percentage of tetanus cases would be quite different in a vine-growing district, and in one where ordinary crops were cultivated. She spoke seriously about the war, but was confident as to the ultimate result. This graceful, withered flower in its strange setting was one of the outstanding memories of those days. All sorts of queer odd jobs came to me as to many others in the war. I was, of course, prepared always to do absolutely anything which was suggested, though the suggestions were sometimes not very reasonable. One must not argue, but simply put one's whole weight, for what it is worth, into the scrum. Once I was directed to go up to Scotland and write up the great new munition works at Gretna, as the public needed reassurance upon the point. Pearson, the younger brother of Lord Cowdray, had built them, and they certainly deserved the name of Miracle Town, which I gave them in my article. The great difficulty always was to give our own people what they wanted, and yet not to give the Germans that which they wanted also. Winston Churchill's remarkable memoirs, the best in my opinion of all the war books, have shown how heavily this pressed in high quarters. His volume is certainly a wonderful vindication of his term of office, and it was a loss to the country when he left it. Churchill was very open to ideas, and sympathetic to those who were trying for some ideal. I had pondered much over armour for the troops, and he commented on it in an inspiring letter, in which he said that the bulletproof man and the torpedo-proof ship were our two great objects. I worked a good deal upon the question of shields and wrote several articles about it in the Times and other papers, but the forces against us were strong. When I saw Mr. Montague on the subject at the Ministry of Munitions, he said, "Sir Arthur, there is no use your arguing here, for there is no one in the building who does not know that you are right. The whole difficulty lies in making the soldiers accept your views. One has of course to be reasonable on the point and to admit that there is a limit to what a man can carry, and that greater weight means slower movement, and therefore longer exposure. That is fully granted. But when the helmet in actual practice was found so useful, why should it not be supplemented by steel shoulder guards, since the helmet might actually guide the bullets down onto the shoulders? And why not a plastron over the heart? The vital points in a man's anatomy are not really so numerous. If many a life was saved by a buckle or a cigarette case, why should such protection not be systematized? And why in trench warfare should not strong breastplates be kept for the temporary use of any troops in the front line? I experimented with my own service rifle upon steel plates, and I was surprised to find how easy it was at 20 paces to turn a bullet. I am convinced that very many lives would have been saved had my views been adopted, and that the men in the hour of danger would have been only too glad to carry that part of their equipment. The tank, however, was a device which carried the armour and the men also, so that it was an extension of these ideas. We can never be grateful enough to the men who thought out the tank, for I have no doubt at all that this product of British brains and British labour won the war, which would otherwise have ended in a peace of mutual exhaustion. Churchill, Danecourt, Tritton, Swinton, and Berney Stern. These were in sober fact, divide the credit as you may, the men who played a very essential part in bringing down the giant. Our household suffered terribly in the war. The first to fall was my wife's brother, Malcolm Leckey, of the Army Medical Service, whose gallantry was so conspicuous that he was awarded a posthumous DSO. While he was actually dying himself, with shrapnel in his chest, he had the wounded to his bedside and bandaged them. Then came the turn of Miss Loda Simons, who lived with us and was a beloved member of the family. 3 of her brothers were killed and the 4th wounded. Finally, on an evil day for us, she also passed on. Then 2 brave nephews, Alec Forbes and Oscar Hornung, went down with bullets through the brain. My gallant brother-in-law, Major Oldham, was killed by a sniper during his first days in the trenches. And then finally, just as all seemed over, I had a double blow. First it was my Kingsley, my only son by the first marriage, one of the grandest boys in body and soul that ever a father was blessed with. He had started the war as a private, worked up to an acting captaincy in the 1st Hampshires, and been very badly wounded on the Somme. It was pneumonia which slew him in London, and the same cursed plague carried off my soldier brother Annise, he who had shared my humble strivings at Southsea so many years ago. A career lay before him, for he was only 40 and already Adjutant General of a corps, with the Legion of Honour and a great record of service. But he was called and he went like the hero he was. "You do not complain at all, sir," said the orderly. "I am a soldier," said the dying general. "Thank God that I have since found that the gates are not shut, but only ajar, if one does show earnestness in the quest." Of all these that I have mentioned, there is but one from whom I have been unable to obtain clear proof of posthumous existence. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Memories and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by afinevoice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 28. Experiences on the British Front. Lord Newton. How I Got Out. Sir W. Robertson. The Destroyer. First experience of trenches. Ceremony at Bethune. Mother. The Ypres salient. Ypres. The whole territorial. General Sir Douglas Haig. Artillery duel. Kingsley. Major Wood. Paris. I had naturally wished to get out to the British front and to see things for myself. And yet I had scruples also, for when soldiers are doing a difficult job, mere spectators and joyriders are out of place. I felt what a perfect nuisance they must be, and hesitated to join them. On the other hand, I had surely more claims than most, since I was not only compiling a history of the campaign, but was continually writing in the press upon military subjects. I made up my mind, therefore, that I was justified in going, but I had as yet no opportunity. However, it came along in a very strange way. It was in the early summer of 1916 that I had a note from Lord Newton saying that he wished to see me at the Foreign Office. I could not conceive what he wanted to see me about, but of course I went. Lord Newton seemed to be doing general utility work which involved the interests of our prisoners in Germany, as well as press arrangements, missions, etc. The former alone would be enough for anyone, and he was exposed to severe criticism for not being sufficiently zealous in the cause. "Newton the Teuton," sang the prisoners, a parody on Gilbert the Filbert, one of the idiotic popular songs of pre-war days. However, I am convinced that he really did his very best, and that his policy was wise, for if it came to an interchange of revenge and barbarity between Germany and us, there was only one in it. There is no use starting a game in which you are bound to be beaten. Winston Churchill had tried it, in the case of the submarine officers, with the result that 30 of our own picked officers had endured much in their prisons, and the policy had to be reconsidered. Lord Newton is a wit, and has a humorous face which covers a good deal of solid capacity. He plunged instantly into the business on hand. "It is the Italian army," said he. "They want a bit of limelight. We propose to send several fellows on short missions to write them up. Your name has been mentioned and approved. Will you go?" I never thought more quickly in my life than on that occasion. I had no plan when I entered the room, since I was ignorant of the proposition, but I saw my opening in a flash. "No," said I. Lord Newton looked surprised. "Why not?" he asked. "Because I should be in a false position," I answered. "I have nothing to compare them with. I have not even seen the British front yet. How absurd it would be for me to approve or to condemn, when they could reasonably ask me what I knew about the matter." "Would you go if that were set right?" "Yes, certainly." "Then I don't think there will be an insuperable difficulty." "Well, if you can arrange that, I am entirely at your disposal." "By the way," said he, "if you go to the front, and especially to the Italian front, a uniform will be essential. What have you a right to wear?" "I am a private in the Volunteers." He laughed. "I think you would be shot at sight by both armies," said he. "You would be looked upon as a rare specimen. I don't think that would do." I had a happy thought. "I am a Deputy Lieutenant of Surrey," said I. "I have the right to wear a uniform when with troops." "Excellent," he cried. "Nothing could be better. Well, you will hear from me presently." I went straight off to my tailor, who rigged me up in a wondrous khaki garb, which was something between that of a colonel and a brigadier, with silver roses instead of stars or crowns upon the shoulder straps. As I had the right to wear several medals, including the South African, the general effect was all right, but I always felt a mighty impostor, though it was certainly very comfortable and convenient. I was still a rare specimen, and quite a number of officers of 3 nations made inquiry about my silver roses. A deputy lieutenant may not be much in England, but when translated into French, my French anyhow, it has an awe-inspiring effect, and I was looked upon by them as an inscrutable but very big person with a uniform all of his own. It was in May when I had my meeting with Lord Newton, and towards the end of the month I received a pass which would take me to the British lines. I remember the solicitude of my family, who seemed to think that I was going on active service. To quiet their kindly anxieties, I said, "My dears, I shall be held in the extreme rear, and I shall be lucky if ever I see a shell burst on the far horizon." The sequel showed that my estimate was nearly as mistaken as theirs. I had had some correspondence with General Robertson, and had dedicated my history of the war to him. So much was I impressed with the splendid work he had done behind the line in the early days, when Cowans and he had as much strain and anxiety from their position in the wings as any of those who were in the limelight of the stage. He was, as it happened, going over to France, and he sent me a note to ask whether I would like to share his private compartment on the train, and then use his destroyer instead of the ordinary steamer. Of course, I was delighted. General Robertson is a sturdy, soldierly, compact man with a bulldog face, and looks as if he might be obstinate and even sullen if crossed. Such men are splendid if they keep their qualities for the enemy, but possibly dangerous if they use them on their associates. Certainly Robertson had a great deal of fighting to do at home as well as abroad, and was in the latter days of the war in constant conflict with the authorities, and with an open feud against the Prime Minister. But it is hard to say who was right. Perhaps if it were not for the pressure which Robertson, Repington, and others exercised, it would have been more difficult to raise those last few 100,000 men who saved us in 1918. Like so many big men, his appearance was most deceptive, and though he looked every inch the soldier, there was nothing to show that great capacity for handling a large business, which would surely have put him at the head of any commercial concern in the country. There was a Cromwellian touch in him which peeped out in occasional religious allusions. He was very engrossed in papers and figures, and I hardly had a word with him between London and New Haven. We went straight on to the destroyer, and she cast off her moorings within a few minutes. The Channel crossing was a great experience for me, and I stood on the bridge all the time looking about for traces of war, which were not numerous. Just under the bridge stood a sturdy seaman in pea-jacket and a flapped cap, an intent, crouching, formidable figure with his hand on the crank of a quick-firing gun. He never relaxed, and for the whole hour, as we tore across, his head, and occasionally his gun, were slowly traversing from right to left. The captain, a young lieutenant whose name I have forgotten, told me what hellish work it was in the winter, though perhaps hellish is not the mot juste for that bitterly cold vigil. His ship was called the Zulu. Shortly afterwards it was blown up, as was its consort, the Nubian. But as two of the halves were still serviceable, they stuck them together and made one very good ship, the Zubian. You can't beat the British dockyard any more than you can the British Navy, which it mothers. That evening we ran through some 20 miles of northern France and wound up at the usual guest house, where I met several travelling Russians. Colonel Wilson, a dark, quiet, affable man who had the thorny job of looking after the press, and Brigadier General Charteris, a pleasant, breezy, fresh-complexioned soldier, head of the British Intelligence Department, joined us at dinner. Everything was quite comfortable, but at the same time properly plain and simple. There is nothing more hateful than luxury behind a battle line. Next day I had a wonderful 12 hours in contact with the soldiers all the time, and I will take some account of it from the notes I made at the time. But now I can expand them and give names more freely. The crowning impression which I carried away from that wonderful day was the enormous imperturbable confidence of the army, and its extraordinary efficiency in organisation, administration, material and personnel. I met in one day a sample of many types: an army commander, a corps commander, 2 divisional commanders, staff officers of many grades, and above all I met repeatedly the 2 very great men whom Britain has produced, the private soldier and the regimental officer. Everywhere and on every face one read the same spirit of cheerful bravery. Even the half-mad cranks, whose absurd consciences prevented them from barring the way to the devil, seemed to me to be turning into men under the prevailing influence. I saw a batch of them, neurotic and largely bespectacled, but working with a will by the roadside. There was no foolish bravado, no underrating of a dour opponent, but a quick, alert, confident attention to the job in hand, which was an inspiration to the observer. Get out of the car, don't let it stay here, it may be hit. These words from a staff officer gave you the first idea that things were going to happen. Up to then you might have been driving through the Black Country in the Walsall district, with the population of Aldershot let loose upon its dingy roads. Put on this shrapnel helmet. That hat of yours would infuriate the Boche. This was an unkind allusion to my uniform. Take this gas mask. You won't need it, but it is a standing order. Now come on. We crossed a meadow and entered a trench. Here and there it came to the surface again, where there was dead ground. At one such point an old church stood, with an unexploded shell sticking out of the wall. A century hence folk may journey to see that shell, then on again through an endless cutting. It was slippery clay below. I had no nails in my boots, an iron pot on my head, and the sun above me. I remember that walk. The telephone wires ran down the side. Here and there large thistles and other plants grew from the clay walls, so immobile had been our lines. Occasionally there were patches of untidiness. Shells, said the officer laconically. There was a racket of guns before us and behind, especially behind, but danger seemed remote with all these Bairnsfather groups of cheerful Tommies at work around us. I passed one group of grimy, tattered boys. A glance at their shoulders showed me that they were of a public school battalion, the 20th Royal Fusiliers. I thought you fellows were all officers now, I remarked. No, sir, we like it better so. Well, it will be a great memory for you. We are all in your debt. They saluted, and we squeezed past them. They had the fresh brown faces of boy cricketers, but their comrades were men of a different type, with hard, strong, rugged features, and the eyes of men who have seen strange sights. These were veterans, men of Mons, and their young pals of the public schools had something to live up to. Up to this we only had 2 clay walls to look at, but now our interminable and tropical walk was lightened by the sight of a British aeroplane sailing overhead. Numerous shrapnel bursts were all around it, but she floated on serenely, a thing of delicate beauty against the blue background. Now another passed, and yet another. All the morning we saw them circling and swooping, and never a sign of a Boche. They told me it was nearly always so, that we held the air and that the Boche intruder, save at early morning, was a rare bird. "We have never met a British aeroplane which was not ready to fight," said a captured German aviator. There was a fine stern courtesy between the airmen on either side, each dropping notes into the other's aerodromes to tell the fate of missing officers. Had the whole war been fought by the Germans as their airmen conducted it, I do not speak, of course, of the Zeppelin murderers, a peace would eventually have been more easily arranged. And now we were there, in what was surely the most wonderful spot in the world, the front firing trench, the outer breakwater which held back the German tide. How strange that this monstrous oscillation of giant forces, setting in from east to west, should find their equilibrium across this particular meadow of Flanders. "How far?" I asked. 180 yards, said my guide. "Pop," remarked a third person just in front. "A sniper," said my guide. "Take a look through the periscope." I did so. There was some rusty wire before me, then a field sloping slightly upwards with knee-deep grass and ragged dock and fennel and nettles, then rusty wire again and a red line of broken earth. There was not a sign of movement, but sharp eyes were always watching us, even as these crouching soldiers around me were watching them. There were dead Germans in the grass before us. You need not see them to know that they were there. A wounded soldier sat in a corner, nursing his leg. Here and there, men popped out like rabbits from dugouts and mine shafts. Others sat on the fire step, or leaned smoking against the clay wall. Who would dream, who looked at their bold, careless faces, that this was a front line, and that any moment it was possible that a grey wave might submerge them? With all their careless bearing, I noticed that every man had his gas mask and his rifle within easy reach. A mile of front trenches, and then we were on our way back down that weary walk. Then I was whisked off upon a 10-mile drive. There was a pause for lunch at Corps headquarters, and after it we were taken to a medal presentation in the market square of Bethune. Generals Munro, Haking and Landon, famous fighting soldiers all three, were the British representatives. Munro with a ruddy face, all brain above, all bulldog below. Haking, pale, distinguished, intellectual. Landon, a pleasant, genial country squire. An elderly French general stood beside them. British infantry kept the ground. In front were about 50 Frenchmen in civil dress, of every grade of life, workmen and gentlemen in a double rank. They were all so wounded that they were back in civil life, but today they would have some solace for their wounds. They leaned heavily on sticks, their bodies twisted and maimed, but their faces were shining with pride and joy. The French general drew his sword and addressed them. One caught words like honneur and patrie. They leaned forward on their crutches, hanging on every syllable, which came hissing and rasping from under that heavy white moustache. Then the medals were pinned on. One poor lad was terribly wounded and needed 2 sticks. A little girl ran out with some flowers. He leaned forward and tried to kiss her, but the crutches slipped, and he nearly fell upon her. It was a pitiful but beautiful little scene. Next, the British candidates marched up, one by one, for their medals. Hale, hearty men, brown and fit. There was a smart young officer of Scottish Rifles, and then a selection of Worcesters, Welsh Fusiliers and Scots Fusiliers, with one funny little Highlander. A tiny figure with a soup bowl helmet, a grinning boy's face beneath it, and a bedraggled uniform. Many acts of great bravery. Such was the record for which he was decorated. Even the French wounded smiled at his quaint appearance, as they did at another Briton who had acquired the chewing gum habit, and came up for his medal as if he had been called suddenly in the middle of his dinner, which he was still endeavouring to bolt. Then came the end with the national anthem. The British battalion formed 4s and went past. To me that was the most impressive sight of any. They were the Queen's West Surreys, a veteran battalion of the great Ypres battle. What grand fellows! As the order came eyes right, and all those fierce dark faces flashed round at us, I felt the might of the British infantry, the intense individuality which is not incompatible with the highest discipline. Much they had endured, but a great spirit shone from their faces. I confess that as I looked at those brave English lads and thought of what we owed to them, and to their like who have passed on, I felt more emotional than befits a Briton in foreign parts. How many of them are left alive today? Now the ceremony was ended, and once again we set out for the front. It was to an artillery observation post just opposite the Loos salient that we were bound. In an hour I found myself, together with a razor-keen young artillery observer and an excellent old sportsman of a Russian prince, jammed into a very small space and staring through a slit at the German lines. In front of us lay a vast plain, scarred and slashed with bare places at intervals, such as you see where gravel pits break a green common. Not a sign of life or movement save some wheeling crows. And yet, down there, within a mile or so, was the population of a city. Far away a single train was puffing at the back of the German lines. We were here on a definite errand. Away to the right, nearly 3 miles off, was a small red house, dim to the eye but clear in the glasses, suspected as a German post. It was to go up this afternoon. The gun was some distance away, but I heard the telephone directions. "Mother will soon do her in," remarked the gunner boy cheerfully. Mother was the name of the gun. "Give her 5, 6, 3, 4, he cried through the phone. Mother uttered a horrible bellow from somewhere on our right. An enormous spout of smoke rose 10 seconds later from near the house. "A little short," said our gunner. 2.5 minutes left," added a little small voice, which represented another observer at a different angle. "Raise her 7.5, said our boy encouragingly. Mother roared more angrily than ever. "How will that do?" she seemed to say. 1.5 right, said our invisible gossip. I wondered how the folk in the house were feeling as the shells crept ever nearer. "Gun laid, sir," said the telephone. "Fire." I was looking through my glass. A flash of fire on the house, a huge pillar of dust and smoke, then it settled, and an unbroken field was there. The German post had gone up. "It's a dear little gun," said the officer boy, "and her shells are reliable," remarked a senior behind us. "They vary with different calibers, but Mother never goes wrong." The German line was very quiet. "Pourquoi ne répondent-ils pas?" asked the Russian prince. "Yes, they are quiet today," answered the senior, "but we get it in the neck sometimes." We were all led off to be introduced to Mother, who sat, squat and black, amid 20 of her grimy children, who waited upon her and fed her. A dainty eater was Mother, and nothing served her but the best and plenty of it. But she was important, and as the war progressed it became more and more evident that in spite of that upstart family of quick firers, it was really the only big, heavy, well-established gun which could flatten out a road to the Rhine. I had the great joy that night of seeing my brother Annise, who had been promoted to colonel and was acting as Assistant Adjutant General of the 24th Division, the headquarters of which were at Bailleul, where I dined at mess and occupied a small lodging in the town, which was about 6 miles from the front. One more experience wound up that wonderful day. That night we took a car after dark and drove north and ever north, until at a late hour we halted and climbed a hill in the darkness. Below was a wonderful sight. Down on the flats in a huge semicircle, lights were rising and falling. They were very brilliant, going up for a few seconds and then dying down. Sometimes a dozen were in the air at one time. There were the dull thuds of explosions and an occasional rat-tat-tat. I have seen nothing like it, but the nearest comparison would be an enormous 10-mile railway station in full swing at night, with signals winking, lamps waving, engines hissing and carriages bumping. It was a terrible place, a place which will live as long as military history is written, for it was the Ypres salient. What a salient too! A huge curve as outlined by the lights, needing only a little more to be an encirclement. Something caught the rope as it closed, and that something was the British soldier. But it was a perilous place by day and by night. Never shall I forget the impression of ceaseless, malignant activity which was borne in upon me by the white winking lights, the red sudden flares, and the horrible thudding noises in that place of death beneath me. In old days we had a great name as organisers. Then came a long period when we deliberately adopted a policy of individuality and go as you please. Now once again in our sore need, we had called on all our power of administration and direction, and it had not deserted us. We still had it in a supreme degree. Even in peacetime we have shown it in that vast, well-oiled, swift-running, noiseless machine called the British Navy. But our powers had risen with the need of them. The expansion of the Navy was a miracle, the management of the transport a greater one, the formation of the new army the greatest of all time. To get the men was the least of the difficulties. To put them in the field, with everything down to the lid of the last field saucepan in its place, that was the marvel. The tools of the gunners and of the sappers, to say nothing of the knowledge of how to use them, were in themselves a huge problem. But it had all been met and mastered. So don't let us talk too much about the muddling of the War Office. It has become just a little ridiculous. I was the guest at headquarters of a Divisional General Capper, brother of the heroic leader of the 7th Division, who might truly be called one of the two fathers of the British flying force. For it was he, with Templar, who laid the first foundations, from which so great an organisation has risen. My morning was spent in visiting two fighting brigadiers, Mitford and Jelf, cheery, weather-beaten soldiers, respectful, as all our soldiers are, of the prowess of the Hun, but serenely confident that we could beat him. In company with one of them I ascended a hill, the reverse slope of which was swarming with cheerful infantry, in every stage of déshabillé, for they were cleaning up after the trenches. Once over the slope we advanced with some care, and finally reached a certain spot from which we looked down upon the German line. It was an observation post, about 1,000 yards from the German trenches, with our own trenches between us. We could see the two lines, sometimes only a few yards, as it seemed, apart, extending for miles on either side. The sinister silence and solitude was strangely dramatic. Such vast crowds of men, such intensity of feeling, and yet only that open rolling countryside, with never a movement in its whole expanse. In the afternoon my brother drove me to the square at Ypres. It was the city of a dream, this modern Pompeii, destroyed, deserted, and desecrated, but with a sad, proud dignity which made you involuntarily lower your voice as you passed through the ruined streets. It was a more considerable place than I had imagined, with many traces of ancient grandeur. No words can describe the absolute splintered wreck that the Huns had made of it. The effect of some of the shells had been grotesque. One boiler-plated water tower, a thing 40 or 50 feet high, was actually standing on its head like a great metal top. There was not a living soul in the place, save a few pickets of soldiers and a number of cats which had become fierce and dangerous. Now and then a shell still fell, but the Huns probably knew that the devastation was already complete. We stood in the lonely grass-grown square, once the busy centre of the town, and we marvelled at the beauty of the smashed cathedral and the tottering cloth hall beside it. Surely at their best they could not have looked more wonderful. If they were preserved even so, and if a heaven-inspired artist were to model a statue of Belgium in front, Belgium with one hand pointing to the treaty by which Prussia guaranteed her safety, and the other to the sacrilege behind her, it would make the most impressive group in the world. It was an evil day for Belgium when her frontier was violated, but it was a worse one for Germany. I venture to prophesy that it will be regarded by history as the greatest military as well as political error that has ever been made. Had the great guns that destroyed Liège made their first breach at Verdun, what chance was there for Paris? Those few weeks of warning and preparation saved France and left Germany, like a weary and furious bull, tethered fast in the place of trespass and waiting for the inevitable poleaxe. We were glad to get out of the place, for the gloom of it lay as heavy upon our hearts as the shrapnel helmets did upon our heads. Both were lightened as we sped back past empty and shattered villas to where, just behind the danger line, the normal life of rural Flanders was carrying on as usual. A merry sight helped to cheer us, for scudding downwind above our heads came a Boche aeroplane, with two British at her tail, barking away with their machine guns, like two swift terriers after a cat. They shot rat-tat-tatting across the sky until we lost sight of them in the heat haze over the German line. The afternoon saw us on the Scharpenberg, from which many a million will gaze in days to come, for from no other point can so much be seen. It was a spot forbid, but a special permit took us up, and the sentry on duty, having satisfied himself of our bona fides, proceeded to tell us tales of the war in a pure Hull dialect, which might have been Chinese for all that I could understand. That he was a terrier and had 9 children were the only facts I could lay hold of. But I wished to be silent and to think, even perhaps to pray. Here, just below my feet, were the spots which our dear lads, 3 of them my own kith, had sanctified with their blood. Here, fighting for the freedom of the world, they cheerily gave their all. On that sloping meadow to the left of the row of houses on the opposite ridge, the London Scottish fought to the death on that grim November morning, when the Bavarians reeled back from their shot-torn line. That plain away on the other side of Ypres was the place where the 3 Grand Canadian Brigades, first of all men, stood up to the damnable gases of the Hun. Down yonder was Hill 60, that blood-soaked Kopje. The ridge over the fields was held by the cavalry against 2 army corps, and there, where the sun struck the red roof among the trees, I could just see Gelluveld, a name for ever to be associated with Haig and the most vital battle of the war. As I turned away, I was faced by my Hull territorial, who still said incomprehensible things. I looked at him with other eyes. He had fought on yonder plain. He had slain Huns, and he had 9 children. Could anyone better epitomize the duties of a good citizen in days like these? I could have found it in my heart to salute him had I not known that it would have shocked him and made him unhappy. Next day it was June 1st. I left my brother's kindly care. I had fears for him, for he was much overworked and worried, as adjutant generals of busy divisions are likely to be. However, he was never one to admit it or to pity himself, and he begged me to carry the cheeriest report back to his wife. It was a great pleasure to me that so many officers took me aside to say how efficient he was and how popular. He would not have wished me to say it were he alive, but I can leave it on record now. Yesterday had been full, but the next day was not less so, for I had been asked, or ordered, to lunch at the general headquarters at Montreux, the funny old town on a hill which I had learned to know well in days of peace. As we drove down a winding drive, I saw 2 officers walking towards us. The younger of them stooped and beat the ground with his stick, from which we gathered that we were to go slow and raise no dust. We rightly conjectured that so curt an order could only come from the chief's own aide. We saluted as we passed and carried away an impression of a heavy moustache and of abstracted blue eyes. I had a very much more definite impression when he came back presently, and we were all shown into the dining room. I should certainly put Douglas Haig, as I saw him on that day, among the handsomest men I have ever known. He was not tall, but he was upright and well proportioned, with every sign of strength and activity. But his face was remarkable for beauty and power. His eyes were very full and expressive, devoid of the fierceness of Kitchener, and yet with quite as much determination. But the long powerful jaw was the feature which spoke particularly of that never-to-be-beaten quality which saved the army when the line was broken in the first Ypres battle, and was destined to save it again in April 1918, when he gave out his back-to-the-wall order of the day. He was courteous but not talkative at lunch. After lunch he took me into a side room, where he showed me the line of the divisions on the map, saying that I could remember but should not take notes, which was rather maddening. Then we had a long talk over the coffee, but there were several present and nothing intimate was said. He must be worried to death with casual visitors, but still I suppose he need not invite all of them to headquarters. He had, I thought, a truly British distrust of foreigners. "He is the worst foreigner I have met yet," he said, speaking of some Italian general. His kind heart was shown when I said that my son was in the line. He gave a curt order and then nodded and smiled. "You'll see him tomorrow," said he. I naturally heard a good deal about our Generalissimo, besides what I actually saw. I think that he had some of the traits of Wellington, though since the war he has concerned himself with the fortunes of his comrade in arms a great deal more than the Iron Duke seems ever to have troubled himself to do. But in other things the parallel is close. Haig is not a game-playing man, though fond of horse exercise. Neither was the Duke. Both were abstemious with wine and tobacco. Both were reserved, reticent, and had no magnetic connection with those under them. Neither Haig nor the Duke were human figures to the soldiers, nor were they often, if ever, seen by them. And yet in each case there was the same confidence in their judgment. Haig was a very serious man. He seldom joked, and did not meet a joke halfway, so that his mess was the dullest in France. I have known a staff officer apply for an exchange, so weary was he of this oppressive atmosphere. All this could equally have been said of the Duke, but these are trivialities compared to the great main fact that each brought rare qualities to the service of their country at critical moments of the world's history. There was only one other man who might have filled Haig's place, and that man was the conqueror of Palestine. Extraordinary are the contrasts of war. Within 3 hours of leaving the quiet atmosphere of the headquarters chateau, I was present at what in any other war would have been looked upon as a brisk engagement. As it was, it would certainly figure in one of our desiccated reports as an activity of the artillery. The noise as we struck the line at this new point showed that the matter was serious, and indeed we had chosen the spot because it had been the storm centre of the last week. The method of approach chosen by our experienced guide was in itself a tribute to the gravity of the affair. As one comes from the settled order of Flanders into the actual scene of war, the first sign of it is one of the stationary, sausage-shaped balloons, a chain of which marks the ring in which the great wrestlers are locked. We passed under this, ascended a hill, and found ourselves in a garden, where for a year no feet save those of wanderers like ourselves had stood. There was a wild, confused luxuriance of growth, more beautiful to my eye than anything which the care of man can produce. One old shell-hole of vast diameter had filled itself with forget-me-nots, and appeared as a graceful basin of light blue flowers, held up as an atonement to heaven for the brutalities of man. Through the tangled bushes we crept, then across a yard. Please stoop and run as you pass this point, and finally to a small opening in a wall, whence the battle lay, not so much before as beside us. For a moment we had a front seat at the great world drama, God's own problem play, working surely to its magnificent end. One felt a sort of shame to crouch here in comfort, a useless spectator, while brave men down yonder were facing that pelting shower of iron. There was a large field on our left rear, and the German gunners had the idea that there was a concealed battery therein. They were systematically searching for it. A great shell exploded in the top corner, but got nothing more solid than a few tons of clay. You could read the mind of Gunner Fritz. "Try the lower corner," said he, and up went the earth cloud once again. "Perhaps it's hid about the middle. I'll try." Earth again, and nothing more. "I believe I was right the first time after all," said hopeful Fritz. So another shell came into the top corner. The field was full of pits as a Gruyere cheese, but Fritz got nothing by his perseverance. Perhaps there never was a battery there at all. One effect he obviously did attain. He made several other British batteries exceedingly angry. "Stop that tickling, Fritz," was the burden of their cry. Where they were we could no more see than Fritz could, but their constant work was very clear along the German line. We appeared to be using more shrapnel and the Germans more high explosives, but that may have been just the chance of the day. The Vimy Ridge was on our right, and before us was the old French position, with the labyrinth of terrible memories and the long hill of Lorette. When, the year before last, the French, in a 3 weeks' battle, fought their way up that hill, it was an exhibition of sustained courage, which even their military annals can seldom have beaten. Next day we travelled through Assur and hit the British line once more to the east of that place. Our official chauffeur had had his instructions, and so had other people, with the result that as we swung into the broad main street of a village, Meilly, I think was the name, there was a tall young officer standing with his back turned. He swung round at the noise of the car, and it was my boy Kingsley, with his usual jolly grin upon his weather-stained features. The long arm of GHQ had stretched out and plucked him out of a trench, and there he was. We had an hour's talk in a field, for there was nowhere else to go. He was hard and well, and told me that all was nearly ready for a big push at the very part of the line where his battalion, the 1st Hampshires, was stationed. This was the first intimation of the great Somme battle, on the first day of which every officer of the Hampshires, without exception, was killed or wounded. I learned afterwards that before the battle, for 10 nights running, Kingsley crept out to the German wire and stuck up crosses, where he found the wire uncut, which were brown towards the enemy and white towards the British, as a guide to the gunners. He lay on his face sometimes, with the machine guns firing just above him. For this service, Colonel Polk thanked him warmly and said he should certainly have a decoration. But Polk and both majors were killed, and no recommendations went forward. 2 shrapnel bullets in the neck were all Kingsley got out of the battle, and 2 months on his back in a hospital. However, he was not a medal hunter, and I never heard him complain, nor would he wear his wound badges until he was compelled. An hour later I met another member of my household, for my secretary, Major Wood of the 5th Sussex Territorials, was town major of Beauquesnier, where I found him at the convenient hour of lunch. He had done nearly 2 years of hard active service, which was pretty good for a civilian of 50, and had led his company at Festubert and other engagements. He was now using his excellent powers of organisation and administration in making Beauquesnier a well-ordered village, as later he made Doullens a well-ordered town. I expect that the British administration will remain as a wonderful legend of sanitation and cleanliness in many of these French towns of the northeast. After inspecting Major Wood's work, I went on to Amiens with him, and he packed me into the train to Paris, the first part of my task thoroughly done so far as time would permit. I came away with a deep sense of the difficult task which lay before the army, but with an equally deep one of the ability of those men to do all that soldiers can be called upon to perform. But I saw no end to the war. I had 2 days in Paris, a very dead and alive Paris, such a Paris as has seldom or never been seen before, with darkened streets and the shops nearly all closed. I stayed at the Hotel Crillon, where were a few Russian and British officers. It was extraordinary the difference which the public made between the two. A British officer was disregarded, while a Russian general, I took a walk with one, was looked upon with an adulation which was quite comic. Men came up and made a low obeisance before him. And yet it was our army, our purse, our factories, above all our navy, which were saving the situation both for France and Russia, to whom we were bound by no alliance. There was certainly not much sign of appreciation or gratitude. It is a very singular thing how the whole world alternately leans upon and depreciates the British Empire. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Memories and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by afinevoice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 29. Experiences on the Italian Front. The Polite Front. Udine. Under Fire. Carnic Alps. Italian Irridente. Trentino. The Voice of the Holy Roman Empire. 2 days later I found myself, after an uneventful journey, at Padua, on my way to the Italian front. The Italian front seemed to have politely come back to meet me, for I was awakened in the night by a tremendous dropping of bombs with the rattle of anti-aircraft guns. I thought I was as safe in bed as anywhere, and so it proved. Little damage was done, but Padua and the other Italian cities were having a bad time, and it was a one-sided arrangement, since the Italians can do nothing without injuring their own kith and kin across the border. This dropping of explosives, on the chance of hitting one soldier among 50 victims, was surely the most monstrous development of the whole war, and was altogether German in its origin. If international law cannot now stamp it out, the next war will send the people flying to the caves and calling upon the mountains to cover them, even as was foretold. I arrived at last at Udine, the capital of the Friulian province, where were the Italian headquarters, a funny little town with a huge mound in the centre, which looked too big to be artificial, but was said to have been thrown up by Attila. My recommendation was to the British mission, which was headed by Brigadier General Delme Radcliffe, a bluff, short-spoken and masterful British soldier who received me with hospitality. The mission owned a white house on the edge of the town. On the second floor, under a window which proved to be that of my bedroom, there was a long dark smear on the whitewashed wall. "That's the stomach of a baker," said the soldier servant with a grin. I thought it was a joke on his part, but it was literally true, for a bomb a few days before had blown the man to bits as he passed the house, and had plastered bits of him on the stonework. The ceiling of my bedroom was full of holes from that or some other explosion. There was some tendency at this time to cavil at the Italians and to wonder why they did not make more impression upon the Austrians. As a matter of fact, they were faced by the same barbed wire and machine gun problem which had held up everyone else. I soon saw, when I was allowed next morning to get to the front, that the conditions were very like those of Flanders, in a more genial climate and in all ways less aggravated. I had been handed over to the Italian intelligence people, who were represented by a charmingly affable nobleman, Colonel the Marquis Barbarice, and Colonel Claricetti. These two introduced me at once to General Porro, Chief of the Staff, a brown, wrinkled, walnut-faced warrior who showed me some plans and did what he could to be helpful. It was about a 7 miles drive from Udine before we reached the nearest point of the trenches. From a mound, an extraordinary view could be got of the Austrian position, the general curve of both lines being marked, as in Flanders, by the sausage balloons which floated behind them. The Isonzo, which had been so bravely carried by the Italians, lay in front of me, a clear blue river as broad as the Thames at Hampton Court. In a hollow to my left were the roofs of Gorizia, the town which the Italians were endeavouring to take. A long desolate ridge, the Carso, extended to the south of the town, and stretched down nearly to the sea. The crest was held by the Austrians, and the Italian trenches had been pushed within 50 yards of them. A lively bombardment was going on from either side, but so far as the infantry went, there was none of that constant, malignant, petty warfare with which we were familiar in Flanders. I was anxious to see the Italian trenches in order to compare them with our British methods, but save for the support and communications trenches, I was courteously but firmly warned off. Having got this general view of the position, I was anxious in the afternoon to visit Monfalcone, which is the small dockyard captured from the Austrians on the Adriatic. My kind Italian officer guides did not recommend the trip, as it was part of their great hospitality to shield their guest from any part of that danger which they were always ready to incur themselves. The only road to Monfalcone ran close to the Austrian position at the village of Ronchi, and afterwards kept parallel to it for some miles. I was told that it was only on odd days that the Austrian guns were active in this particular section, so determined to trust to luck that this might not be one of them. It proved, however, to be one of the worst on record, and we were not destined to see the dockyard to which we started. The civilian cuts a ridiculous figure when he enlarges upon small adventures which may come his way, adventures which the soldier endures in silence as part of his everyday life. On this occasion, however, the episode was all our own, and had a sporting flavour in it which made it dramatic. I know now the feeling of tense expectation with which the driven grouse whirs onwards towards the butt. I have been behind the butt before now, and it is only poetic justice that I should see the matter from the other point of view. As we approached Ronchi, we could see shrapnel breaking over the road in front of us, but we had not yet realised that it was precisely for vehicles that the Austrians were waiting, and that they had the range marked down to a yard. We went down the road all out at a steady 50 miles an hour. The village was near, and it seemed that we had got past the place of danger. We had in fact just reached it. At this moment there was a noise as if the whole 4 tyres had gone simultaneously, a most terrific bang in our very ears, merging into a second sound like a reverberating blow upon an enormous gong. As I glanced up, I saw 3 clouds immediately above my head, 2 of them white and the other of a rusty red. The air was full of flying metal, and the road, as we were told afterwards by an observer, was all churned up by it. The metal base of one of the shells was found plumb in the middle of the road, just where our motor had been. It was our pace that saved us. The motor was an open one, and the 3 shells burst, according to one of my Italian companions, who was himself an artillery officer, about 10 metres above our heads. They threw forward, however, and we, travelling at so great a pace, shot from under. Before they could get in another, we had swung round the curve, and under the lee of a house. The good colonel wrung my hand in silence. They were both distressed, these good soldiers, under the impression that they had led me into danger. As a matter of fact, it was I who owed them an apology, since they had enough risks in the way of business, without taking others, in order to gratify the whim of a visitor. Our difficulties were by no means over. We found an ambulance lorry and a little group of infantry huddled under the same shelter, with the expression of people who had been caught in the rain. The road beyond was under heavy fire, as well as that by which we had come. Had the Austro-Boches dropped a high explosive upon us, they would have had a good mixed bag. But apparently they were only out for fancy shooting, and disdained a sitter. Presently there came a lull, and the lorry moved on. But we soon heard a burst of firing, which showed that they were after it. My companions had decided that it was out of the question for us to finish our excursion. We waited for some time, therefore, and were able finally to make our retreat on foot, being joined later by the car. So ended my visit to Monfalcone, the place I did not reach. I hear that 2 10,000-ton steamers were left on the stocks there by the Austrians, but were disabled before they retired. Their cabin basins and other fittings were adorning the Italian dugouts. My second day was devoted to a view of the Italian mountain warfare in the Carnic Alps. Besides the 2 great fronts, one of defence, Trentino, and one of offence, Isuso, there were very many smaller valleys which had to be guarded. The total frontier line is over 400 miles, and it had all to be held against raids, if not invasions. It was a most picturesque business. Far up in the Roccolana Valley, I found the Alpini outposts, backed by artillery, which had been brought into the most wonderful positions. They had taken 8-inch guns where a tourist could hardly take his knapsack. Neither side could ever make serious progress, but there were continual duels, gun against gun, or Alpini against Jaeger. In a little wayside house was the brigade headquarters, and here I was entertained to lunch. It was a scene that I shall remember. They drank to England. I raised my glass to Italia Irridente. Might it soon be ridente. They all sprang to their feet, and the circle of dark faces flashed into flame. They keep their souls and emotions, these people. I trust that ours may not become atrophied by self-suppression. The last day spent on the Italian front was in the Trentino. From Verona, a motor drive of about 25 miles takes one up the valley of the Adige, and past a place of evil augury for the Austrians, the field of Rivoli. Finally, after a long drive of winding gradients, always beside the Adige, we reached Alla, where we interviewed the commander of the sector, a man who has done splendid work during the recent fighting. "By all means you can see my front, but no motor car, please. It draws fire, and others may be hit besides you." We proceeded on foot, therefore, along a valley which branched at the end into 2 passes. In both very active fighting had been going on, and as we came up the guns were baying merrily, waking up most extraordinary echoes in the hills. It was difficult to believe that it was not thunder. There was one terrible voice that broke out from time to time in the mountains, the angry voice of the Holy Roman Empire. When it came, all other sounds died down into nothing. It was, so I was told, the master gun, the vast 42-centimetre giant, which brought down the pride of Liège and Namur. The Austrians had brought one or more from Innsbruck. The Italians assure me, however, as we have ourselves discovered, that in trench work, beyond a certain point, the size of the guns makes little matter. We passed a burst dugout by the roadside, where a tragedy had occurred recently, for 8 medical officers were killed in it by a single shell. There was no particular danger in the valley, however, and the aimed fire was all going across us to the fighting lines in the 2 passes above us. That to the right, the valley of Buello, has seen some of the worst of the fighting. These 2 passes form the Italian left wing, which has held firm all through. So has the right wing. It is only the centre which has been pushed in by the concentrated fire. When we arrived at the spot where the 2 valleys forked, we were halted, and were not permitted to advance to the front trenches, which lay upon the crests above us. There were about 1,000 yards between the adversaries. I have seen types of some of the Bosnian and Croatian prisoners, men of poor physique and intelligence, but the Italians speak with chivalrous praise of the bravery of the Hungarians and of the Austrian Jaeger. Some of their proceedings disgusted them, however, and especially the fact that they used Russian prisoners to dig trenches under fire. There is no doubt of this, as some of the men were recaptured and were sent on to join their comrades in France. On the whole, however, it may be said that in the Austro-Italian War there was nothing which corresponded with the extreme bitterness of our Western conflict. The presence or absence of the Hun makes all the difference. It was a moment of depression at the Trentino front, as there had been a setback. I may flatter myself when I think that even one solitary figure in a British uniform, striding about them, was good at that particular time to their eyes. They read of allies, but they never saw any. If they had, we might have been spared the subsequent disaster at Caporetto. Certainly I was heartily welcome there, and surrounded all the time by great mobs of soldiers, who imagined, I suppose, that I was someone of importance. That night found me back at Verona, and next morning I was on my way to Paris with sheaves of notes about the Italian soldiers, which would, I hoped, make the British public more sympathetic towards them. I was told afterwards by the Foreign Office that my mission had been an unmixed success. I have one other association with the Italian front, which I may include here. It is embalmed in the annals of the Psychic Research Society. I have several times in my life awakened from sleep with some strong impressions of knowledge gained still lingering in my brain. In one case, for example, I got the strange name Nalderoo so vividly that I wrote it down between two stretches of insensibility and found it on the outside of my checkbook next morning. A month later I started for Australia in the SS Naldera, of which I had then never heard. In this particular Italian instance, I got the word Piave absolutely ringing in my head. I knew it as a river some 70 miles to the rear of the Italian front, and quite unconnected with the war. Nonetheless, the impression was so strong that I wrote the incident down and had it signed by 2 witnesses. Months passed and the Italian battle line was rolled back to the Piave, which became a familiar word. Some said it would go back further. I was sure it would not. I argued that if the abnormal forces, whatever they may be, had taken such pains to impress the matter upon me, it must needs be good news which they were conveying, since I had needed cheering at the time. Therefore I felt sure that some great victory and the turning point of the war would come on the Piave. So sure was I that I wrote to my friend Mr. Lacon Watson, who was on the Italian front, and the incident got into the Italian press. It could have nothing but a good effect upon their morale. Finally, it is a matter of history how completely my impression was justified, and how the most shattering victory of the whole war was gained at that very spot. There is the fact, amply proved by documents and beyond all possible coincidence. As to the explanation, some may say that our own subconscious self has power of foresight. If so, it is a singularly dead instinct, seldom or never used. Others may say that our dead can see further than we, and try when we are asleep and in spiritual touch with us to give us knowledge and consolation. The latter is my own solution of the mystery. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Memories and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A Fine Voice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 30. Experiences on the French front. A dreadful reception. Robert Donald. Clemenceau. Soissons Cathedral. The Commandant's cane. The Extreme Outpost. Adonis. General Henneck. Cyrano in the Argonne. Tir Rapide. French Canadian. Wound stripes. When I got back to Paris, I had a dreadful reception. for as I dismounted from the railway car, a British military policeman in his flat red cap stepped up to me and saluted. "This is bad news, sir," said he. "What is it?" I gasped. "Lord Kitchener, sir. Drowned." "Good God!" I cried. "Yes, sir." Suddenly the machine turned for a moment into a human being. "Too much talking in this war," he said, and then in a moment was his stiff formal self again, and bustled off in search of deserters. Kitchener dead. The words were like clods falling on my heart. One could not imagine him dead, that centre of energy and vitality. With a heavy spirit I drove back to my old quarters at the Hotel Crillon, fuller than ever of red epauletted, sword-clanking Russians. I could have cursed them, for it was in visiting their rotten, crumbling country that our hero had met his end. At the hotel I met by appointment Mr. Robert Donald, editor of the Daily Chronicle, which paper had been publishing my articles. Donald, a fine solid Scot, had the advantage of talking good French and being in thorough touch with French conditions. With him I called upon Monsieur Clemenceau, who had not at that time played any conspicuous part in the war, save as a violent critic. He lived modestly in a small house, which showed that he had not used his power in the state and in journalism to any unfair personal advantage. He entered, a swarthy, wrinkled, white-haired man, with the face of a crabbed bulldog and a cloth cap upon his head. He reminded me of old Jem Mace, the bruiser, as I remember him in his final phase. His eyes looked angry, and he had a truculent, mischievous smile. I was not impressed by the judgment he showed in our conversation, if a squirt on one side and Niagara on the other can be called conversation. He was railing loudly at the English rate of exchange between the franc and the pound, which seemed to me very like kicking against the barometer. Mr. Donald, who is a real authority upon finance, asked him whether France was taking the rouble at its face value, but the roaring voice, like a strong gramophone with a blunt needle, submerged all argument. Against Joffre he roared his reproaches, and intimated that he had someone else up his sleeve who could very soon bring the war to an end. A volcano of a man, dangerous sometimes to his friends, and sometimes to his foes. Let me acknowledge that I did not at the time recognise that he would ever be the opposite number to Lloyd George, and that the pair would lead us to victory. Donald had arranged that he and I should visit the French lines in the Argonne, which was as near as we could get to Verdun, where the battle was at its height. There were a few days to spare, however, and in the meantime I got a chance of going to the Soissons front, along with Leo Maxey, editor of the National Review, and a Monsieur Chevillon, who had written an excellent book on British cooperation in the war. Maxey, a dark little man, all nerves and ginger, might well plume himself that he was one of those who had foreseen the war, and most loudly demanded preparation. Chevillon was a grey-bearded father of a family type, and could speak English, which promoted our closer acquaintance, as my French is adventurous, but not always successful. A captain of French intelligence, a small, silent man, took the fourth place in the car. When our posterity hear that it was easy to run out from Paris to the line, to spend a full day on the line, and to be back again in Paris for dinner, it will make them appreciate how close a thing was the war. We passed, in the first instance, the woods of Villars-Cotterêts, where the Guards had turned upon the German van on September 1st, 1914. 80 Guardsmen were buried in the village cemetery, among them a nephew of Maxey's, to whose tomb we now made pious pilgrimage. Among the trees on either side of the road I noticed other graves of soldiers, buried where they had fallen. Soissons proved to be a considerable wreck, though it was far from being an Ypres. But the cathedral would and will make many a patriotic Frenchman weep. These savages cannot keep their hands off a beautiful church. Here, absolutely unchanged through the ages, was the spot where St. Louis had dedicated himself to the crusade. Every stone of it was holy, and now the lovely old stained glass strewed the floor, and the roof lay in a huge heap across the central aisle. A dog was climbing over it as we entered. No wonder the French fought well. Such sights would drive the mildest man to desperation. The abbé, a good priest with a large humorous face, took us over his shattered domain. When I pointed out the desecration of the dog, He shrugged his shoulders and said, "What matter? It will have to be reconsecrated anyhow." He connived at my gathering up some splinters of the rich old stained glass as souvenirs for my wife. He was full of reminiscences of the German occupation of the place. One of his personal anecdotes was indeed marvellous. It was that a lady in the local ambulance had vowed to kiss the first French soldier who re-entered the town. She did so, and it proved to be her husband. The abbé was a good, kind, truthful man, but he had a humorous face. A walk down a ruined street brought one to the opening of the trenches. There were marks upon the walls of the German occupation. Berlin, Paris, with an arrow of direction adorning one corner. At another, the 76th Regiment had commemorated the fact that they were there in 1870 and again in 1914. If the Soissons folk are wise, they will keep these inscriptions as reminders to the rising generation. I could imagine, however, that their inclination will be to whitewash, fumigate, and forget. A sudden turn among some broken walls took one into the communication trench. Our guide was a commandant of the staff, a tall, thin man with hard grey eyes and a severe face. It was the more severe towards us, as I gathered that he had been deluded into the belief that only about 1 out of 6 of our soldiers went to the trenches. For the moment he was not friends with the English. As we went along, however, we gradually got on better terms. We discovered a twinkle in the hard grey eyes, and the day ended with an exchange of walking sticks between him and me, and a renewal of the entente. May my cane grow into a marshal's baton. A charming young artillery subaltern was our guide in that maze of trenches, and we walked and walked and walked, with a brisk exchange of compliments between the 75s of the French and the 77s of the Germans going on high over our heads. The trenches were bordered at the sides and had a more permanent look than those of Flanders. Presently we met a fine brown-faced, upstanding boy, as keen as a razor, who commanded this particular section. A little farther on, a helmeted captain of infantry, who was an expert sniper, joined our little party. Now we were at the very front trench. I had expected to see primeval men, bearded and shaggy, but the poilus have disappeared. The men around me were clean and dapper to a remarkable degree. I gathered, however, that they had their internal difficulties. On one board I read an old inscription. He is a Boche, but he is the inseparable companion of a French soldier. Above was a rude drawing of a louse. I was led to a cunning loophole and had a glimpse through it of a little framed picture of French countryside. There were fields, a road, a sloping hill beyond with trees. Quite close, about 30 or 40 yards away, was a low red-tiled house. "They are there," said our guide. "That is their outpost. We can hear them cough." Only the guns were coughing that morning, so we heard nothing, but it was certainly wonderful to be so near to the enemy and yet in such peace. I suppose wandering visitors from Berlin were brought up also to hear the French cough. Modern warfare has certainly some extraordinary sides. Then we were shown all the devices which a year of experience had suggested to the quick brains of our allies. Every form of bomb, catapult and trench mortar was ready to hand. Every method of crossfire had been thought out to an exact degree. There was something, however, about the disposition of a machine gun which disturbed the commandant. He called for the officer of the gun. His thin lips got thinner and his grey eyes more austere as we waited. Presently there emerged an extraordinarily handsome youth, dark as a Spaniard, from some rabbit hole. He faced the commandant bravely and answered back with respect but firmness. "Pourquoi?" asked the commandant, and yet again, "Pourquoi?" Adonis had an answer for everything. Both sides appealed to the big captain of snipers, who was clearly embarrassed. He stood on one leg and scratched his chin. Finally the commandant turned away angrily in the midst of one of Adonis's voluble sentences. His face showed that the matter was not ended. War is taken very seriously in the French army, and any sort of professional mistake is very quickly punished. Many officers of high rank had been broken by the French during the war. There was no more forgiveness for the beaten general than there was in the days of the Republic, when the delegate of the National Convention, with a patent portable guillotine, used to drop in at headquarters to support a more vigorous offensive. It had come on to rain heavily and we were forced to take refuge in the dugout of the sniper. 8 of us sat in the deep gloom, huddled closely together. The commandant was still harping upon that ill-placed machine gun. He could not get over it. My imperfect ear for French could not follow all his complaints, but some defence of the offender brought forth a "Jamais, jamais, jamais," which was rapped out as if it came from the gun itself. There were 8 of us in an underground burrow, and some were smoking. Better a deluge than such an atmosphere as that. But if there was a thing upon earth which the French officer shied at, it was rain and mud. The reason is that he was extraordinarily natty in his person. His charming blue uniform, his facings, his brown gaiters, boots and belts were always just as smart as paint. He was the dandy of the European war. I noticed officers in the trenches with their trousers carefully pressed. The rain had now stopped, and we climbed from our burrow. Again we were led down that endless line of communication trench. Again we stumbled through the ruins. Again we emerged into the street, where our cars were awaiting us. Above our heads the sharp artillery duel was going merrily forward. The French were firing 3 or 4 to 1, which had been my experience at every point I had touched upon the Allied front. Thanks to the extraordinary zeal of the French workers, especially of the French women, and to the clever adoption of machinery by their engineers, their supplies were abundant. Our next expedition carried us to Chalons, where the Huns of old met disaster. From Chalons we drove some 20 miles to Saint-Ménehould, and learned that the trenches were about 10 miles north. On this expedition there were Donald and I with an extraordinary Spaniard, half Don Quixote, half gypsy troubadour, flat-hatted and clad in brown corduroy, with a single arm, having, as we heard, lost the other in some broil. As he spoke no tongue but his own, we were never on terms with him. The front at the sector which we struck was under the control of General Henneck of the 10th Division. A fine soldier this, and heaven help Germany if he and his division had invaded it, for he was, as one could see at a glance, a man of iron who had been goaded to fierceness by all that his beloved country had endured. He was a man of middle size, swarthy, hawk-like, very abrupt in his movements, with 2 steel-grey eyes which were the most searching that mine have ever met. His hospitality and courtesy to us were beyond all bounds, but there is another side to him, and it is one which it were wiser not to provoke. In person he took us to his lines, passing through the usual shot-torn villages behind them. Where the road dipped down into the great forest, there was one particular spot which was visible to the German artillery observers. The general mentioned it at the time, but his remark seemed to have no personal interest. We understood it better on our return in the evening. We then found ourselves in the depths of the woods, primeval woods of oak and beech in the deep clay soil that the great oak loves. There had been rain, and the forest paths were ankle-deep in mire. Everywhere, to right and left, soldiers' faces, hard and rough, from a year of open air, gazed up at us from their burrows in the ground. Presently an alert, blue-clad figure stood in the path to greet us. It was the colonel of the sector. He was ridiculously like Cyrano de Bergerac, as depicted by the late Monsieur Coquelin, save that his nose was of more moderate proportion. The ruddy colouring, the bristling feline full-ended moustache, the solidity of pose, the backward tilt of the head, the general suggestion of the bantam cock, were all there facing us as he stood amid the leaves in the sunlight. Gauntlets and a long rapier, nothing else was wanting. Something had amused Cyrano. His moustache quivered with suppressed mirth, and his blue eyes were demurely gleaming. Then the joke came out. He had spotted a German working party, his guns had concentrated on it, and afterwards he had seen the stretchers go forward. A grim joke it may seem, but the French saw this war from a different angle to us. If we had had the Boche sitting on our heads for 2 years and were not quite sure whether we could ever get him off again, we should get Cyrano's point of view. We passed in a little procession among the French soldiers and viewed their multifarious arrangements. For them we were a little break in a monotonous life, and they formed up in lines as we passed. My own British uniform and the civilian dresses of my two companions interested them. As the general passed these groups, who formed themselves up in perhaps a more familiar manner than would have been usual in the British service, he glanced kindly at them with those singular eyes of his, and once or twice addressed them as mes enfants. One might conceive that all was go as you please among the French. So it was, as long as you went in the right way. When you strayed from it, you knew it. As we passed a group of men standing on a low ridge which overlooked us, there was a sudden stop. I gazed round. The general's face was steel and cement. The eyes were cold and yet fiery, sunlight upon icicles. Something had happened. Cyrano had sprung to his side. His reddish moustache had shot forward beyond his nose, and it bristled out like that of an angry cat. Both were looking up at the group above us. One wretched man detached himself from his comrades and sidled down the slope. No skipper and mate of a Yankee bloodboat could have looked more ferociously at a mutineer. And yet it was all over some minor breach of discipline which was summarily disposed of by 2 days of confinement. Then in an instant the faces relaxed. There was a general buzz of relief, and we were back at mes enfants again. Trenches are trenches, and the main speciality of those in the Argonne were that they were nearer to the enemy. In fact, there were places where they interlocked, and where the advanced posts lay cheek by jowl with a good steel plate to cover both cheek and jowl. We were brought to a saphead, where the Germans were at the other side of a narrow forest road. Had I leaned forward with extended hand and a Boche done the same, we could have touched. I looked across but saw only a tangle of wires and sticks. Even whispering was not permitted in those forward posts. When we emerged from these hushed places of danger, Cyrano took us all to his dugout, which was a tasty little cottage, carved from the side of a hill and faced with logs. He did the honours of the humble cabin, with the air of a seigneur in his chateau. There was little furniture, but from some broken mansion he had extracted an iron fireback, which adorned his grate. It was a fine medieval bit of work, with Venus, in her traditional costume, in the centre of it. It seemed the last touch in the picture of the gallant, virile Cyrano. I only met him this once, nor shall I ever see him again, yet he stands a thing complete within my memory. Always in the cinema of memory he will walk the leafy paths of the Argonne, his fierce eyes searching for the Boche workers, his red moustache bristling over their annihilation. He seems a figure out of the past of France. That night we dined with yet another type of the French soldier, General Antoine, who commanded the corps of which my friend had one division. Each of these French generals had a striking individuality of his own, which I wish I could fix upon paper. Their only common point was that each seemed to be a rare good soldier. The general was Athos, with a touch of D'Artagnan. He was well over 6 feet high, bluff, jovial, with huge up-curling moustache, and a voice that would rally a regiment. It was a grand figure which should have been done by Van Dyck, with lace collar, hand on sword, and arm akimbo. Jovial and laughing was he, but a stern and hard soldier was lurking behind the smiles. His name had appeared in history, and so has Humbert's, who ruled all the army of which the other corps is a unit. Humbert was a Lord Roberts figure, small, wiry, quick-stepping, old steel and elastic, with a short, upturned moustache, which one could imagine as crackling with electricity in moments of excitement, like a cat's fur. What he does or says is quick, abrupt, and to the point. He fires his remarks like pistol shots at this man or that. Once, to my horror, he fixed me with his hard little eyes and demanded, "Sherlock Holmes, est-ce qu'il est un soldat dans l'armée anglaise?" The whole table waited in an awful hush. "Mais, mon général," I stammered, "il est trop vieux pour service." There was general laughter, and I felt that I had scrambled out of an awkward place. And talking of awkward places, I had forgotten about that spot upon the road whence the Boche observer could see our motor cars. He had actually laid a gun upon it, the rascal, and waited all the long day for our return. No sooner did we appear upon the slope than a shrapnel shell burst above us, but somewhat behind me as well as to the left. Had it been straight, the second car would have got it, and there might have been a vacancy in one of the chief editorial chairs in London. The General shouted to the driver to speed up, and we were soon safe from the German gunners. One got perfectly immune to noises in these scenes, for the guns which surrounded you made louder crashes than any shell which burst about you. It is only when you actually saw the cloud over you that your thoughts came back to yourself, and that you realised that in this wonderful drama you might be a useless super, but nonetheless you were on the stage and not in the stalls. Next morning we were down in the front trenches again, at another portion of the line. Far away, on our right, from a spot named the Observatory, we could see the extreme left of the Verdun position, and shells bursting on the Fille Morte. To the north of us was a broad expanse of sunny France, nestling villages, scattered chateaux, rustic churches, and all as inaccessible as if it were the moon. It was a terrible thing, this German bar, a thing unthinkable to Britons. To stand on the edge of Yorkshire and look into Lancashire, feeling that it was in other hands, that our fellow countrymen were suffering there and waiting for help, and that we could not, after 2 years, come a yard nearer to them, would it not break our hearts? Could I wonder that there was no smile upon the grim faces of those Frenchmen? But when the bar was broken, when the line swept forward, when French bayonets gleamed on those uplands, and French flags broke from those village spires, ah, what a day that was! Men died that day from the pure delirious joy of it. Yet another type of French general took us round this morning. He too was a man apart, an unforgettable man. Conceive a man with a large, broad, good-humoured face, and 2 placid, dark, seal's eyes, which gazed gently into yours. He was young and had pink cheeks and a soft voice. Such was one of the most redoubtable fighters of France, this General of Division Dupont. His former staff officers told me something of the man. He was a philosopher, a fatalist, impervious to fear, a dreamer of distant dreams amid the most furious bombardment. The weight of the French assault upon the terrible labyrinth fell at one time upon the brigade which he then commanded. He led them day after day, gathering up Germans with the detached air of the man of science who is hunting for specimens. In whatever shell-hole he might chance to lunch, he had his cloth spread and decorated with wild flowers plucked from the edge. I wrote of him at the time, "If fate be kind to him, he will go far." As a matter of fact, before the end of the war he was one of the most influential members of the General Staff, so my prophetic power was amply vindicated. From the observatory we saw the destruction of a German trench. There had been signs of work upon it, so it was decided to close it down. It was a very visible brown streak 1,000 yards away. The word was passed back to the 75s in the rear. There was a tir rapide over our heads. My word, the man who stands fast under a tir rapide, be he Boche, French or British, is a man of metal. The mere passage of the shells was awe-inspiring, at first like the screaming of a wintry wind, and then thickening into the howling of a pack of wolves. The trench was a line of terrific explosions. Then the dust settled down and all was still. Where were the ants who had made the nest? Were they buried beneath it, or had they got from under? No one could say. There was one little gun which fascinated me, and I stood for some time watching it. Its 3 gunners, enormous helmeted men, evidently loved it, and touched it with a swift but tender touch in every movement. When it was fired, it ran up an inclined plane to take off the recoil, rushing up and then turning and rattling down again upon the gunners who were used to its ways. The first time it did it, I was standing behind it, and I don't know which jumped quickest, the gun or I. French officers above a certain rank develop and show their own individuality. In the lower grades, the conditions of service enforce a certain uniformity. The British officer is a British gentleman first, and an officer afterwards. The Frenchman is an officer first, though none the less the gentleman stands behind it. One very strange type we met, however, in these Argonne woods. He was a French-Canadian who had been a French soldier, had founded a homestead in far Alberta, and had now come back of his own will, though a naturalised Briton to the old flag. He spoke English of a kind, the quality and quantity being equally extraordinary. It poured from him and was, so far as it was intelligible, of the woolly western variety. His views on the Germans were the most emphatic we had met. These goddamn sons of, well, let us say, canines, he would shriek, shaking his fist at the woods to the north of him. A good man was our compatriot, for he had a very recent Legion of Honour pinned upon his breast. He had been put with a few men on Hill 285, a sort of volcano stuffed with mines, and was told to telephone when he needed relief. He refused to telephone and remained there for 3 weeks. "We sit like one rabbit in his hall," he explained. He had only one grievance. There were many wild boars in the forest, but the infantry were too busy to get them. "The goddamn artillerie, he get the wild pig." Out of his pocket he pulled a picture of a frame house with snow round it, and a lady with 2 children on the step. It was his homestead at Trochu, 70 miles north of Calgary. It was the evening of the 3rd day that we turned our faces towards Paris once more. It was my last view of the French. The roar of their guns went far with me upon my way. I wrote at the time, "Soldiers of France, farewell. In your own phrase, I salute you. Many have seen you, who had more knowledge by which to judge your manifold virtues, many also who had more skill to draw you as you are, but never one, I am sure, who admired you more than I. Great was the French soldier under Louis the Sun King, great too under Napoleon, but never was he greater than today." But in spite of all their bravery, only 2 things saved France: her field guns and the intervention of England. Surely she should have a reckoning with her pre-war military authorities. Imagine unwarlike Britain protected by the sea and yet having a high standard of musketry, heavy guns with every division, and khaki uniforms, while warlike France, under the very shadow of Germany, had poor musketry, primeval uniforms and no heavy guns. As to her early views of strategy, they were lamentable. Every British critic, above all Lord Kitchener, knew that the attack would swing round through Belgium. France concentrated all her preparation upon the eastern frontier. It was clear also that the weaker power should be on the defensive, and so bring her enemy by heavier losses down to her own weight. France attacked and broke herself in an impossible venture. There should have been a heavy reckoning against someone. The fate of England as well as of France was imperilled by the false estimates of the French General Staff. One small visible return of my journey was the establishment of wound stripes upon the uniforms of the British. I had been struck by this very human touch among the French, which gave a man some credit, and therefore some consolation for his sufferings. I represented the matter when I came back. Lest I seem to claim more than is true, I append General Robertson's letter. The second sentence refers to that campaign for the use of armour, which I had prosecuted so long, and with some success as regards helmets, though there the credit was mostly due to Dr. Saliby among civilians. The letter runs thus: War Office, August 14th, 1916. Many thanks for sending me a copy of your little book. I will certainly see what can be done in regard to armour. You will remember that I took your previous tip as regards badges for wounded men. Yours very truly, W.R. Robertson. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Memories and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by afinevoice. Memories and Adventures by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 31. Breaking the Hindenburg Line. Lloyd George. My second excursion. The farthest German point. Sir Joseph Cook. Night before the Day of Judgment. The final battle. On a tank. Horrible sight. Speech to Australians. The magic carpet. I find in my diary that the Prime Minister, Mr. Lloyd George, invited me to breakfast in April 1917. Some third person was, I understand, to have been present, but he did not arrive, so that I found myself alone in the classic dining room of number 10 Downing Street, while my host was finishing his toilette. Presently he appeared, clad in a grey suit, smart and smiling, with no sign at all that he bore the weight of the great European war upon his shoulders. Nothing could have been more affable or democratic, for there was no servant present, and he poured out the tea, while I from a side table brought the bacon and eggs for both. He had certainly the Celtic power of making one absolutely at one's ease, for there was no trace at all of pomp or ceremony. Just a pleasant, smiling, grey-haired but very virile gentleman, with twinkling eyes and a roguish smile. No doubt there are other aspects, but that is how he presented himself that morning. He began by talking about the great loss which the country had sustained in Lord Kitchener's death, speaking of him in a very kindly and human way. At the same time, he was of opinion that long tropical service and the habit of always talking down to subordinates had had some effect upon his mind and character. He was a strange mixture of rather morose inactivity and sudden flashes of prevision which amounted to genius. He was the only man who had clearly foreseen the length of the war, and but for Turkey, Bulgaria and other complications, he probably overstated it at 3 years. There were times when he became so dictatorial as to be almost unbearable, and he had to be reminded at a cabinet council by Lloyd George himself that he was in the presence of 20 men who were his peers, and that he could not refuse them information or act above their heads. I confess that it struck me as very natural that a big man with vital knowledge in his brain should hesitate in a world crisis to confide it to 20 men, and probably 20 wives, each of whom was a possible leak. In spite of his genius, Kitchener was not accessible to new ideas. He could not see clearly why such enormous munitions were necessary. He opposed tanks. He was against the Irish and Welsh separate divisions. He refused the special flags which the ladies had worked for these divisions. He was as remote from sentiment as a steam hammer, and yet he was dealing with humans who can be influenced by sentiment. He obstructed in many things, particularly in the Dardanelles. On the other hand, his steps in organising the new armies were splendid, though he had attempted vainly to do away with the territorials, another example of his blindness to the practical force of sentiment. Miss Asquith had said of him, "If he is not a great man, he is a great poster," and certainly no one else could have moved the nation to such a degree, though the long series of provocations from the Germans had made us very receptive and combative. Lloyd George was justly proud of the splendid work of the Welsh division at the front. He had been to Mametz Wood, the taking of which had been such a bloody and also such a glorious business. He listened with interest to an account which I was able to give him of some incidents in that fight, and said that it was a beautiful story. He had arranged for a Welsh painter to do the scene of the battle. He was interested to hear how I had worked upon my history, and remarked that it was probably better done from direct human documents than from filed papers. He asked me whether I had met many of the divisional generals, and on my saying that I had, he asked me if any had struck me as outstanding among their fellows. I said I thought they were a fine level lot, but that in soldiering it was impossible to say, by mere talk or appearance, who was the big man at a pinch. He agreed. He seemed to have a particular feeling towards General Tom Bridges of the 19th Division, and shortly afterwards I noticed that he was chosen for the American mission. I talked to him about my views as to the use of armour and found him very keen upon it. He is an excellent listener and seems honestly interested in what you say. He said he had no doubt that in the problem of armour lay the future of warfare, but how to carry it was the crux. He said that the soldiers always obstructed the idea, which was my experience also, with a few notable exceptions. I mentioned General Watts of the 7th Division as being interested in armour, and he agreed, and seemed to know all about Watts, who, though a dug-out, was one of the finds of the war. He was much excited about the revolution in Russia, news of which had only just come through. The Guards had turned, and that meant that all had turned. The Tsar was good but weak. The general character and probable fate of the Tsarina were not unlike those of Marie Antoinette. In fact, the whole course of events was very analogous to the French Revolution. "Then it will last some years and end in a Napoleon," said I. He agreed. The revolt, he said, was in no sense pro-German. The whole affair had been Byzantine and reminded one of the old histories. As I left, he came back to Armour and said that he was about to see someone on that very subject. When I was in the hall, it struck me that a few definite facts which I had in my head would be useful in such an interview. So, to the surprise of the butler, I sat down on the hall chair and wrote out on a scrap of paper a few headings which I asked him to give the Prime Minister. I don't know if they were of any use. I came away reassured, and feeling that a vigorous, virile hand was at the helm. I had not expected to see any more actual operations of the war, but early in September 1918 I had an intimation from the Australian government that I might visit their section of the line. Little did I think that this would lead to my seeing the crowning battle of the war. It was on September 26th that we actually started, the party consisting of Sir Joseph Cook, Naval Minister of the Australian Commonwealth, Commander Latham, his aide-de-camp, who in civil life is a rising barrister of Melbourne, and Mr. Berry, soon to be Sir William Berry, proprietor of the Sunday Times. We crossed in a gale of wind, with the destroyer sheeted in foam on either side of the leave boat, each of us being obliged to wear lifebelts. Several American newspaper men were on board, one of them an old friend, Bock of the Ladies' Home Journal. It was too late to continue our journey when we got across, so we stayed at an inn that night and were off to the Australian line at an early hour in the morning, our way lying through Abbeville and Amiens. The latter place was nearly deserted and very badly knocked about, far more so than I had expected. The enemy had, as we knew, been within 7 miles of Amiens. It was the Australian line which held the town safe, and the Allied cause from desperate peril, if not ruin. It did not surprise us, therefore, that we soon came upon signs of fighting. A little grove was shown us as the absolute farthest ripple of the advanced German wave. A little further on was the sheltered town of Villers-Bretonneux, with piles of empty cartridge cases at every corner to show where snipers or machine guns had lurked. A little further on, a truly monstrous gun, the largest I have ever seen, lay near the road, broken into 3 pieces. It was bigger to my eyes than the largest on our battleships, and had been brought up and mounted by the Germans just before the tide had turned, which was on July 5th. In their retreat they had been compelled to blow it up. A party of British guardsmen were standing round it, examining it, and I exchanged a few words with them. Then we ran on through ground which was intensely interesting to me, as it was the scene of Gough's retreat, and I had just been carefully studying it at home. There was the Somme on our left, a very placid, slow-moving stream, and across it the higher ground, where our 111th Corps had been held up on the historical August 8th, the day which made Ludendorff realise, as he himself states, that the war was lost. On the plain, over which we were moving, the Australian and Canadian divisions had swept, with the tanks holding the British line as Boadicea's chariots did of old. Though I had not been over the ground before, I had visualised it so clearly, in making notes about the battle, that I could name every hamlet and locate every shattered church tower. Presently a hill rose on the left, which I knew to be Mount St. Quentin, the taking of which by the Australians was one of the feats of the war. It had been defended by picked troops, including some of the Prussian Guards, but they were mostly taken or killed, though a flanking attack by the British Yeomanry Division had something to do with the result. The old walled town of Peronne, sacred forever to Sir Walter, Quentin Durward, and the archers of the Scots Guards, lay before us, almost if not quite surrounded by the river, the canal, and broad moats. It seemed an impossible place to take, which is of course the greatest possible trap in modern warfare, since something occurring 50 miles away may place troops behind you and cut you off, Here our long drive finished, and we were handed over to the care of Colonel Bennett, commanding the camp, a tall, bluff warrior who, if he had doffed his khaki and got into a velvet tunic, would have been the exact image of the veteran warrior in Scott's novel. He was indeed a veteran, having fought, if I remember right, not only in South Africa, but even in the Australian Suakim contingent. A little wooden hut was put at our disposal, and there we slept, Sir Joseph Cook and I, with a small partition between us. I was bitterly cold, and so I can tell was he, for I could hear him tossing about just as I did for warmth. We had neither of us made the discovery that you may pile all the clothes you like on the top of you, but so long as there is only one layer of canvas beneath you, you are likely to be cold. We don't usually realise that the mattress is also part of the bedclothes. We both got little sleep that night. Next morning, September 28th, we were off betimes, for we had much to see, the old town for one thing, which I vowed I would visit again in time of peace. We descended Mount St. Quentin, and saw ample evidence of the grim struggle that had occurred there. There were many rude graves, some of them with strange inscriptions. One of them, I was told, read, "Here lies a German who met two diggers." The Australian Tommy was of course universally known as a digger. They make a rough, valiant, sporting but rude-handed crew. They went through the prisoners for loot, and even the officers were ransacked. Colonel Bennett told me that a colonel of the Germans was impudent when he came into his presence, so Bennett said, "Mend your manners or I will hand you over to the diggers." They were waiting outside the tent for just such a chance. One German had an iron cross, which was snatched from him by an Australian. The German shaped up to the man in excellent form and knocked him down. The other Australians were delighted, gave him back his cross, and made him quite a hero. I expect the looter had been an unpopular man. The young Australian officers were all promoted from the ranks, and many of them had their own ideas about English grammar. Bennett told me that he tried to get the reports better written. One subaltern had reported, "As I came round the traverse, I met a Boche and we both reached for our guns, but he lost his block and I got him." Bennett returned this for emendation. It came back, "As I came round the traverse, I met a German and we both drew our automatic pistols, but he lost his presence of mind and I shot him." I think I like the first style best. I lunched that day at the headquarters of Sir John Monash, an excellent soldier who had done really splendid work, especially since the advance began. Indeed, it was his own action on July the 5th which turned the tide of retreat. He showed that the long line of fighting Jews, which began with Joshua, still carries on. One of the Australian divisional generals, Rosenthal, was also a Jew, and the headquarters staff was full of eagle-nosed, black-haired warriors. It spoke well for them, and well also for the perfect equality of the Australian system, which would have the best man at the top, be he who he might. My brother was acting as Assistant Adjutant General to General Butler, with the 111th British Corps on the left of the Australians, and they had kindly wired for him, so that I had the joy of having him next me at lunch, and he invited me to join the headquarters mess of his corps for dinner. It was a wonderful experience, that dinner. The great advance was to be next morning, when it was hoped that the Hindenburg line, which was practically the frontier of Germany, would be carried. There were only 6 who dined in that little farmhouse mess room. Butler himself with hard composed face, his head of sappers, head of gunners, my brother, the first and second staff officers, a little group of harassed and weary men. Yet there was no word of the huge drama upon the edge of which we were standing. Every now and then a telephone tinkled in the next room. A staff officer rose. There were a few short words, a nod, and the incident was closed. It was a wonderful example of quiet self-control. I said to my brother, when we were alone, "Don't you think I am out of the picture at such a moment, talking about such frivolous things?" "For God's sake, keep on at it," he said. "It is just what they need. Give their brains something new." So I tried to do so, and we had a memorable evening. I shall never forget the drive back of 10 miles in a pitch-dark night, with not a gleam anywhere, save that far aloft 2 little gold points glimmered now and again, like the far-off headlights of a motor transferred suddenly to the heavens. These were British aeroplanes. so lit to distinguish them from the German marauders. The whole eastern horizon was yellow-red with gunfire, and the distant roar of the artillery preparation was like the Atlantic surge upon a rock-bound coast. Along the road no lights were permitted, and several times out of the black a still blacker gloom framed itself into some motor lorry, with which only our cries saved a collision. It was wonderful and awesome, the eve of the Day of Judgment, when Germany's last solid defence was to be smashed, and she was to be left open to that vengeance which she had so long provoked. We were awakened early, part of our party getting away to some point which they imagined would be more adventurous than that to which we seniors should be invited, though in the sequel it hardly proved so. They saw much, however, and one of them described to me how one of the first and saddest sights was that of 18 splendid young Americans lying dead and lonely by the roadside, caught in some unlucky shell-burst. Mr. Cook, Commander Latham, and I had been placed under the charge of Captain Plunkett, a twice-wounded Australian officer who helped us much during the varied adventures of our exciting day. The general programme of attack was already in our minds. 2 American divisions, the 27th and 30th, one from New York, the other from the south, were to rush the front line. The Australian divisions were then to pass over or through them and carry the battle front forward. Already, as we arrived on the battlefield, the glad news came back that the Americans had done their part and that the Australians had just been unleashed. Also that the Germans were standing to it like men. As our car threaded the crowded street between the ruins of Templeur, we met the wounded coming back. Covered cars with nothing visible save protruding boots and a constant stream of pedestrians, some limping, some with bandaged arms and faces, some supported by Red Cross men, a few in pain, most of them smiling grimly behind their cigarettes. Amid them came the first clump of prisoners, 50 or more, pitiable enough, and yet I could not pity them, the weary, shuffling, hangdog creatures with no touch of nobility in their features or their bearing. The village was full of Americans and Australians, extraordinarily like each other in type. One could well have lingered, for it was all of great interest, but there were even greater interests ahead, so we turned up a hill, left our car, which had reached its limit, and proceeded on foot. The road took us through a farm, where a British anti-aircraft battery stood ready for action. Then we found open plain and went forward amid old trenches and rusty wire in the direction of the battle. We had now passed the heavy gun positions and were among the field guns, so that the noise was deafening. A British howitzer battery was hard at work, and we stopped to chat with the major. His crews had been at it for 6 hours, but were in great good humour, and chuckled mightily when the blast of one of their guns nearly drove in our eardrums, we having got rather too far forward. The effect was that of a ringing box on the exposed ear, with which valediction we left our grinning British gunners and pushed on to the east, under a screaming canopy of our own shells. The wild empty waste of moor was broken by a single shallow quarry or gravel pit, in which we could see some movement. In it we found an advanced dressing station, with about 100 American and Australian gunners and orderlies. There were dugouts in the sides of this flat excavation, and it had been an American battalion headquarters up to a few hours before. We were now about 1,000 yards from the Hindenburg line, and I learned with emotion that this spot was the Egg Redoubt, one of those advanced outposts of General Gough's army, which suffered so tragic and glorious a fate in that great military epic of March 21st. One of the grandest in the whole war. The fact that we were now actually standing in the Egg Redoubt showed me, as nothing else could have done, how completely the ground had been recovered and how the day of retribution was at hand. We were standing near the eastward lip of the excavation and looking over it when it was first brought to our attention that it took 2 to make a battle. Up to now we had seen only 1. Now 2 shells burst in quick succession 40 yards in front of us, and a spray of earth went into the air. "Whiz-bangs," remarked our soldier guide casually. Personally, I felt less keenly interested in their name than in the fact that they were there at all. We thought we had done pretty well to get within 1,000 yards of the famous line, But now came a crowning bit of good fortune, for an Australian gunner captain, a mere lad but a soldier from his hawk's eyes to his active feet, volunteered to rush us forward to some coign of vantage known to himself. So it was eastward ho once more, still over a dull barren plain, sloping gently upwards, with little sign of life. Here and there was the quick fluff of a bursting shell, but at a comfortable distance. Suddenly, ahead of us, a definite object broke the skyline. It was a tank, upon which the crew were working with spanners and levers, for its comrades were now far ahead and it would fain follow. This, it seems, was the grandstand which our young gunner had selected. On to the top of it we clambered, and there, at our very feet, and less than 500 yards away, was the rift which had been torn a few hours before in the Hindenburg line. On the dun slope beyond it, under our very eyes, was even now being fought a part of that great fight where at least the children of light were beating down into the earth the forces of darkness. It was there, we could see it, and yet how little there was to see. The ridge was past and the ground sloped down, as dark and heathy as Hindhead. In front of us lay a village. It was Bellicourt. The Hindenburg position ran through it. It lay quiet enough, and with the unaided eye one could see rusty red folds of wire in front of it. But the wire had availed nothing, nor had the trench that lurked behind it, for beyond it, beside the village of Norroy, there was a long white line, clouds of pale steam-like vapour spouting up against a dark, rain-sodden sky. "The Boche smoke barrage," said our guide. "They are going to counter-attack." Only this, the long white swirling cloud upon the dark plain, told of the strife in front of us. With my glasses I saw what looked like tanks, but whether wrecked or in action I could not say. There was the battle, the greatest of battles, but nowhere could I see a moving figure. It is true that all the noises of the pit seemed to rise from that lonely landscape, but noise was always with us, go where we would. The Australians were ahead where that line of smoke marked their progress. In the sloping fields which at that point emerged out of the moor, the victorious Americans who had done their part were crouching. It was an assured victory upon which we gazed, achieved so rapidly that we were ourselves standing far forward in ground which had been won that day. The wounded had been brought in, and I saw no corpses. On the left the fight was very severe, and the Germans, who had been hidden in their huge dugouts, were doing their usual trick of emerging and cutting off the attack. So much we gathered afterwards, but for the moment it was the panorama before us which was engrossing all our thoughts. Suddenly the German guns woke up. I can but pray that it was not our group which drew their fire upon the half-mended tank. Shell after shell fell in its direction, all of them short, but creeping forward with each salvo. It was time for us to go. If any man says that without a call of duty he likes being under aimed shell fire, he is not a man whose word I would trust. Some of the shells burst with a rusty red outflame, and we were told that they were gas shells. I may say that before we were admitted onto the battlefield at all, we were ushered one by one into a room where some devil's pipkin was bubbling in the corner, and were taught to use our gas masks by the simple expedience of telling us that if we failed to acquire the art then and there, a very painful alternative was awaiting us. We made our way back with no indecent haste, but certainly without loitering, across the plain, the shells always getting rather nearer, until we came to the excavation. Here we had a welcome rest, for our good gunner took us into his cubbyhole of a dugout, which would at least stop shrapnel, and we shared his tea and dried beef, a true Australian soldier's meal. The German fire was now rather heavy, and our expert host explained that this meant that he had recovered from the shock of the attack, had reorganised his guns, and was generally his merry self once more. From where we sat, we could see heavy shells bursting far to our rear, and there was an atmosphere of explosion all around us, which might have seemed alarming had it not been for the general chatty afternoon tea appearance of all these veteran soldiers with whom it was our privilege to find ourselves. A group of sulky-looking German prisoners sat in a corner, while a lank and freckled Australian soldier, with his knee sticking out of a rent in his trousers, was walking about with 4 watches dangling from his hand, endeavouring vainly to sell them. Far be it from me to assert that he did not bring the watches from Sydney, and choose this moment for doing a deal in them, but they were heavy old Teutonic timepieces, and the prisoners seemed to take a rather personal interest in them. As we started on our homeward trek, we came first upon the British battery, which seemed to be limbering up with some idea of advancing, and so lost its chance of administering a box on our other ear. Farther still we met our friends of the air guns, and stopped again to exchange a few impressions. They had nothing to fire at and seemed bored to tears, for the red, white and blue machines were in full command of the sky. Soon we found our motor, waiting in the lee of a ruined house, and began to thread our way back through the wonderfully picturesque streams of men, American, Australian, British and German, who were strung along the road. And then occurred a very horrible incident. One knew, of course, that one could not wander about a battlefield and not find oneself sooner or later involved in some tragedy, but we were now out of range of any but heavy guns, and their shots were spasmodic. We had halted the car for an instant to gather up 2 German helmets, which Commander Latham had seen on the roadside, when there was a very heavy burst close ahead round a curve in the village street. A geyser of red brick dust flew up into the air. An instant later our car rounded the corner. None of us will forget what we saw. There was a tangle of mutilated horses, their necks rising and sinking. Beside them a man with his hand blown off was staggering away, the blood gushing from his upturned sleeve. He was moving round and holding the arm raised and hanging, as a dog holds an injured foot. Beside the horses lay a shattered man, drenched crimson from head to foot, with 2 great glazed eyes looking upwards through a mask of blood. 2 comrades were at hand to help, and we could only go upon our way with the ghastly picture stamped forever upon our memory. The image of that dead driver might well haunt one in one's dreams. Once through Templeur and on the main road for Peronne, things became less exciting, and we drew up to see a column of 900 prisoners pass us. Each side of the causeway was lined by Australians, with their keen, clear-cut falcon faces, and between lurched these heavy-jawed, beetle-browed, uncouth louts, new caught and staring round with bewildered eyes at their debonair captors. I saw none of that relief at getting out of it which I have read of, nor did I see any signs of fear, but the prevailing impression was an ox-like stolidity and dullness. It was a herd of beasts, not a procession of men. It was indeed farcical to think that these uniformed bumpkins represented the great military nation, while the gallant figures who lined the road belonging to the race which they had despised as being unwarlike. Time and fate between them have a pretty sense of humour. One of them caught my eye as he passed and roared out in guttural English, "The old German is out!" They were the only words I heard them speak. French cavalry troopers, stern, dignified and martial, rode at either end of the bedraggled procession. They were great soldiers, these Australians. I think they would admit it themselves, but a spectator is bound to confirm it. There was a reckless daredevilry combined with a spice of cunning, which gave them a place of their own in the imperial ranks. They had a great advantage, too, in having a permanent organisation, the same 5 divisions always in the same corps, under the same chief. It doubled their military value, and the same applied equally, of course, to the Canadians. None the less, they should not undervalue their British comrades or lose their sense of proportion. I had a chance of addressing some 1,200 of them on our return that evening, and while telling them all that I thought of their splendid deeds, I ventured to remind them that 72% of the men engaged and 76% of the casualties were Englishmen of England. I think now that in these after-war days the whole world needs to be reminded of this fact, as well as the Australians did. There has been, it seems to me, a systematic depreciation of what the glorious English, apart from the British, soldiers did. England is too big to be provincial, and smaller minds sometimes take advantage of it. At the time, some of the Australian papers slanged me for having given this speech to their soldiers, but I felt that it needed saying, and several of their officers thanked me warmly, saying that as they never saw anything save their own front, they were all of them losing their sense of proportion. I shall not easily forget that speech, I standing on a mound in the rain, the Australian soldiers with cloaks swathed round them like brigands, and 6 aeroplanes returning from the battle, circling overhead, evidently curious as to what was going on. It seems to me now like some extraordinary dream. Such was my scamper to the Australian front. It was as if some huge hand had lifted me from my study table, placed me where I could see what I was writing about, and then within 4 days laid me down once more before the familiar table, with one more wonderful experience added to my record. And then at last came the blessed day of armistice. I was in a staid London hotel at 11 o'clock in the morning, most prim of all the hours of the day, when a lady, well dressed and conventional, came through the turning doors, waltzed slowly round the hall with a flag in either hand, and departed without saying a word. It was the first sign that things were happening. I rushed out into the streets, and of course the news was everywhere at once. I walked down to Buckingham Palace and saw the crowds assembling there, singing and cheering. A slim young girl had got elevated onto some high vehicle and was leading and conducting the singing as if she was some angel in tweeds, just dropped from a cloud. In the dense crowd I saw an open motor stop with 4 middle-aged men, one of them a hard-faced civilian, the others officers. I saw this civilian hack at the neck of a whisky bottle and drink it raw. I wish the crowd had lynched him. It was the moment for prayer, and this beast was a blot on the landscape. On the whole, the people were good and orderly. Later, more exuberant elements got loose. They say that it was when the Australian wounded met the War Office flappers that the foundations of solid old London got loosened. But we have little to be ashamed of, and if ever folk rejoiced, we surely had the right to do so. We did not see the new troubles ahead of us, but at least these old ones were behind, and we had gained an immense reassurance. Britain had not weakened. She was still the Britain of old. End of chapter 31.